The Knicks were up 15 up by 50 points halfway through.
See, that's not Rieger, though.
Yeah. No.
I was back here asking myself, is he talking about Rieger?
All right, get it together. Get it together.
So, yes, the blowout last night, and it was in Phoenix.
No, it wasn't. It was in Atlanta.
I mean, sorry, Atlanta, the Hawks. Yeah, did I say that? I already said.
you
Did I say
okay?
the Phoenix Suns? Yeah, I don't know. I'm all discombobulated right now. But in Atlanta, and their fans. Like, can you imagine a dad saying, "Hey, I'm going to take the kids. It's a game 6. It could be an unbelievable comeback. Maybe we could force a game 7 going up. Like, we're in the same situation. Although the game's not going to be here. Hey, it's an opportunity. Let's get some tickets. Let's go down to the game." And 10 minutes into it, 1 quarter into it, you're down 40-15.
Okay, there's this classic debate. Would you rather lose in a heartbreaking fashion or would you rather be blown out? Last night's the worst case. You don't even get up off the mat. That game was over after quarter 1. It was certainly over at halftime. When sportsbooks are offering plus 51.5 points live line, you know you've made a bad decision. You are sitting in that place and you have no hope. Do you leave early?
Yeah, how long do you stay? At halftime, you're down 50.
Like, no one wants to lose in a heartbreak, but at least, like, the adrenaline's going and you're into it and, like, the atmosphere.
Yeah.
There's no atmosphere. Nobody should be there at halftime.
You leave by halftime at the latest.
What's
You
the-
don't
what-
drop.
what's
You
the
don't
point?
drop any money on concessions at halftime like most people do.
Yeah.
Just out of pure, taking a stand against what's happening.
What's the point total that because you definitively said you'd leave at half. You got to be down more than 40?
I would say close
30?
to 30. Yeah.
So you're down 30 at half.
If there was some sort of sign maybe that happened late in the half, I might stick around if it was 30.
It was 83-36. You're leaving, right?
That's halftime?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Tom on the way out.
No, that's you. By the way, I mean, you could have done the doubleheader yesterday in Atlanta, and you could have gone and seen the Braves lose to the Tigers after being up 2-0 and letting Matt Vierling go 3 for 5 against you.
Yeah.
You agree with me, though. You'd rather lose
He
it.
found his swing like Torque, right?
You'd rather lose in a heartbreak than lose that way, right?
Oh, yeah. I'm trust me, even if it was not by 50 points, I'm always of the mindset I'd rather lose in a heartbreak than be blown out. And I don't care how much of a blowout you're talking about, because if you're blown out, especially like this, you didn't belong. You didn't belong on the floor.
Nope.
You didn't belong. That was the definition of jerseys running around the court. That is an unbelievable embarrassment versus if you lose in a heartbreak and take Denver was eliminated. It wasn't necessarily a last-second shot, but they were fighting to the end against a team that has nobody. I'd still rather lose that way, knowing that at least you belonged, you fought, you just came up short, but to know that you weren't even good enough to be in a competition.
Yeah, I want to know for 2 hours that I'm there.
Right.
As opposed to 15 minutes and I'm out. You mentioned, yes, Denver
It didn't even
eliminated.
take 15 minutes.
No, I know. Denver's out. Philly's still in. The Sixers forced a Game 7 Saturday night in Boston.
Ooh, Boston. The mighty Celtics?
Yeah, the best in the East. Get a little hot under the collar in Beantown.
It's bizarre.
Yeah.
The NBA playoffs right now are bizarre, and the Stanley Cup playoffs are as fun as they've ever been.
Yeah, I know we've been focused a lot on the NBA because, we got a local team.
Without the Wings.
But I can't help myself. Can I just have a couple minutes on the Wings misery index?
Absolutely. Go for it, because we've seen double OT wins. We've seen teams that haven't been in the playoffs. They're winning series, and I don't want to steal your thunder. Go for it.
Well, yeah, we've had some great OT, double OT series that are getting pushed. We've also seen a lot of new blood. We've also seen some new storylines emerge. And unfortunately, a lot of the stories right now in the NHL playoffs, You can draw an arrow and circle them back, and it connects to what we're dealing with here. So Quinn Hughes scores 2 goals, picks up an assist, and the Wild advance for the first time since 2015. Reminder, they don't have a contract extension with him, but not only did they get in the playoffs, they've advanced in the postseason.
Who'd they beat?
They beat a damn good Dallas Stars team.
Oh, they beat the Stars.
Yeah, and by the way, Minnesota had been eliminated in 8 straight postseasons without advancing. But that's not the only story that you could focus on or fixate on as a Red Wing fan. How about Connor McDavid? Everyone's going to say, hey, maybe McJesus gets bounced, and they're going to focus on the Edmonton angle. I want to focus on the Anaheim side. Their GM is Pat Verbeek, who was Steve Yzerman's right-hand man, who took over in 2022 and has made this team not only a team that just gets in the playoffs, but advances in the playoffs.
Well, because you don't want to just get in the playoffs.
Right. And he got a contract extension. Imagine a world where Yzerman's getting a contract extension. Verbeek just did in the month of April, and his team he drafted Leo Carlson, Bennett Seneke. He traded for Cutter Gauthier. He has made them. That's a 40-goal score that they plucked from Philly. They made them not only a playoff team, but a team that advances. But no, we're not done. I mentioned Philly. Philly is not only in, they've advanced. And tonight, Buffalo and or Montreal could win and advance. So we're sitting here going pretty pleased with the cherry on top. Add some sprinkles. We just want to make the playoffs. Other teams are not only getting in, they're advancing in the playoffs, which was Steve's real mission the whole time. I'm done. Sorry.
Not to mention, how about the performances of Anthony Matha and Soderblom?
Yep.
Even though they didn't advance.
Right. Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow. There's no question about it. When you watch teams that have surpassed you to get into the playoffs, but not just get into the playoffs, actually advance.
Oh, another comment. The goalie for the Minnesota Wild, Jasper Wallstedt, Yzerman preferred Sebastian Cossa. The Wild not only have Wallstedt on their NHL roster, he is their goalie as they advance in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Hey, maybe Cossa will be a backup next year.
Well, and so not only on top of that, and I'm not going to go through the entire offseason or where we're at right now, but the fact that those teams are advancing, the ones that you just mentioned, even those that got in and didn't advance, but just think Buffalo, like they were a team that was worse than you, surpassed you, and now they're fighting for a chance to advance. And we're in a position where we're trying to figure out who do we even want on this roster.
Yeah.
And Yzerman in this postseason press conference says, well, we can't just trade everybody out. We're left with more questions than any definitive answers or any direction of, is it still 2 years away? Are we going to have to hit the reset button yet again while these teams are continuing to advance? Sorry, did I make it worse?
No, you really can't get much worse than where we're at right now. Decade without everybody else getting in and advancing. The Verbeek thing's the one that kills me. Like maybe he's the genius. Maybe he's the guy that made you all the success that you had.
And you had mentioned, okay, if you go back 10 years before when this streak started for the Wings, if we had told you at that time that there'd be a team in Utah, the Mammoth, that would be advancing. You brought this up yesterday.
Well, they haven't advanced yet, but the idea that teams in Vegas and Utah that didn't exist 10 years ago are playing a great series and one of them's going to advance. I go, wait, what?
Yeah.
The Utah who?
Well, yeah.
Vegas what? Oh, yeah, no, these are good hockey teams. What about us? Oh.
Hockey Town?
Anyway, that's your brief
Your update
chatter
on April in the D? Hey, it's May.
It's May 1st. And the Pistons are still playing, and Franz Wagner is not playing tonight. We'll talk more about it next, 97.1.
If your furnace or AC is struggling to keep up, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with a 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference at my house. They'll do the same thing for yours. Right now, they're running some amazing specials, so listen up. AC tune-up for only $79, and if it's time to upgrade, get half off installation when you buy a new AC or furnace. Easy financing options are available as well. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
Tigers were back. Tigers beat the Braves. Tigers 16-16 on May 1st. 500 ball club. Talk more about them at 7:02. We have a Kentucky Derby game to play at 6:35.
I think this one's going to be fun.
And we're all involved, Heather, too. Because the guys behind the glass have cooked up some names that are either horses running in the Kentucky Derby or something else completely. And we have to play no or nay.
Do you just say nay, or do you have to say it like Teddy does?
Nay. Yeah, you have to say it like that.
6:35. Hey, no Franz Wagner tonight.
You know what? Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it because, and I don't know if it means Cade goes off for another 40-plus performance, but advantage Pistons, something is going their way. And I don't know if he plays, do they beat him? They should, but they haven't.
Right. Orlando 2-0 at home in this series with him.
Yeah.
With him, to be fair.
And okay, yeah, game 2, they beat them with him. But he was the guy that was hounding Cade Cunningham. And with him not in the lineup, obviously, he goes for 45. And maybe that was just a performance that he was going to have it one way or another because he knew that's what they had to do to continue. Can he do it again tonight? And I lean more towards it's possible because Franz Wagner won't be there.
Doors open. That's how I put it.
And
that doesn't mean the Pistons are sprinting through that door because they got to get out of their own way too.
And when I say that, that's not an indictment on Cade. That is him being able to take advantage of a situation from the other team and him stepping up because no one else on the team was willing to do it.
Yeah. I mean, look, and I felt like Banchero picked up slack too. Those two guys are going to go toe-to-toe again tonight. The difference will be who helps them.
Yeah. And it's interesting because
whose supporting cast do you like more tonight? If I tell you these two dudes are number 1 picks, we just saw what they did in Game 5. Who's helping them? Now, Orlando doesn't have Franz helping them, but whose supporting cast do you think is better?
Bane or Duren?
I'll take Bane. Suggs or Asar? Asar for everything but scoring, but Bane when it comes to hit, or Suggs when it comes to hitting a big shot
at home.
At home.
And I mean, when Tobias Harris or
Anthony Black, right. I take Harris. Look, Harris had 23 in the last game. He's capable of getting a shot in that mid range.
He is capable. He just has to go out and perform in the postseason. And now it's not just one at home; it's going to be on the road in a gotta have it game.
Yeah, I mean, the other name we should throw out is Wendell Carter, who's had some big games in this series. Not going to get into who he's dating. I think their cast is better, and I give them the edge tonight, and I think the Pistons season will end tonight. But the door is very much open, and if they get it done tonight in Orlando, I don't think Franz Wagner's coming back, and I think Detroit's in a great spot for Game 7 at home.
Right, which, I mean, there's no, you don't need any more importance on this game, so yeah, okay, if we get to Game 7, all right, both teams are 3-3, you're at home, it's the beauty of being the 1 seed, but to get there, you've got to go do something that you didn't do the last 2 times you were there.
Yeah.
You should be able to get it done, but I don't know how many people. Yeah, there's hope, and I know you hope they win. I hope they win. We all hope they win. But do you believe that they're going to get it done in Orlando tonight?
All of these games have been relatively close. Yes.
Yeah.
So I maybe it's a cop out. You tell me. I think Orlando wins the home game. I think Detroit would win their next home game if they get there. That's how close I think this series is.
The problem is, if they don't win down there,
you don't get that chance. So I'm saying I'm picking Orlando tonight, but if we get to Game 7, we're not going to do a show between now and then. If we were doing a show on Sunday morning and the Pistons are still playing, I think I would pick them.
And I mean, we did this yesterday, right? We had people calling in, and some believe that they're going to win the series. I think most that are realistic, and everybody I ran into, was talking to my neighbor last night, and we talked about the unbelievable performance of Cade, and then the question always comes up, do you think he can do it again?
Right.
And yeah, I think he can. I just don't know if it's going to happen in back-to-back games, and I wouldn't expect him to go out there with a 40-plus performance, but that's probably what it's going to take.
Yeah. Text coming in reacting to the Hawks slaughter last night.
Yeah.
Text said, I'd rather lose by a blowout. Do you remember how trouble with the snap felt, fellas? At least you could turn the game off early and go do something if you were an Atlanta fan.
Yeah, but I don't know how much of a rivalry there is between Atlanta and New York. Like it's a completely different context.
Tex said, if it's halftime and you're down by more points than you've scored, it's time to leave. That's a good rule of thumb.
That is.
DeVell in Madison Heights says, the bizarre world of playoff basketball, we now have more parity. Remember, regular season's a fraud. Just get in, baby.
Yeah, it is. The NBA season, regular season, is an absolute fraud. I'll never believe the results of a regular season again.
All right, Heather, let's get to the news. Good morning.
Good morning. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a man wanted across multiple states is now in custody after this really chaotic traffic stop in Macomb County. So Shelby Township police say that this man had warrants out of Shelby Township, Rochester, Washtenaw County, Georgia, and even had this nationwide extradition order from Florida. So police knew he was in the area visiting family, so they were on the lookout for him, and they spotted his vehicle around 4 a.m. This was near DeQuinder and 24 Mile Road. They pulled him over. Well, when they ordered him to get out of the vehicle, he refused to do so, started to shift the car back into drive. It was rolling forward. That's when officers pulled out a taser, pulled him from the vehicle. They were able to get the car back in park. Then there was another struggle once they got the guy out, but they were able to get him in handcuffs. They say inside the car, police found personal identifying information and credit cards that were not his. So he was arrested on all of his outstanding warrants and then is also now facing some new charges as well. His bond is set for $650,000. A new survey of more than 50 musicians put Detroit's own Aretha Franklin near the very top of music history. So the Queen of Soul was ranked as the second best vocalist of all time. Now, only Freddie Mercury landed higher on the list. And then rounding out the top five, Whitney Houston, Marvin Gaye, and Robert Plant. And as far as people who are still making music, Beyonce came in at number 6. Mariah Carey was at number 15. Adele, number 18. And Kendrick Lamar was ranked number 20.
That's cool.
Yeah. Meyer.
No big gripes with that.
No, I don't think so either. Meyer is bringing back its baby gear recycling event, which offers families a chance to bring in their used or expired or damaged baby gear in exchange for a coupon. So it's a really big event. It takes place across the Midwest from May 6th through the 19th. Last year, Meyer says that nearly 18 tons of baby gear were recycled and that 12 tons of gear were recycled in 2024. And they expect even more this year. So it's going to be a big event. You can bring in car seats, booster seats, strollers, things like that. And all you have to do is drop off the items in this marked, drop off area near, they say, customer service. And then you're going to receive a code for 25% off an item in the Meyer baby department between May 6th and June 2nd. I mean, it's a great way.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
got
absolutely.
anything like my house, you got them sitting in your garage collecting dust and you don't know what to do with it.
Yep.
So get it out of your house, recycle it, and save some money. So it's a great event. Greg, I'm going to look at you because I feel like, we're closer in age. You remember Bookits, right?
Vaguely.
Oh,
Vaguely do
no.
remember
I know what you're
Bookit.
talking about.
Do you remember
Yes.
Bookits? You do?
Yes.
They had Bookits around for you.
I
when you
think
were-
so.
Oh, wow. Do you remember Bookits?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, I didn't think you would.
Oh,
I d-
because I'm so old.
You're talking the
you
personal
are-
pizzas.
Yeah, at Pizza Hut. The more you read, you get free pizzas.
Oh no.
Okay, so back in for me, it would have been the 90s. They had it in the 80s too. When we were little, Greg, you got a pin, and then every time you read, you got a little sticker to go on the pin, and then you go in and you get a certificate when you fill your pin, and you got a free personal pizza. It was really exciting as a kid.
Okay.
And well, anyway, they're bringing it back. So millennials can rejoice. It's coming back. It's going to be a little different. There's no
Pizza Hut?
longer at Pizza Hut, no longer the pin and the stickers. It's now an app, of course, where you can do a whole lot more. You can set reading goals. You can record your progress. You can record how many books you read, how many pages you read. And then when you meet your goals, you get a coupon for a free personal pizza. It's a really cool incentive to get kids reading. It's for students. It's not,
We can't read books and go get a free
we
pizza?
can't. I mean, it's cool to read either
We
way,
used to be
but
a proper country.
Well, this is
But
how
it
we
is
get
for
back to it.
students.
This is how we save this country one pizza at a time.
Right.
I loved the book it when I was little.
I don't remember this at all. But I will say this: there aren't as many Pizza Huts around. At least
There's
I
not.
don't feel there is. I don't know what the numbers say. But every time I go past one, if we're traveling, we stop.
Oh, cool.
Because it does. It takes me back to my
Yes.
childhood. There was one right on the corner. We would sneak
Yep.
over there at lunchtime from Clawson High School. You remember the red glasses,
Yes,
the
those-
iconic buildings.
Yep.
So they have come back, obviously. Now they're tapping into that nostalgia a little more
Oh, yeah.
with bringing back the book it.
That's
So,
cool.
Pretty cool.
Pizza Hut was not in our family rotation of
Okay.
places to go eat, but I do remember where the Pizza Hut was in Brighton, right off of 96 there, Green River.
Yeah, you always remember because you could see it in your mind's eye. Like I see the building.
Coming up next, Kentucky Derby. Are these horses that are running, or are they completely made up fiction from behind the glass? It's 97.1. The Kentucky Derby is this weekend. The horse names are often hilarious. Greg and Tom have put together a list behind the glass. Are these real horses or fictions of their imagination? It's no or nay.
Actually, we're going to officially go with this nay or nay. You just tell me however you want if this horse is real or fake. We'll start with our first one, Right to Party.
Right to party.
So I'm trying to, in my mind, I'm trying to think, okay, if I'm listening to an announcer, is it, hey, right to party? Or is this
Right.
these guys behind the glass coming up with a name and they just went, slightly Beastie Boys version? I'm going to say no.
I'm with you. I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say nay.
Jim is correct. It is a horse. Right to Party, 30-1 odds to win the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
How about Further Ado?
Without further ado, I don't know. I'm trying to. I'm probably trying to think about this way too much.
Probably.
And
What's the gut reaction?
the gut reaction is nay.
Me too. Nay.
Nay.
You all three are correct. Further Ado, 6-1 odds to win.
Ooh.
See, they like
This
to
year's
do the
Kentucky
little
Derby.
play on word type of names. Yeah, okay.
Okay, here's number 3. How about Dolomite?
Like the Italian mountains,
Dolomite.
the Dolomites.
Dolomite.
Would they have known that?
You're fake Italian. Go ahead. Tell us what you got.
Would they have known that though? Now I'm in my own head. This is not a real horse.
I don't know. Dolomite might be. Yeah, you know what? Because I think this is one that maybe Greg came up with. Sorry, Tom. I don't mean to throw you under the bus on this, but I'm going to say
Dolomite.
no.
Yeah, I don't love it. No.
That is correct. Dolomite is a 1975 blaxploitation crime comedy film.
Oh,
And Gov came up with it.
I've seen it. Rudy Ray Moore, baby.
okay.
I just got tons of cred.
Yeah.
How about Renegade?
Yeah. Did they chise him?
Scheiße. Renegade.
Renegade. This
a
one
horse.
sounds too much like a horse.
a horse. Renegade.
Oh, it does sounds exactly like a horse, but I'm not. I don't know if I'm going to bite on this one. What say you?
Nay.
I'll say no.
I don't know. The last time we agreed, we were wrong, so I'm going to say no.
It is a horse. Let's go. The favorite to win the Kentucky Derby at 4-1 odds.
Yeah.
Also, the
Clearly,
name
we didn't
of-
cheat.
Yeah. Also, the name of the mascot at Florida State, Renegade, the horse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the same one.
You don't think so? Chief Osceola's the jockey.
How about the American Dream?
It's not fair. He gets a spear, by the way.
American
Actually, the
Dream.
other horses.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What's the name of this next one?
The American Dream.
John, I think you want this to be a horse.
I want it so bad to be a horse.
Sounds like a horse. I'll say nay.
I'm going to say no because I can't agree with Heather anymore.
I'm going to say no.
It is not a horse.
Yeah.
This is Dusty Rhodes' Dusty Rhodes is a WWE nickname.
We were going to do Nature Boy, but I thought we might know that
Yeah,
one.
Ric Flair.
Yeah.
How about Litmus Test?
Litmus test.
Goodness gracious.
I don't know. I mean, these could all be horse names. I'm going to say nay.
I'll say no.
I like this for a Derby horse. Nay.
Litmus Test is running in the Kentucky
Yes.
Derby. 30-1 odds. Also one of Gov's favorite big game catchphrases.
Yes.
Oh,
Could have tripped us up if we had paid better attention.
Yeah.
What about Incredibolt?
Oh, I like
Incredibold?
that.
Incredibolt.
Bolt.
Bolt.
Incredible.
probably not
I think it's
because
too
I like it.
cute. Yeah. So what are you going to say then?
You think it's a horse?
Yeah, I like it.
It's a horse, of course. Unless, of course, the horse, of course.
I don't think this is a horse.
I know. I think it's too cutesy. I'm going to say no on American. What is it again?
Incredibolt.
Incredible. I was close. Yeah.
Incredibolt is 20-1 to win the Kentucky Derby. And is not featured in the new Incredibles movie.
Damn.
Incredibles 3 coming out. I don't know whenever.
Yeah. It's that is one of my all-time favorite Disney movies.
It's a
How
good
about
one.
Black Curtain. Black Curtain.
Not Steel Curtain.
Oh,
but
could
Black
be
Curtain.
maybe it's a owner from Pittsburgh that wants to do a play on the Steel Curtain.
Wasn't Nyquist a horse one year?
Correct. Was
Yes.
a favorite one year.
Former Red Wing John? Gustav Nyquist.
Black Curtain?
No.
Oh,
You were taking a long time.
what? All right. Well, if she said no, I'm going to say nay.
This is not a real horse.
It is not a real horse. You guys are kind of on the right track. Black Curtain is what Stoney called these 1970s Steelers steel curtain defense.
Of course he did.
What about Nowhere?
Nowhere.
Where? Like nowhere?
Who's
Nowhere.
naming the
Or
horse
nowhere.
the horse that's going nowhere? You're not naming your horse Nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, the horse from nowhere going
No.
nowhere. Like the jokes write themselves. No, this is not a horse.
All three are correct.
We chose that because that's a planet in the Avengers movies.
Do any of us watch
planet
the-
These all have a
Nowhere.
reason behind all the no's.
Okay.
This is amazing.
How about Chief Wallaby?
Chief Wallaby?
All right, now I'm trying to think of my movies. Like, okay, where was Chief Wallaby in the movie? Does this sound like a movie character?
Also sounds like a horse.
Chief Wallaby. It's weird.
A one from Australia, the Wallabies.
Wallaby.
No.
You don't think this is a horse?
I don't know. I don't know anything about horse names. I'm going to say no.
I hate to agree with Heather because I know it's just going to bite me. So I'm going to say no.
I'll say this is a horse.
John, you should have disagreed with Heather. Chief Wallaby 8-1 to win
I
the
don't know
Kentucky Derby.
why does this keep happening?
Of course you should have.
But Carpe Diem.
Seize the day. That's a great
That's a
name for a horse.
horse.
That's a horse.
That's a horse.
It's too good to be in this group of horses. No, I'm going to say you guys made this one up.
Hell yeah, John. Made it up. They
Uh-huh.
got
What
some DM to
society?
Carpe.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How about Great White? Our 12th selection here. Great White.
Great white.
Great White.
You know how Mike feels about it.
No.
Am I supposed to hope this one is a horse? I'm going to say no.
I'm saying no too.
I don't think
Why?
this is a horse.
Why? Because we talked about the great white sharks in the Great Lakes yesterday. It just doesn't seem like a horse.
Yeah, Mike might think the whites are much better. Great White is 50-1 to win the Kentucky
Long
Derby.
shot.
Long
It's the
shot.
only thing the afternoon show disagrees on.
You're right, yeah. Finally found something.
Two more here.
Okay.
Salacious Crumb.
Salacious Crumb. I don't know. If this is not, and you guys came up with this, I can't wait to hear the story behind Salacious Crumb. Is this a cookie? Like a new name for a cookie? Nah, I'm going to say no.
I'll say nay.
I think this is a real horse.
Salacious Crumb was the little rat monkey sitting on Jabba's lap next to slave girl Leia.
Of course it was.
And finally, Angel's Curse.
Angels. Okay, this is not real. This is based on what's happening in our basketball life. This is not a real horse. I feel as confident about this as
Oh.
any. Angel's Curse.
See, you're much better at connecting those dots than I am, and now that it's in my head, I can't. No, this is definitely something you guys made up because you're just trolling me with this one.
Heather?
Yeah, no.
Not a real horse.
No.
Answer and reasoning both correct.
There we go.
And we
Yes, this is what's happening to Jalen Duran right now.
made sure that it made the show for all 5 days this week.
Well done. And if you really want to tie this together, Jalen Duran has played so small that he could actually jockey that horse.
Wow.
I have tabulated the winner. Jim got 9 out of 14 correct. That's better than Jalen Duran's shooting percentage. John got 8
Oh, I
out
was-
of the 14
yeah.
correct.
Good job.
And if I just hadn't agreed with Heather, I would have
I know.
tied Jim.
Heather got 6 correct.
Heather, come on.
Got to step up my game.
Yeah, your horse game. Real quick, anybody have a name for a horse that they would name?
Oh gosh.
How about Cookie Monster?
Cookie Monster coming down the backstretch. They would have to. They would have to use the voice if Cookie Monster were to win.
How about us getting multiple Sesame Street characters into the show today?
Yeah. Jeez. Well,
You got a
hey,
horse name?
I mean, I was trying to think of something that would like it would be personal to me, but still not necessarily like it would be. I'm not very creative. I would maybe say Game on the Line.
Heather?
I need more time.
I got yours.
No.
Oh yeah.
Strahan's Gap.
Oh, that would be amazing. Strahan's Gap.
Heather, I can
I
help you
gave
out.
it to him.
The show would be Blue Wall.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Heather, I can help you out if you need some.
Okay.
Those are some options.
Can we have Desmones
Oh, God.
as a horse name?
And that is nay or no or whatever we did. A horse or
Yes.
not a horse. Kentucky Derby edition, 97.1. Oh, John's getting into it a little bit.
Yeah, it's the first time I've heard this song.
I didn't think you were a Bruno fan.
Yeah. No, I've never heard this one.
Oh, John.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it's a stretch to think that this is not the genre that I listen to.
It's not. I don't know why I'm surprised every time you say those things.
Well, and it's not
it's a
necessarily the
popular-
genre I don't think my kids listen to.
I'm sure they listen to some Bruno Mars.
Sure, but I just have never heard this one.
Yeah.
It's a good beat.
Might be the best one. Saved it for the last day of the week.
Oh, this is his best one?
Might be.
I don't think it's his best one. No.
Might be.
It's all up. It's
No,
all a matter
what's
of
the
taste.
what's the one that Greg said had to be on every wedding playlist?
He's screening phone calls. Let him do his business. I don't remember which one it was.
Marry You.
Yes.
I wouldn't even be able to
Oh,
tell
I
you
know
the name
that
of that song. Yeah, that might have been on Tuesday. You wouldn't know.
I wasn't here.
Just extended vacations.
She was dancing to Bruno Mars poolside.
Drinking hands, sun shining.
Hey, there's a plane.
Treasure. We wanted some feedback from you guys on the Derby stuff. Jim's horse name, Smarm Alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it.
Smarm alarm. Or, I mean, could you imagine them, the announcer? I always try and listen in my head what it would sound like if the announcer is saying, bye, bye.
Oh, like down the stretch?
Yeah. As he distances himself from the rest of the group.
Roy thinks we got an easy one for you based on yesterday's show.
Oh.
He came out of nowhere would make for a great horse name if nowhere was a real horse.
Sure.
Some sent in involving Detroit sports old bits.
Oh, okay.
Iser Bot.
Oh, Iserbot, yeah.
How about We're Good?
Yeah.
I'd prefer Say It.
Say It is
Say
the
it.
horse name?
Yeah, Dan could have a number of horses in this race.
Yeah, he definitely could.
Biting kneecaps.
Yeah, biting kneecaps. 2 game balls. Fine, aggressive.
Like, any of these could be Kentucky Derby horse names.
Or just go for it. That's what you do on every 4th down.
And I don't know if you realize this, John, but people want us to pull a drop from something you said during the horse racing segment. When it's in the system, look, he's oblivious. When it's in the system, we'll surprise you with it.
I know. Heather thought that the drop yesterday, like I was actually saying that
I
with
thought
intention.
for sure that you hadn't, like, you meant to say it.
No. Hearing it out of context, I got to laugh at it.
So for people who don't know, the 2 Grand Slam contestant
Had a 1 and a 3-year-old in the back seat. So
And
he
one
was
of
under
them-
extreme pressure.
Yeah, and one of them, we could hear him, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's my son Jack."
Right, yes. And then I said,
Yeah, I mean, you let everybody know.
yeah, I'm not going to say it again. And even when it happened, you're like, yeah, what, you guys start laughing. I'm like, I don't know what you're laughing at. Like, which is absurd to think that I wouldn't get it in the moment.
The caller didn't get it either because then he's talking about being in line at the school,
drop
drop
off. Yeah. Which, yeah, the fact that what did he get 4 yesterday? 5?
Five.
You
I
got
think.
5.
Yeah.
And
To-
almost 6.
Having a 1 and 3-year-old in the back seat, being in the parent line to drop your kids off, there might not be a more high pressure situation. and the clock is ticking. Yeah, that was amazing.
7 o'clock hour. We're going to get into the Pistons. Call your shot. What is Monday's headline? Tigers enter the month of May with a 500 record. Team is 16-16. Are they better or worse than you thought they would be?
This is tough to answer because, I mean, okay, so let's go back to last year. First team to 20 wins, first team to 30, 40, 50 wins. And we kind of all thought they're not that team. And then maybe the horse's name is Water Finds Its Level. and it did, unfortunately, at the end of the season. But I kind of think they're better than I thought they would be, even though they're only at 500 right now. They're tied in the division lead, and it's not sitting here saying they're great, but the hitting, now that Torque woke up, Green has been overshadowed by Torque because he had the 5 home runs in 5 games in the midst of Green really finding his swing, and Kevin McGonigal. The lineup is actually better than I thought it would be.
Okay.
Pitching has a little bit underperformed, which I think will correct itself. So I'm sitting here saying I actually think that they're better than I thought they would be. And I think they're better than their win total says.
I definitely think they're better than their win total. So they're top 10 in OPS and ERA. So hitting and pitching, top 10 in both. That's not what I'd expect from a team at 500.
Right.
I think as you play 162, they're going to finish well above 500.
Yeah.
So I guess I feel better. Look, you want to win these games.
Right.
But I want to know you got a team capable of winning these games as the season goes on. And I feel like I've seen more than I thought I would, especially offensively. Riley Green is flirting with a 900 OPS. McGonigal's better than anybody could have dreamed that he would be.
Yeah.
Those are 2 big-time anchors in the lineup. Even with the Torque slump and a bunch of Kerry Carpenter strikeouts, the offense has been noticeable. Certainly more than I expected early in the season.
Right. And I would not have expected 6 guys right now to be above 750 in OPS. And you've got 4 of them that are above 800.
It's a question for Tiger fans. It's 16-16. It's a 500 record. May 1st is here. Are they better or worse than you thought they would be pretty much 1 month into the season? By the way, some other Kentucky Derby names.
Oh, yeah.
Nice, good little basketball team.
That's a little bit long. Chauncey. Yeah.
97-1.
Yeah.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Franz Wagner will not play tonight for the Orlando Magic in Game 6 against the Pistons. Magic beat reporter for the Orlando Sentinel, Jason Bede, told Jeremy Otto yesterday he would be surprised to see Wagner again at all this series, even if it goes to a Game 7, especially because of the history with calf strains in the NBA. The Pistons are not free from injury concern tonight either, as both Kevin Huerter and Tobias Harris are questionable. Harris sprained his left ankle in Game 5 on Wednesday. Tonight's Game 6 tips off at 7 o'clock on WWJ. Omari Sankofa of the Free Press says Game 7 will be at 3:30 back here in Detroit on Sunday if necessary. In other NBA games last night, both the Hawks and Nuggets were eliminated. Philly also forced a Game 7 against Boston with a 106-93 win. In the NHL, 2 series ended in 6 games last night as the Minnesota Wild beat the Dallas Stars 5-2 to advance to the next round. Anaheim eliminated the Edmonton Oilers by the same score in 6 games as well. And the Tigers return home today to begin a 6-game homestand after beating the Braves yesterday. First pitch against the Rangers at 6:40 right here on 97.1. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, congrats to Eric in Allen Park. Won the Bruno Mars tickets. Going to go to the show on May 9th, right around the corner at Ford Field. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. All right, the Tigers are our focal point as we start the 7 o'clock hour. We'll get to the Pistons here momentarily. The Tigers are a 500 ball club, 16-16. Are they better or worse than you thought they'd be now that we've hit the month of May? My answer, better.
Yeah.
And I know the record doesn't tell the story. Well, I'm trying to forecast. If you told me McGonigal's going to be one of the 2 or 3 best players in all of baseball, and Riley Green was going to get back to the form of 2 years ago, maybe even better, and my offense is 6th in OPS, that projects out to be a much better offense than I expected. And while the pitching has taken on some water, Valdez-Scubel as a 1-2 punch has delivered, and I think they're going to get it right as the season goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, so we mentioned yesterday, and I was shocked against the Atlanta Braves that they brought in Drew Anderson, and he went 2 scoreless innings, only gave up 1 hit. And I'm not sure he is going to find his stride, but whether it's as a closer, Jansen, Vest, Finnegan, like I think there's a rhythm throughout the course of the season that AJ finds where he's able to put the right guy in position at the right time. Not that they're going to come through every single time,
right?
But Finnegan was the guy yesterday. Jansen wasn't the guy a couple of games ago.
Well, it's why I have concerns, obviously, as an aging closer in the city of Detroit. We've seen this before, but they have a couple other dudes they can play if Jansen does.
Right. Not all eggs are in one basket.
Exactly. Tex says, to me, the Tigers are significantly worse than I thought they'd be. I'm incredibly disappointed with how they've started. They have what I believe is the worst bullpen in baseball. That is incapable of generating swing and miss. The offense is disappointing as a whole outside of maybe 2 players. I don't have the bullpen ERA pulled up. I would think we live in Detroit, so we think our bullpen's the worst. I bet you there's more than a few worse.
Oh, yeah. Tom?
I think the bullpen is the weakness of the team, definitely. And, I mean, you go to 2 blown saves recently.
Right.
If you got to accept 1 once in a while, okay? Have 2, I mean, they'd be above 500. I think overall the team is better than the record is. The offense OPS is 6th. Run scored is 13th. That should get closer to each other.
Yeah.
And so if they can continue with the OPS, the timely hitting will come. And the team ERA is 10th.
Yes.
So it makes no sense that their record's 500. My eye test on them, I've been telling Jim for a week now, I think they're about ready to click. And I also think there's a little misfortune. The National League is better than the American League, and they've played more National League teams probably than anybody right now.
Kind of feels
and
that
some
way.
good ones, too.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to get better, but, man, that back end of that bullpen, when you got guys like Montero and Flaherty, they have to be more consistent. And the biggest thing is they don't get strikeouts. The bullpen.
Well, that's what the text said, the swing and miss. I guess I'd concede that there's some issues in the bullpen, but come playoff time, where I expect this team to be, don't you end up bumping a starter to the bullpen anyway? Doesn't every contender add a reliever anyway? I guess if you're bitching about your bullpen
At this time of year.
and that's your biggest gripe because your offense and your starting pitching is good,
Right.
those are better indicators for how your season's going to go.
So they're a
I would say a
500
bullpen's
team.
the most fixable problem a baseball team could have.
And so let's get into a little bit of mythology, because we have no idea, and I don't know what your answers are, but if we think they're better than the 500 record, how much better? Do you believe that they are? Like what's the difference?
What did I say? I think they'd win 88 games before the season starts.
So is it, 18 and 14?
Sure. They should have won a couple more games.
Right.
I mean, that's all it is from a pacing standpoint. And I want to push back on the text that says they only have 2 good bats. Clearly, you're going to highlight McGonigal and Green, and we have, and we will.
Yeah.
Dylan Dingler, pretty good hitting catcher.
Yes.
Okay. Colt Keith having a good year at the plate.
Yes.
Kerry Carpenter, even with the strikeouts, as an OPS over 800. So there's enough pop in the bat to justify it early.
Right.
So I would push back that they've got, quote, 2 batters. Do you know where Gleyber Torres stacks up among American League bats in terms of walks? Near the top. Like, they have more than 2 bats, which has been a pleasant surprise. I think the offense was everybody's concern if you rewound 2 months ago.
And I absolutely love the count that we have going on right now for Kevin McGonigal. The 27 games in a row that he has reached base safely.
Yeah.
And it's having that eye at the plate. And it wasn't hits yesterday, right? 3 walks, no hits, but he's continually creating opportunities for this team to get him across home plate. He's flooding the base path every single game.
248-539-9797. Taking some feedback on the Tigers. And then we'll work in the Pistons here, too, because tonight is Game 6. There's no Franz Wagner. They may play 2 games before we're back on the air on Monday. I want to flip this around to the listeners.
Okay.
What is the headline on Monday's show? Text it in, call it in. Pistons fans, call your shot. Are we talking about the season on Monday? Still happening? Are we previewing the series with Cleveland?
Do they come back from a 3-1 deficit yet again against Orlando?
Or what does them in and what are we fixated on come Monday morning? 248-539-9797. We'll collect some of those. More of the feedback on the Tigers. The offense seems to me that they struggle with timely hitting and consistent run generation. The bullpen might be the worst in baseball. The Tigers are better than we thought, but the record is worse than we thought. It's from an unnamed texter. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're grappling with here. I'm not super impressed so far from our bullpen. It's cheeks, and our offense is still inconsistent. Bullpen ERA is 20th. That's Kevin in Sterling Heights. Texas, I believe they're a little worse than I thought they'd be. Flaherty's disappointing, and the bats are too streaky to consistently win series. So there's more of the Tigers.
They are 12-7 their last 19 games. It doesn't seem like it, does it? They started 4-9. Mm-hmm. They're trending right. This road trip was annoying. Again, you gotta take one of those blown saves. It's just that you take the 3-3 in a heartbeat.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then you're talking
two
about
good teams.
Yeah.
Don't know about the Reds yet, maybe long term, but the Braves are back.
But if they were 17-15, you'd be saying, yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
But somehow 500 makes you feel like, well, they're underachieving and I have issues with this ball club.
Yeah, and you don't bury yourself in April. That's kind of the goal.
Yeah.
And that was the concern when they had dropped to 4-9 is you don't want to get in that such a large hole that getting to 500 is a stretch.
Well, think about this. John, you referenced it. Last year they got off to the hot start, right? First to, was it 20 wins? First to 30 wins? Would you rather that, but the underlying numbers suggest you're not that good? Or would you rather be a team that's bumping along with the underlying numbers to suggest better days are ahead? I'd rather that. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you feel kind of fraudulent, right? Like, hey, the first to 20, 30, 40, but if you pop open the hood, there's some things that are going to get you, as opposed to this team where I feel like the best is yet to come because of what's happening underneath the surface. Because you have 5 or 6 quality bats, your lineup is longer. Because you have a couple frontline aces, your rotation is longer. Do you need to get better performances in the middle innings and from Kenley Jansen late? Yes, you do. But in totality, a top 10 ERA and a top 10 OPS is not a 500 ball club and won't be a 500 ball club as the season goes on.
I mean, yes, I agree. The numbers are ones that, like last year, we're looking at it going, wow, they're kind of, they've been very opportunistic, and things had come together at the right times where they got good hitting and they runners in scoring position. They weren't scoring a ton of runs, but they were opportunistic and they paired it with good pitching. This is where I'm looking at it going, all right, they don't have the win total that they had at the start of last year, but I do believe, like you mentioned, you pop under the hood and all of a sudden you're looking at the numbers going, it's sustainable.
Headlines for the Pistons. Chris, you can lead us off. You're in Sterling Heights. Good morning. If you get to 7, you're playing at home. You've got the momentum. Orlando probably still without Franz Wagner.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to take, but you got to get out of Orlando first. You say they're number 2 scorer, but you're not sure who it is. Isn't that part of the concern? We don't know who it's going to be?
Well, yeah, but if we didn't know who it was going to be throughout the course of the year. Sure, Tobias Harris was going to be a part of that equation, but you needed Duran, you needed Duncan, you needed all of these guys at individual moments to step up. And to Chris's point, like, who's it going to be tonight? It's going to be somebody different on Sunday. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, Tobias was their number 2 scorer in Game 5. It feels like he's the guy to circle.
He's the most likely candidate.
Especially with the series Duran's having. Some of the response headline for the Monday show: Pistons beat the Magic, but prepare for an early exit in round 2. Monday morning headline: history repeats itself 23 years later. Nate on 75. Headline, Duran gets his groove back.
Oh.
Headline, good little basketball team, Jordan in a shop.
Oh, so I'm guessing that means they lose?
Yeah, I would mean they lose. Headline, history repeats itself as Orlando loses its magic.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Guys got a sense for the dramatic.
I'm trying to write some of these down so we can revisit them on Monday morning when we are actually back on and we can say what it is that the headline is.
I could just hand you the sheet of the text. You don't have to write them down.
Oh, no, I'm going to write them down.
Okay.
I'm not going to keep every text sheet that comes in.
Nope.
So.
John is committing to carrying all of the text from today's show into Monday. So send them in 248-539-9797. Call in too. What is the headline? Call your shot. Are the Pistons playing on Monday? Are we previewing another series or are we doing an off-season kickoff show? It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, Tigers baseball is in full swing, and there's nothing better than a warm night, a great game, and an ice-cold Surfside. It's iced tea and vodka made with real brewed tea, super refreshing and perfect for the season. And as a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, Surfside is right there with you all summer long. Plus, it's only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's super easy to sip all game long. The iced tea and lemonade variety packs are so good. Just look for Surfside Sunset Stripes. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
All right, let's talk about Brightside Dental. For a brighter and straighter smile. Guys are notorious. We put off doctor's appointments, dentist appointments too. Life gets busy, but if you're getting back to the dentist, Brightside's the place. They're not going to lecture you. They're not going to make you feel bad. They're not going to judge you. And if you do have a couple cavities, I've been there, they'll make it painless. New patients are always welcome. $35 new patient special, and they can work around your schedule. After work appointments, weekend appointments, and if you have an emergency, same day appointments. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. You guys are sending in your headlines for Monday's show. Pistons are playing tonight, may play on Sunday, may still be playing next week. What's the confidence level? Call your shot, 248-539-9797. Text says, long gone. Pistons lose, and Torque hits another home run. Pistons firing on all cylinders in Game 7 is the headline. Justin in Monroe. So he thinks they're getting there, and they're going to handle their business when they get there. Headline says, bye. Magic trick gone wrong. Pistons complete comeback. Headline for Monday's show.
Ooh, I like that one.
Monday headline, Jansen chokes out Jim after hundreds of thousands of texts come in who are just effing with him.
Yeah, probably wouldn't have anything to do with the text, though.
Live from Cancun, it's Cookies and Jansen with Kate Cunningham. Pistons pull a rabbit out of their hat and knock off the Magic.
That's a good one.
Okay. Pistons survive round 1. Headline, Pistons have a jack themselves. You tell us.
It sounds... And I'm this is an unofficial tabulation, but it sounds like we're getting more positive headlines than negative headlines.
It would appear that way, yes. So there's an optimism is your take.
There is an optimism, and I'm curious where that optimism comes from. Down 3-1, there were very, very few people with any type of optimism. And is it simply the Cade performance and that you think he's going to do that again 2 more times?
Wagner's just as big. Him being out.
It goes hand in hand.
My headline is fraud. Or won't get fooled again, the Who song.
You think it's done?
I do.
Is it done tonight or done Sunday?
I think tonight.
Okay.
Orlando, I think tonight will probably shoot somewhere in between where they did the other night and how horribly they were in Game 4 despite winning. But I just think the Pistons, you didn't see the two step up. It was Cade being a superhero, and he's not. You can't expect him to score 40 again and be perfect from the line. The margin for error was nothing the other night.
Did I see Tobias is on the injury report too, by the way?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he's going to miss. Their season's on the line. I'd hope he'd gut it out. But if he's not 100% and you're already looking around for a number 2 scorer and you're on the road and the Magic supporting cast step up.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the season ends tonight too.
He's questionable going in tonight. So he probably gives it a go, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so too. But if he's 80%, 90%, and you need him at 110% to pull this off.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting because there's a part of me, a pull, especially if the Cavs and Raptors go 7, that they're on short rest too on Tuesday. And if you somehow get out of this thing, is there a reset button that's pushed? You know?
Look, if you want to do the most optimistic radio, you would say no Wagner. Pistons are the better team. Pistons advance. We're talking Pistons Raptors. And the Celtics get eliminated on Saturday night, and the Pistons are the best team left standing in the Eastern Conference. That's the most optimistic Monday headline. Frauds, and it's fingers pointed at everybody but the Pistons. Cavs go down, and Celtics go down.
Celtics go down.
I don't forecast that.
I mean, maybe if that's the case, the headline's missed opportunity. because you know Halliburton and not a full-strength Jason Tatum. And then on top of that, if the Cavs go down, we kind of thought that that was a team that could bump the Pistons. The Celtics, if they're eliminated, you also thought that was a team that would bump the Pistons. Now, if they all get removed and you get bumped out because you didn't do anything at the trade deadline, it's a missed opportunity.
I'll put it this way. I think in one of these two games, Duncan Robinson needs to have like a 5 3-point game. I think something like that needs to happen in one of these two games. I like their chance if they get it back here.
Me too. If they get it back here. But the chances of doing it, I think that's what we're really fixating on, and it all comes down to tonight.
Kind of like somebody needs to get 15-plus points that hasn't done that yet this series.
Yeah, so let's break it down again, just a side by side. Banchero and Cade, number 1 picks, both had 45 points. Both are going to go toe-to-toe. I don't think they're going to have as many points, so they're going to have to get help. Cade's number 2 in this series has been Tobias, who's dealing with an ankle injury. They have Desmond Bane, who's a better shooter at home and is also just a better scorer, right?
Right.
Okay, so Edge, Magic so far in the supporting cast. Yeah. Go one more rung down. Who's the number 3 option offensively for the Pistons? Is it I suppose, Duren? Wendell Carter, I'd give the edge for Orlando in this series, right? Then it's your defensive player in Asar Thompson, their defensive roamer in Suggs, who can also shoot. Edge Orlando. You see how you build this case and say, Tom, maybe it has to be a Duncan that surprises, or someone has to hit some shots that flip that edge that
That's the story
Orlando
of the series. Is after Cade, they've got the next several best players. Now they're down without one of them.
I did that without Wagner.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It still applies.
Yeah. Somebody other than Cade has to have the hot hand tonight. And I don't care who it is, but somebody needs to be, quote unquote, in the zone.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. Well, a Detroit woman is heading to federal prison after prosecutors say the drugs she sold led to the death of 3 people in Grosse Pointe Woods. So according to federal investigators, she supplied fentanyl-laced narcotics that caused these fatal overdoses. The case drew major attention because all 3 victims were found within a really short window of time. I mean, they all died, I believe, on the exact same day. So that prompted a really intense investigation that quickly traced the source back to her. Prosecutors say that she even continued to deal after she knew her drugs had caused at least 1 death. So anyway, she's now been sentenced to more than 17 years behind bars. The price tag tied to the Michigan investigation into the whole Sharon Moore scandal and also the overall culture within the university's athletic department has now climbed to $11.5 million. A Chicago-based law firm began investigating after Moore's inappropriate relationship with his, then executive assistant. The investigation then kind of expanded to look into concerns over how Moore was fired, kind of the broader culture going on within the athletic department, and then other things that have been going on over the years. So anyway, sources say that the investigation concluded in April, and the university, or at least university officials, say that the spending reflects their commitment to fully cooperate with investigators and tightening oversight within the athletic department.
Does it say when the report is going to be available?
It doesn't. Not that I mean, it could. I'd have to really skim this whole thing. I didn't see it when I looked over this. So.
Yeah, I haven't heard it either.
Yeah,
so.
I was gonna say, well, maybe you would know. No, you don't know either.
No.
There was a really chaotic traffic stop in Macomb County that ended with the arrest of this guy who was wanted across multiple states. So Shelby Township Police say the man had warrants out of Shelby, Rochester, Washtenaw, Georgia, even in Florida. Police knew that he was going to be in this area, that he was visiting family. They had a kind of a watch out for him. They spotted his car really early in the morning, DeQuinder and 24 Mile, pulled him over, thought, haha, this is it, but didn't go so well. The guy refused to cooperate, tried to drive away from the traffic stop, but they used a taser, were able to finally pull him from the vehicle. More struggles. Anyway, they got him arrested, which is the good news. They did find credit cards, other personal IDs that didn't belong to him within his vehicle. So now he's facing even more charges than he already was. Oh, a recent Delta flight had to be delayed and a passenger was removed after they refused to hang up a phone call before takeoff. So it happened on a flight from Miami to Atlanta. Crew members had told this passenger multiple times, hey, it's time to turn off the cell phone. We're about to take off. They were taxiing down the runway. The person refused to listen, so they pulled the, if you don't get off your phone, we're going to turn this plane around. It's kind of like they did. They turned the plane around,
No
took
kidding.
it back to the gate. Passenger was removed. Overall, delayed the flight about an hour. And people were like pleading with this person, like,
Yeah.
just hang up the phone. Like, just hang up, please, for all of us on board. Let's do this. And as a reminder, federal regulations require passengers to follow crew members' instructions aboard an aircraft. So they're out. Okay, so there's been this viral TikTok, and thanks to this TikTok video, the internet is now debating which way you should face while you take a shower. And we've had this, I think it was even a cookie jar before. Like,
maybe.
which way do you face when you take a shower? Do you face the water or do you not face the water?
Do you
have your
this
back
must
in the
have been
water,
a
or-
cookie jar that I was not a part of.
Okay, so when you take a shower, which way do you face?
Okay, well, so we have a rain
Oh, of
head, so
course
it
you
comes
do.
from the top. But we also have one coming off the wall.
Of course you do.
If I'm in, say I'm in a hotel, and
Okay.
I have it. So if I'm soaping up the front of my body, I'm facing away, and then I face the shower head while I'm trying to get all the other hard to reach places.
You're doing it, you rotate,
Yeah,
which I
you
think
rotate,
everyone
yeah.
should. I typically, though, for the majority of the shower, obviously not. You have to rotate your body to
Right.
wash yourself.
Yeah, for most of the
But-
shower, I'm facing.
I am too.
I don't want the water in my eyes.
Oh,
So-
that's okay.
so
So,
this-
you have a short issue. The water's never in my eyes.
And I know we've talked about this because Colin always faces away from the shower for
Right.
the majority of the shower. And I always
It's
told
just-
him, you're wrong. You turn around.
It's a short
anyway,
issue.
experts are weighing in, and there is no one correct way to face in the shower. But one doctor says there is some reasons you may have a preference. So he says your face is one of the most sensitive parts of your body. And they said direct water hitting your face can feel overstimulating, the short issue.
So, yeah.
So they say that's why some people
Yeah.
turn around in the
sure.
shower.
Yeah, they don't want to be.
And they do say facing away can feel more calming and controlled. So that's why other people do it as well.
there
But
you go.
basically, people had fun on social media. Somebody said, I always thought facing the shower head was a fake movie thing.
Oh no! I mean, I think it's. I would, unless I have soreness in my shoulders, and then I would want the hot water on my shoulders. Like it.
Another
The
said,
hot water feels good on the back.
no. Another said, I asked my husband, and he said he showers sideways facing the shower
What?
curtain. I don't know what to do with this information. And as someone else said, are we not rotating? Tell me we're rotating.
Yeah.
Well, you should.
Join them. That's
All
the
right.
solution.
It's Heather with the news. Yeah, it was a cookie jar question once upon a time. We got the cookie jar coming up next. It's 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned a number of different things, but maybe the best one is that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. It's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for years, and it's because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They take the time to actually get to know me. And whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the count-of-sight advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know that I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, it's easy. All you got to do is visit firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
It's the cookie jar. Bunch of fun party questions to get you into the weekend. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. My first question involves some math, so sorry in advance. $10 per push-up for life, or I'll give you $1 million today.
Oh, Heather.
I think when I first read this, I read it differently. I would take $1 million right now.
What?
No. Hell no. I would make this my job
Thank you.
because I currently do calisthenics. And I was, I thought, okay, how many do I do per day? And I'm right around somewhere between 100 and 150 per day.
You do well, sure you do. I can hardly do 10 push-ups, so.
And so through a week, if let's just say I did 150, like that was my job. And I did 150 push-ups and I spread it out over, let's just say, a half an hour. For the year, that would be 54,600 push-ups. And for the year, if it's $10, you add a zero, and it's $546,000 per year.
So in 2 years, you've already made the break
$1 million
even.
bucks, yeah, but I would have to do nothing else. That would be my job.
Correct.
So then I would be able to increase. Maybe I do a set after breakfast, and I do another, before dinner.
Yeah, look, even if you're not in great push-up shape right now, you could get in a position where you could knock out even 50 in a day, which would get you 180 grand a year, which means in 6 years you break even. And if you plan on living longer than 6 years, you start raking in
This
the
may
dough.
actually help you accomplish that.
No kidding.
I'll just take the $1 million now, invest it properly, and then I don't need to work out.
I like the idea of push-up, ka-ching, push-up, ka-ching,
Yeah.
push-up, ka-ching.
No,
I do like that. And it would motivate me to work out, so I would take
Yeah.
the $10 per push-up.
All right, if I do 30 a day, that's 110K just under per year. So in 20 years, which I hope to live at least 20 more years, I'd have $2.2 million. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Heather just doesn't want to work
I
for
read
it.
it differently. I was thinking up until $1 million. I wasn't thinking I could get more
Oh, it
than
was
$1 million.
capped at? Oh, so
kind of,
yeah, why would you do the work
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
unless somebody's going to
Cash.
write you the
unless you
check?
thought you would waste all the money right when you got it. Like if you hand me $1 million, would I just blow it on something big, or should I spread it out
So you
over?
thought I was offering you a
Yes.
deal as the banker to not blow your money and do push-ups
Right, yes,
instead
yes,
to
yes.
earn it.
Either
We're
way,
going to give you
I'll take the
a
cash.
$1 million annuity, or we'll give you $1 million now.
All right, next question. Maybe this one's more clear, I'm
Okay.
hoping. It's an either or. It's a Detroit sports prop for the weekend. The Tigers runs against the Rangers. They will play them 3 times. Or Jalen Duren points. He could play 1 or 2 games. That's part of the decision. Which number is higher, Tiger runs or Duren points?
All right, so yes. If he scores a series high 13, that would mean for the 3 games, they would have to score over 4 runs on average.
And Tigers do score more than 4 runs per game.
But the Rangers only allow 3.6 per game.
Sorry for the numbers, people. Too much math.
I hate that you're making me do this. I'm going to say Jalen Duren.
Okay.
Can I answer a question with a question?
You could. Heather, do you have an answer on this one?
Just off of what you just said and some of
Yeah.
the math, I would pick Duren, but
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah.
I think
know
the Pistons
anything.
are playing 1 game. I think the Tigers will score more than 10 runs. I'll take the Tigers.
Lots of wild cards here. I'm going to take the Tigers.
Tom.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 1 game too. The only thing that has to be concerned is the Rangers' ERA is 4th in baseball, but the Tigers are 10-2 at home. They play well at home. Give me the Tigers.
Okay, there will be no more math the rest of the way. The Pistons could use a boost. If I gave you the chance to add any all-time Piston to this year's playoff team, who would you add?
Oh, this is no brainer. It's Isaiah. There's no question. And then it's not adding somebody. I thought it would be funny to add Bing and they could be teammates. But I would add Isaiah because if you make Isaiah your point guard, one of the top, I mean, you could argue top 5 if you want to throw anybody else in there, maybe 6 or 7 point guards in NBA history. I add him to this team. I make Cade the number 2, free him up to do a lot more of what he's best at. It eliminates a lot of the turnovers. Isaiah was just shy of 20 points per game throughout his entire career. Yeah, I'm adding Isaiah.
Oh, it's a brainer, all right. I'll take Joe Dumars. He instantly becomes the secondary scorer for Cade Cunningham. Someone that he can distribute to. The strength of Cade is his distribution, so you don't want to double up there with Isaiah. And Joe Dumars is a very good defender on the other end, so he plays on both ends of the floors at a high level.
Former Finals MVP Joe Dumars.
So I was so torn on this because I initially was going with Greg for all those reasons. But Isaiah Thomas is the best Piston of all time.
Yeah.
I would go with Isaiah to run the point guard. You'd have less turnovers, and then that opens up space for Cade, opens up space for everybody else. Isaiah would be able to break down what the Magic are doing.
I took neither of those players.
Oh, did you go with Dave Bing?
I took the player who scored the most points in Pistons playoff history. Rip Hamilton. Same thought as Greg. An outlet, a shooter, go get me a bucket, and could more than hold his own on defense. There's your secondary
Who's the better
offense.
three-point shooter, Dumars or Rip? I would say Dumars was.
Yeah.
And he plays the D.
All right. Yesterday was National Bugs Bunny Day. Who's the best cartoon character of all time?
To me, this is also a no-brainer. It's Mickey Mouse. A generation after generation after generation, kids love Mickey Mouse. There are even adults, even as weird as it seems, that love Mickey Mouse. It's got to be Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse is a good one. There's a lot of great cartoons. I think some of my favorite. I'm still a big Scooby-Doo fan. I like Shaggy and Scooby go together to me. Those two.
Yeah, but it's just one cartoon character.
Then Shaggy.
Okay, I took Scooby.
Oh, okay.
So there we
Of
go.
course, yes. Any dreams we need to know about?
We'll go way off the board here. I'll say a favorite one. I'll say Bingo Healer, Bluey's little sister from Bluey.
Tom?
I'm going with Beavis so I can be the great Cornholio.
Who's your butthead?
I don't know.
John makes it weird. Last one. This is a viral moment. Simon Edvinson and Cooper DeJean were at Stagecoach, and they did a jersey swap. Would you do a cross-sport trade 1-for-1? Cooper DeJean becomes a Detroit Lion. Simon Edvinson becomes a Philadelphia Flyer. Would you do the deal?
In a heartbeat, because the Wings are more than just one or two players away. The biggest question I have is the safety position going into this season. And I don't necessarily know that the Lions are one player away from winning a Super Bowl, but he sure would help out a lot with that defense. You solidified the front. You got Jack Campbell at that linebacker position. You're starting to get some depth there. I would do this hands down in a heartbeat.
I don't know. Sure. Both teams can use. I don't know. The Red Wings need to get to one player away. You don't get to one player away until you're two players away, and you don't get to there until you're three players away. So, I mean, the Wings need help too.
Oh, I'm going with DeJean in a heartbeat here.
Yeah.
Super Bowl champ, versatile player in the secondary, could play corner and safety. That's something this team could need. Guess what, though? They're both 23, and they were born 4 days apart.
I didn't realize that. Huh. I wouldn't do the deal.
No? Oh, it's because you're an
Hockey
Isobot.
They need all the help they can get. There's your cookie jar. It's
didn't
brought
help.
to you by Moran Chevrolet. You gonna bring up they could have traded Edvinson for Quinn Hughes? We're gonna do that again.
Yeah.
Well, they could have.
I mean, I give up a jersey for an all-star.
3 points last night is the Wild. We're not going down the rabbit hole. It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, the Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competitions. Quite honestly, it's not very close, but we'll go through that in just a moment. I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. All right, let's start that competition. For power, here's where it all begins. And you could choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, I'm just going to ask a question. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 cylinders. You can't do anything that you want to do with the full-size pickup. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and for comfort and easy-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Do me a favor. Pull into any Ram dealer today. Simply start one, and you're going to hear the difference.
Text coming in on the cookie jar, then we're talking Pistons. Get you set for Game 6 tonight against the Orlando Magic in Orlando. No Franz Wagner ruled out for this game. The door is wide open. Text on to push-ups. If you give me $10 for every push-up, I'd surpass Bezos. That's from Chase.
There you go.
Says he'd do it in a year.
If you made that your job because you could step away from everything else you were doing, certainly it would be easy to make that in a year.
Maybe not Bezos billions.
No,
but
but you'd make more than $1 million.
Yes. Would be terrible to take the $10 a push-up and lose both arms next week. Take the easy money.
I'm right there with you.
It would be possible. I'm not sure what you're doing or how you're mowing your lawn or driving, but you could lose both arms. I'm just don't know that that's likely.
To make $1 million in a year, I would have to do 274 push-ups a day.
Yeah, but do it over 2 years or 3 years.
That's the whole thing. It's over time.
You plan on living more than a couple
Well, you
years.
just said you could, if you made it your job, you could do it. I'm referencing that. John said, I think you could make it in a year.
Yeah, but if it's your job,
I can't do.
Eventually you would.
Could you do 270 single reps?
One
Okay,
day?
I'm going to wake up and
stop.
I'm going to push up.
You guys,
I'll take a little bit of a break.
Just
and you
give me
rep
the
out one
money.
more.
Let me go lay on a beach somewhere.
You're leaving a lot of money on the table.
That's what we're telling you. Jordan Shop says I'd be at $365,000 in a year. Give me the push-ups all day.
Yeah.
Now, the piston you'd add to this group. We threw out some names, but we didn't get all of them. There is a variety. One text from Dan says he'd put Bill Laimbeer on this team. Bully around the hoop, because obviously we aren't doing it.
Yeah, but the problem is the era. The era that Bill Laimbeer played in.
Oh, he'd be kicked out of the series.
Yeah.
They'd throw him in jail.
Right. Yeah, it's completely different. I thought about that as well, and I would love it.
So he could actually step out and shoot threes, too.
He could.
He had
could.
6 threes in one NBA Finals game.
I think he'd be a great fit, except for his temperament.
Well, okay, what about a modern version? Brian on the 586 says Rasheed Wallace, pick and pop with Cade and still be a killer. Same kind of sentiment.
Sure. I don't know. I'd just like to see Zeke again.
Well, that's what this is. John, I'm with you. It's an old bit, but Gen X will always view Isaiah as the Pistons' GOAT. That's from Rob. I don't think that's exclusive to Gen X. He's
No.
the best Piston that we've ever had.
Yeah.
To me, it was about fit more than player. I wanted someone off-ball shooting. That's why I went with Rip.
Yeah.
That's why Greg went with Dumars.
Right.
And with his competitive desire, much like I've said with Jordan and Bird, they would be able to fit into this era, and they would be great at three-point shooting.
Yeah, because if you just go by the numbers,
great.
if you just go by the numbers, Zeke was like 29% from three.
Yeah.
I mean, it would not work.
And here's why I didn't go with Laimbeer. I wouldn't want to see him in today's game. I wouldn't want a subdued or a guy that just doesn't want to get kicked out of games type of player. I want Laimbeer to be exactly what he was back then.
And by the way, you said that Dumars is the better three-point shooter compared to Rip, and you are right by their career numbers. But Rip had a couple postseason runs where he was unbelievable. Shot like 45% from three in a postseason.
All right. Are you going to bring up the real interesting name on that list?
Allen Iverson got a vote.
Which one?
Well, I would hope you take Sixers AI.
Yeah. Which one would you be getting? Were you getting Pistons AI?
Oh, I think you'd have to go with Pistons AI.
Yeah.
And
therefore, you wouldn't do
therefore
it.
you wouldn't do it.
Right. Well, even if you were taking Sixers AI, I mean,
Pistons Chris Webber.
oh God, Pistons T-Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of former Pistons. Like if you put them on this team, you'd be looking at it going, okay, yeah,
Title team.
yeah.
On the cartoon characters, John, you're wrong. Hands down, the best cartoon character, Yosemite Sam.
I thought about Yosemite Sam. Thought about the Tasmanian Devil. Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
All good contestants.
Jim's lying. His favorite character is Cookie Monster. Jordan. How about Bart Simpson, favorite cartoon character of all time? Underrated, plus people don't look at him because The Simpsons are almost a de facto adult series rather than a cartoon. Cookies, how did you not select Garfield? Cat who likes lasagna? That's a pretty good pick. Younger generation here is a 28-year-old. The best cartoon character is Chowder.
I see. I thought you would have gone with, or you might have gone with a classic, Tom and Jerry, but it would have been Tom,
Yeah.
the cat.
The good guy. Trying to get that stupid mouse out of his house.
No, I mean Jerry was the good guy in that
What are you talking about?
duo.
Tom's a good guy. He's trying to keep the
No,
house
Tom-
free of
Tom
pests
was-
and critters.
Tom was
Cat's
the-
never a good guy. Like Azrael
Yeah.
and the Smurfs.
Right. Great Paul. Wow, the Smurfs.
I barely know that one.
The
you
Smurfs?
don't. I know who the Smurfs are. I don't
know
know
the
the name.
Smurfs.
You know the Smurfs?
They
yeah,
had
the little blue
movies.
people.
I guess it came out again.
Yeah.
We had
They
I
did a
had
remake.
an offensive line coach, Joe Pendry. A long time, great offensive line coach. He was the OC in Buffalo for a little while.
Yeah.
He is the spitting image of Gargamel.
What?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look it up and you if you were to put a picture side by side, and I'm not talking about young Joe Pendry, I'm talking about
Current?
no, not current. Like I'm talking,
time.
yeah, at the time it was and so this would have been like 2002. He was Marty Schottenheimer's O-line coach. It would definitely be. I mean, they are the spitting image of each other.
Why would you have hair like that? Just cut it off. Yeah.
The Smurfs. Collins descendants.
Now he's blue too.
That genetically that trait that didn't
that trait
yeah,
didn't-
that was a
Yeah.
recessive
Yeah.
gene.
The Smurfs, John would probably know this, were wide receivers with the Redskins in the 80s. Did
That's
you ever hear
right.
that?
The Smurfs, yeah. Nickname for him.
8 o'clock hour. We're getting into the Pistons. Call your shot ahead of Game 6. Are they winning tonight? Are they winning this series? And what's the headline on Monday? We'll flip it on you guys. They're going to play maybe 2 games between now and Monday's show. What are we going to be discussing? Is it going to be a signature performance from you fill in the blank? Are we going to be previewing a series with the Cavaliers or the Raptors? Or are we doing an off-season deep dive talking about names to trade for?
Right.
Are we talking about a guy who underachieved or let them down in Game 6 or Game 7? What's the headline on Monday's show? Call your shot.
Through all 7.
More Duran talk? 248-539-9797. We'll mix in the Pistons. We got a Kentucky Derby game to play coming up at 8:35. And yes, we have to debut a new John Jansen drop. 97.1.
Brought to you by C&L Ward. It's do or die again for the Pistons tonight as they're in Orlando for Game 6 against the Magic. Detroit benefited from a 45-point performance from Cade Cunningham in the Game 5 win on Wednesday night, but it might not need that again tonight. In the last 2 seasons, the Pistons are 34-40 when Cade attempts 20 or more field goals in a game. However, Detroit is 60-31 when he reaches 9 assists in a game. That's been his average over the last 2 years. Cade dished out 9 assists in Games 2 and 3 in this series already. Tip-off tonight is at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. Game 7 will be at 3:30 on Sunday if the Pistons can pull out the win tonight. In other NBA series last night, 2 teams were eliminated as the Knicks beat the Hawks in 6 games, and the Timberwolves did the same against the Nuggets. Philadelphia avoided elimination and forced a Game 7 against the Celtics, which will take place tomorrow night in Boston. 2 teams were eliminated in 6 games last night in the NHL as well. Quinn Hughes and the Minnesota Wild advanced to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time since 2015 with a 5-2 win over the Stars. Hughes had 2 goals and an assist in the win last night. Connor McDavid's season is now done as well as the Anaheim Ducks beat the Oilers 5-2 in Game 6. They advanced to the next round for the first time since 2017. Tigers face the Rangers tonight as well. First pitch from Jack Flaherty right here on 97.1 coming up at 6:40. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Boy, those 2 on back-to-back days, not great. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, foul-mouthed John Jansen. We got Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Happy Friday.
I'm glad our listeners picked up on that. I didn't even know what you guys were talking about.
You wanted to know about horses, but you stopped yourself. We'll talk about horses at 8:35. Kentucky Derby The guys behind the glass have set a game up for us.
Technically, the answer would be yes, but not everyone wants one.
Okay. All right, then. Pistons, tonight, Game 6. The door's wide open. Franz Wagner's not going to play. It's right there for the 1 seed Pistons to win this, come home, Game 7, and play on. Call your shot. Are the Pistons advancing this weekend? Are they winning tonight? Because that's where I get stuck, John. I get stuck with tonight in Orlando. If they make it to Game 7 in Detroit, I like their chances. But tonight in Orlando, who provides the scoring lift around Cade Cunningham? So if Paolo and Cade are a push and they went toe-to-toe 45 apiece in Game 5, who provides the scoring lift? That's where I get stuck because Bane greater than Tobias, especially on a bad ankle. Carter greater than Duren in this series. Suggs greater than Asar as an offensive piece. They've got guys to help provide the lift around their star in a closeout spot on their home floor. I get stuck. I think tonight's where the season ends.
I want to disagree, but I don't think I can. And I just can't get past the fact that no one else through 5 games has been a reliable scorer for the Pistons. Tobias Harris came on in Game 5. That's great. But it also took 45 from Cade because there was no one else. And I don't know. Duncan Robinson, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I think he was 3 of 6 from behind the arc. Okay.
Sounds right.
Then, is there a chance that he has a hot hand tonight? That's where it's you're grasping at straws to think that Asar Thompson is going to do all the things that he does and then do something that he's not that is out of character and score in double digits along with 15 boards and 4 steals and everything that he's doing on the floor defensively. It's just not who he is. Duncan Robinson would love to think that, hey, the addition of him in this offseason was for simply this game where he's able to be 6 of 10.
Yeah, it'd be incredible.
But we're grasping at straws. Jalen Duren, through 82 games, you felt like you could count on 16, 17 points, 18. Let's get wild and crazy. But his high score is 12.
Here's the deal. You guys, when I'm listening to both of you, we have to see something that we haven't seen yet.
Right.
How would you make the case after 5 games that we would see that?
Right. How would you make me believe?
And I would have made kind of the case too, John. It would have to be something like, I do think there's a scenario where Duncan Robinson has one of those games where he goes 6 for 10, 6 for 11, because he's done it before in his playoff history. Not here,
right?
But he has done it. And I think something like that has to happen in order for them to win tonight and then get it back here, and it's a toss-up.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at supporting cast, and Duncan Robinson is averaging 9.6 points per game in this series.
If he can go for 20.
Yeah, only Duren, Tobias, and Cade are scoring more, but it's not enough. You're right. He's going to need to score. You mentioned make 6 threes.
Yeah.
That's 18 points.
I can see the story where, they sit there and they're watching film and they're at shoot around yesterday, and they're honest with themselves, and it's like, we didn't do this. Cade did it.
Right.
We can't, to provide a veteran leadership. I'm making up a narrative here,
right,
but I think it's a believable one where he says, look, one of us has to step up, and he's done it before. He's got leaning on his experience in this situation.
So is he the one? He's the diamond in the rough, so to speak, because he has done it before. He just hasn't done it here. Is he the one that has to be the guy tonight opposite Cade and Tobias Harris? And that's the other thing is, can you count on 20 plus from Tobias Harris?
Right, on an ankle that's at least significant enough that he's on the injury report. I no reason to believe he won't play, but if he's limited. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you have a team that has struggled to score outside of Cade, and their number 2 scorer is dealing with an ankle injury.
Mm-hmm.
Their number 3 scorer, Jalen Duren, has been the butt of every joke this series, and their number 4 scorer is Duncan Robinson, tied with Asar. But those are like, One gives you offense, one gives you defense. Neither gives you both.
Right.
And you're starting to grasp at straws.
I mean, a longer shot, if we're going for long shots, and I don't necessarily know that's a long shot to think Duncan Robinson could get a hot hand, but Dennis Jenkins.
He's been so bad in this
He has been, but in the absence of Cade, who did they turn to? It was Dennis Jenkins.
Right.
Didn't even, in that stretch there, didn't even have like a 30-point game. Now, I don't expect that by any means. Like that would be, you know, he would, it would be Frank the Tank blanking out in the debate. And all of a sudden he comes to it like, what happened?
If he could give him 10, it'd go a long way.
So Cade, with whatever he's going to give you, it's going to be 30 plus.
I would think so.
Tobias Harris with 20 plus.
I don't know if that's a given, but
well, no, but I mean, it's so like we're trying to construct. Okay, how do they win tonight and force a game 7 on Sunday?
That's part of the formula. Yes,
that's part of the formula. Jalen Duren, I don't think that there's any way he scores more than 12. Maybe you get 14.
Sure, let's get greedy.
Yeah. Duncan Robinson, can you get 18 out of him, and can you get 10 from Isaiah Stewart?
Right. Again, his minutes need to keep creeping up. And you're gonna need Orlando to have a poor shooting day. Like, you can't leave guys open the way they did in Game 5. You know they're gonna make more free throws than they did in Game 5. They know what this is.
Right.
This is it for them. They have Game 7, but no team in this spot is looking at, well, if we lose, it's okay because we have to go back to Detroit for Game 7. This is going to be Orlando's best shot playing at home. What you saw in terms of desperation from the Pistons, I think this is what you get from Orlando, especially early in the game. Orlando knows, like, this is our spot to put them away. Don't get back to Detroit in Game 7. What do you think the headline's going to be, and what's going to be the tenor of the talk on Monday? Text coming in. Headline on Monday: Orlando's magic runs out. Pistons move on. The headline will be: the worst 1 seed in sports history gets embarrassed by pesky Magic. He says embarrassed in 6, so he thinks tonight is the end. They will lose. They have to go out and get another Cunningham and or Stewart. Every serious team has that. Then they can make a deep run, maybe even a championship. That's from Cooper. My Monday morning headline: worst 1 seed in sports can't capture the Magic. So we're getting a little more. We had a lot of optimism early in the show. We're hitting that bump in the road now.
I don't know. I mean, the one that said, hey, you got to go out and get another Cade.
No,
I don't think you need another Cade. You know, you're talking about a guy that's top 5, top 10 in the NBA, and I'll pull, a Brad Holmes who has 2. Right? It just it doesn't happen. But you do need somebody that's closer to Cade than Tobias or Jalen or Asar or anybody else you throw out on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, if they go down tonight, early next week is going to be revisiting that Shams report about going
trophy hunting.
Yeah, big game hunting.
Yeah,
and some of the names that they might be kicking around or trying to pursue and what they could do to get it done. Because you're bouncing the first round. Don't advance any further than the year prior. 60 wins down the drain. And that's where we're at, though. The stakes are high. Either you're winning this weekend and the season extends, or we're talking Monday about a season that failed.
And we're going down rabbit holes, grasping at straws, trying to figure out how they get this win.
Duren gets 20 and 10, a headline. Love to see that.
Yeah.
The key to the Pistons winning isn't Cade. It's making the game ugly and showing Paolo and slowing Paolo without doubling him. That's Dan in Portage. Well, that might mean more beef stew minutes.
Yeah.
All roads lead back to more beef stew minutes. I hope the Pistons can win tonight, but we know which way the game's going to go after the first 5 minutes. That's been the series. Whichever team comes out guns blazing in the first 4 or 5 minutes usually wins the game. That was like game 1, right? The Pistons never led.
I do think it's going to be a very intense first quarter.
History repeats itself 23 years later. Pistons once again come back down 3-1 against the 8 seed Magic. The key tonight will be whether Duren gets outplayed, out-hustled, or whether he wakes up and dominates like he did in the regular season. Pistons in 7, Muhammad in Shelby Township.
I hope you're right, Muhammad. I really do.
If we win tonight, the series is ours. plenty of responses pouring in. We make room for you on the phones. Tonight is it. Game 6. Got to win in Orlando. It's 97-1. Talk about Shaner Roofing, because when you're in the business of getting a new roof, you need a company that you can trust. And for over 30 years, that's been Shaner. Proven track record of serving Michigan homeowners. And now they're bringing that 5-star quality to roofs, windows, and siding. Truly a family-owned company. That's while other competitors are getting bought out by outside investment firms and private equity. Shaner is here. They're local, and they're committed to Michigan customers. And you get that local touch with their no-pressure promise. Forget high-pressure sales pitches. You're going to get a true, honest assessment of your home's needs, and you can look at the reputation. 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of customers, homeowners that are satisfied because they do the job right. So what do? You go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com when you're ready to get started and get a quote today. That's mymichiganroof.com and Shaner Roofing. Good morning. It's Friday. It's game 6. It's in Orlando. And it all comes down to this. You win tonight, you get back home. You feel good about a game 7 in your place with the best player in Cade Cunningham. But you know tonight you're going to get the Magic's best shot. And if Paolo matches Cade again, who steps up for Detroit to match Desmond Bane?
Right.
Who matches Carter and Suggs and Black? Because I think their secondary scoring is more trustworthy than ours.
Yeah.
And I'm not asking Cade to score 60 tonight. So where's it coming from?
Yeah, and that's the one I'd like to hear from our listeners, 248-539-9797. Who is the one that has to step up tonight outside of Cade that gets it done? I gave you all the reasons why I believe it has to be Duncan Robinson. He was brought in as a three-point shooter. He's got the experience that Tom talked about. He's done it in the postseason before. And I'd say 6 for 10 gives you 18. Maybe he throws in a couple of free throws, gets you to 20 points. I think it's even more important in the first half to where he's got to be 4 of 6 in the first half. He's got to be that threat that makes Orlando respect when he is lined up at the three-point line. They've got to have a hand on him. They've got to have a body. Accounting for him opens things up for Cade, and maybe he goes off for 38, 40 points. I don't know what it is that Cade does, but there needs to be some production, and it needs to be early from Duncan Robinson.
I think it's a good read. He has to play well enough defensively that he stays on the floor, because teams will pick on him, but well enough to stay on the floor. And if early he knocks down shots, then it does shift the way the defense has to play. And it helps Cade, but it might help Asar on a back cut get to a dozen points. And those little things are going to add up in a game like this.
Right. And it's not a 1-for-1 swap. It's not, hey, Duncan Robinson negates Desmond Bane.
No.
Like, you're talking about completely two different players.
But you need someone to outperform what we've seen. They're down
Right.
3-2. It can't just be Cade. And if I look at the Pistons scoring on the series, Cade's at 33 a game, leading all players in the series. Number 2 on the Pistons is Tobias at 20. He's got an ankle on the injury report tonight.
Right.
So, yeah, it'd be great if it was him. I don't know if it's going to be him.
Well, no, I'm talking about it has to be Duncan Robinson in conjunction with those two. You can't have Tobias Harris go from 20 a game
To 15.
to 15 like that. You've got to have some consistency.
Third on the team is Duren. I mean, he's been consistently bad.
Yeah.
And then Duncan's their number 4 scorer. So I get why you gravitate towards the shooting, the lack thereof in the series, and what that could do on the road to take the crowd out of it and open up the paint for this team. Let's get to Brad. You're on 97.1.
Hey, I'm just calling to agree with John.
Oh, thank you.
I think we need to set some screens for Duncan. He seems to be contested on almost every three he takes. Set the kid some screens, and he's going to drill some threes.
It'd be nice to see, and it sounds easy, doesn't it? I know
it
that
does.
the application's not quite as easy as that, but yeah, that's the concept.
It just seems like we don't go. I think we should go out of our way a little bit more to get him an open look or two, because when he's open, he's going to hit as many threes as anybody in the league.
Yeah, he's averaging between 2 and 3 makes per game in this series. You're going to need more.
We need to get him more open looks.
And again, it's not like he's going to play 40 minutes, so it's going to have to be the intentionality of what he's talking about.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know Miami did that when he played there, when they made their run to the finals a few years ago. I can't remember the round of the opponent. There was a specific game where Spoelstra just totally dialed up. We're going to get Duncan Robinson open, and it would free up the offense. And he hit, I think, 6 threes and a half.
Well, that's the thing. You're not going to ask him to do it for 4 quarters or be the focal point of the offense.
It's throwing a curveball.
Yes. Just enough to shift things. Just enough to put them on their heels. Couple momentum threes, couple TV timeouts. What's the coach saying as soon as they go over to the whiteboard? What are we doing leaving this guy open? Mm-hmm. Put that in the player's mind. Later in the game, you run some action. They collapse on the shooter. You've got something going downhill to the hoop.
Yeah, he gives one more kick to somebody else, and then Duren flashes open, or
whoever.
Stewart.
Yeah.
Well, that will then have the question do we have the tactician on the bench to do that?
The JB question. Do we
I mean,
have
it makes a lot of
Spoelstra-
sense throwing a curveball like that and a game plan at somebody like that to try to free things up. The problem is if he misses the threes, it's over.
Oh yeah. I mean, admittedly, like this is you're down 3-1. I mean, you're on an uphill climb. You took care of one.
Right.
It's an uphill climb. You're going to have to get a little outside yourself. You're going to have to see some contributions you haven't seen. Mm-hmm. Let's get to Kevin. You're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Yeah, I called yesterday, and I was saying that I was thinking he was going to get a double-double, as far as Cage. And we was talking about how you guys talk about he needed help or whatever. That's why I was saying he's going to get a double-double, because I don't really see him getting them averaging that points again. They're going to be all over him. And the person that I think that's going to step up that nobody's really expecting, I think Reed is going to give us a couple points tonight. If we need that physicality and get a couple little points, maybe if he give us maybe even 10 points, that energy, it can spark somebody else, spark the whole team.
Yeah, I mean, look, people have been calling in saying they want to see more B-ball Paul. They want to see what you're talking, like a spurt, a 6-minute stretch. Not asking him to play 25 minutes.
Yeah, but do you think JB goes to a guy that hasn't even seen the floor in the last 2 games?
Well, that's what Greg's point. We've gotten a couple texts since saying the guy who needs to step up the most tonight isn't going to take a single shot.
JB.
It's JB. What do you got? What
Yeah.
do you got cooked up? No,
This is a coach's game?
yeah, no Franz is going to throw the Magic into a different kind of set, right?
Mm-hmm. How do you exploit it?
How do you exploit it? 248-539-9797. Talk Tigers coming up at the end of the hour. They got a win against the Atlanta Braves yesterday. It's May 1st, and they are a 500 baseball team. Our question to you, and I want you to start to marinate on it. Are they better or worse than you expected? 16-16. We'll get to it at 8:50. End of the hour. Are the Tigers better or worse than you expected as we hit May 1st? We'll do Kentucky Derby. Is it a horse or not a horse? But first, Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. This is a really cool story. And we've talked about the story when it first happened, but there's this Metro Detroit 88-year-old veteran who has had his life completely changed forever after an influencer helped raise nearly $2 million for him so he could retire. Do you remember the story? He was working at a Meijer.
Yeah.
He was there because he still had bills. His wife had passed away, and he had bills, medical bills that had backed up that he had to pay. And this influencer saw him, posted it all over social media, and boom, we raised like tons of money for this guy. Well, he has officially retired. He's been able to spend time with his brother. He has had some health issues himself. And now what's cool is he has teamed back up with the same influencer, and they are doing this new, it's called For Your Service campaign, where they're aiming to raise $10 million to help 50 veterans from all 50 states. And Ed himself is going to be donating $1,000 to each veteran. And the influencer is going to be posting a new video every day about each veteran that you
That's
can go
great.
and raise money for. It's so cool.
That is.
And one of the first featured veterans is actually a wife of a former veteran, 86-year-old woman in Michigan who is still working. She works as a cleaner. She makes about $10 an hour. They say after taxes about $7 an hour because she lost her husband, who was an Air Force veteran, and was left in debt. So she has 86 years old and is still working. So really cool. He just wants to give back. He said it was just amazing to see how many kind people there were in the world that were willing to help him, and now he wants to help others in need too. So
Yeah, it's cool to see
very cool.
our communities or the community in general step up for these individuals.
pretty sweet. Not so sweet. A disturbing video spreading across the internet has led to the arrest of a Roseville mother of 4 in what police are saying is a case of child abuse. So this 32-year-old woman was charged with 2 counts of 4th-degree child abuse after her ex-boyfriend posted this disturbing video online, and then obviously the video was reported to police. The video, I've only seen a piece of it. It looks like it's a home video, like from a security camera in her house. Like it's not like from a cell phone. What I saw, and shows her hitting, slapping, whatever you want to say, her youngest son, who's 5 years old. And that video was enough. So she was arrested. She was given a $50,000 bond. A 34-year-old woman was convicted in a deadly Metro Detroit overdose case and is now headed to federal prison. This woman was sentenced to more than 17 years behind bars after pleading guilty to distributing fentanyl-laced cocaine that killed 3 Grosse Pointe Wood residents. So investigators said that the victims believed they were buying just, I guess, standard cocaine.
Your run-of-the-mill
Yeah,
cocaine.
whatever you want to call it. Back, this was in June of 2023, but later authorities discovered that it had been laced with fentanyl. And federal officials say that this woman delivered the drugs to 2 homes the night the victims died. So she, like I said, arrested and is going to prison for quite a while. If you've been thinking about becoming a Sam's Club member, hopefully you completed your membership yesterday because prices are about to go up. They're actually increasing today by $10. So instead of for the basic membership, the club membership, instead of $50, it's now $60. The Club Plus membership will go from $110 to $120 per year. It's probably
I think
happening
that
everywhere.
kind of puts them in line with what Costco is right
Yeah.
I
now.
was going to say.
And I think
at
their
that point-
prices had went up
A
too,
year or
I
two
think.
ago, yeah.
One more here. So fast food chains are now in, it used to be the chicken sandwich wars. Now it's this full-blown beverage battle, right? They're all coming out with these new beverage options, and a lot of them are these dirty sodas. We've talked about them here too. I've never had one. It's basically, right, like a pop mixed with like either flavored syrup or cream, like half and half, or like they say it can even be like a fresh fruit mix. But McDonald's just launched 6 new specialty drinks. Dunkin' also unveiled its own version of a dirty soda, and they're taking off on social media. You see them on TikTok. Influencers are drinking them.
These are big
and
with
they're
the Mormons, right?
I know on the Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, they drink these dirty sodas a lot. So maybe, I don't know where it started or where the boom came, but
Because they don't drink they don't drink coffee, but they'll drink pop.
they'll still
don't
drink
drink-
caffeine.
Caffeine free.
I don't know.
Who knows? But anyway, they're big money makers because they cost less to produce and they sell for more. And they say they're becoming a $100 billion plus category for chains like McDonald's.
Wow.
So they also, though, beware of just know what you're drinking, right?
Say the sugar content.
Yeah, so it says a medium dirty soda at Dunkin' clocks in at 320 calories and 59 grams of sugar.
Wow.
And they say even the ones with the fruit added still pack a punch. So just,
Yeah.
just
None of-
beware.
It doesn't affect me at all. None of that sounds
No.
at all appetizing.
I don't really drink pop. I mean, if it's like
I
a
don't either.
mixer and
I
and
do
a
like
cocktail
pop,
or something.
but-
But
Yeah.
I like it as it is.
all right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, no or nay. Behind the Glass has concocted a list of names. We have no idea. Are they horses running in the Kentucky Derby or are they fictions of their imagination? It's 97.1.
All right, guys. So last night I went for a walk in my neighborhood, and I really love this time of year, right? You got longer days, there's more daylight, and Fusion Energy makes sure that I'm awake for it. But like I've been saying, Fusion isn't like these other energy drinks. There's no crash. It's this good for you energy drink. It won't keep you up at bedtime when you're trying to go to sleep. You'll have energy and you'll feel great. And it contains stuff like Cell Flow and Chromax for brain health and focus, and its patented slow release caffeine makes Fusion better. There's no energy drinks jitters that I call them, right? So go give it a try for yourself. Grab a can of Fusion Energy at any 7-Eleven or Speedway.
If you want a beautiful lawn, you got to get in touch with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They've been working on my house for a little over 5 years now, and I never have to worry about weeds. I never have to worry about my grass thinning. You can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount, and they also have right now for a limited time only. Purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. Great lawns don't happen by accident. You need the right timing and the right program. And when you're talking about the right timing, you have to start early for the best results. If you're tired of fighting weeds, watching grass, or just whatever problem it is, they solve the problems. In fact, they probably won't even tell you. They're just going to fix it. That's the beautiful thing. 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
our question for you as a Tigers fan, are they better or worse than you thought they'd be 16-16 on May 1st? Where last year they raced out to first team to 20 and 30 and 40 wins and all this stuff. Super hot start. This year, more mild-mannered. 500 ball club on May 1st. Before we get some answers, some Kentucky Derby feedback.
Oh, okay. We got some names.
Jansen's horse would be Ribeye.
Oh, yeah.
If I could name a horse, it would be Meat Missile.
I don't think that would be a good horse's name. I really don't.
Here comes Meat Missile.
Down the stretch.
Horse's name for John, Victor's Valiant.
Yeah.
Did John just say or ask if anybody had a name for a whore?
Yes. That they want a name? We'll take those names too.
Let's not.
Crystal.
Meat Missile. How many could we use for the horse and for that? Like doing double duty.
Any truth to the news that Heather's favorite horse can't get to the Kentucky Derby by tomorrow? The horse's name is Vacation Liar.
Oh. Yeah.
Or just
In the
travel
lead.
issue.
Yeah. Travel issue. Yeah.
Here comes travel.
Here comes excuses.
Pistons headline for Monday. Pistons stuck in Orlando, just like Heather Park.
By the way, if they make it out of Orlando,
Coming back on a discount airline.
if they make it out of Orlando, the reports are it would be a 3:30 game on Sunday.
Awesome.
Which would lead into Sunday night baseball doubleheader in Detroit.
No more decision to make.
There you go. Now tonight,
There's a decision to make.
and I hope you make the right one.
Well, I'm not going to go off of your judgment, what you think is right or wrong. And I think you guys all know, and I did get this feedback a little bit. Wasn't it your job to watch?
Yeah, John.
Of course it is. And I do have the ability to record and go back and watch and do a lot of things like I do during football season. But tonight, I am proud to let you know that I will be watching our Detroit Pistons and keeping track of what the Tigers are doing. And then I will go back and watch the Tigers.
Okay. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I know you don't do anything for my approval, but I'm going to give
No.
it to you anyway, John.
No, I appreciate that. It really warms my heart on a Friday.
Good. Are the Tigers better or worse than you thought? 16-16 on May 1st, 500 ball club. Better or worse than you thought?
Well, I'll give you the easy answer. I think they're better than their record says they are. So yeah, I do think that they are. And I'm not going to sit there and say, hey, they're 20 wins like the Yankees or 22 like the team they just played in the Braves. They could have been closer if they had closed one out. They could have won the series. But I think they're more 18-14 right now. Obviously, it's not their record is. So don't text in and say they're still 16-16.
What's your record? How's your
But the bats are better than I thought they would be. And especially from the beginning of the season. Like, McGonigal has been consistent throughout the course of the entire season to this point. But at the beginning of the year, there was no Spencer Torkelson. There was very little Riley Green. Carp was non-existent except a sporadic home run here or there. And now you look at it, and they've got, 6 guys that are over 750 in OPS? Mm-hmm. And I'm not using 750. It's not great. But then you look and you say, well, who are those that are in the 800s? Who are, McGonigal's the only one over 900. This is a team that their lineup is becoming difficult to pitch against.
That was everybody's big gripe, was that they didn't have enough offense.
Right.
6th in OPS in all of baseball is better than I expected. Mm-hmm. McGonigal, 26 or 27 consecutive games on base, had 3 walks
27.
yesterday. Better than I expected. He's the best position player in all of baseball in terms of WAR. That's better than I expected. Riley Green looking like 2 years ago and not last year. Actually, he looks better than 2 years ago. So
Right.
as a result, Their offense is better than expected. Dylan Dingler, one of the best hitting catchers in all of baseball. Gleyber Torres, 5th in the American League in walks. Carp's got some strikeouts, but an OPS north of 800. Better than I expected. Now, the pitching, specifically the bullpen, has left a lot to be desired, but as a team, their ERA is top 10. So if you told me I'm top 10 in OPS and ERA, I'm thinking my team should have a better record. And I think they will have a better record over 162 doing the things we've seen. I feel better than I thought I would about this team. I think they are better than I thought they would be.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it's McGonigal, Green, Carp, Dingler, Torque, Keith, Torres, and you're without Javi Baez right now, but he started off a hell of a lot better and more consistent through the beginning of the season than most people thought he would be.
It's just a checkpoint for Tiger fans. You start a new month, May the 1st, 500 record. We'll take some of your feedback, open phone lines, text that you can send in 248-539-9797. Then we'll get back into the Pistons. Call your shot. You got Game 6 tonight's season on the line. Can they do it again? Can they get to Game 7? And can they get back to winning playoff series? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Game 6 between the Pistons and Magic is on the horizon as Detroit looks to become the 35th team in NBA history to force a Game 7 after trailing 3-1 in a series. The Pistons are, of course, also hoping to become the 13th in NBA history to win a series after trailing 3-1. They'll have to get it done tonight against an Orlando team that will be without 6'10 forward Franz Wagner, who was out after suffering a calf strain in Game 4. Wagner was averaging 17 points, 6 boards, 5 assists, and 3 steals in the playoffs before his injury. Pistons are 3.5-point favorites tonight, according to FanDuel. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock at the Kia Center. Pre-game coverage of tonight's game begins on WWJ at 6:35. 2 other elimination games going on in the NBA tonight, as well as the Cavs and Raptors tip-off in Game 6 at 7:30, with Cleveland leading the series 3-2. The Lakers also lead the Rockets 3-2 as their Game 6 tips off at 9:30 tonight. Kevin Durant is doubtful for Houston. Luka Doncic still out for L.A. At Comerica Park tonight, the Tigers will start a 6-game homestand against the Rangers and Red Sox. Texas is first tonight as Jack Flaherty goes against Mackenzie Gore for the Rangers. Flaherty has walked 18% of hitters faced this season. That ranks 344th in the majors among all pitchers with at least 10 innings, according to Baseball Savant. First pitch is at 6:40 tonight. We'll have pregame coverage here on 97.1 beginning at 6:15. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some feedback on the Tigers. This team and bullpen ERA are misleading. The bullpen is bottom 5 in WHIP, opponent batting average, walks per 9, and strikeouts per 9. It's why our record is worse than we actually are, Neil, at work. So how do you interpret that as a fan? Because I'll tell you how it lands for me. That is the most fixable problem a baseball team can have. I'm not saying you can snap your fingers or that it would be easy, but knowing my starters are good, knowing my lineup is good, every team in the world is going to throw starters in the pen come playoff time and add arms come deadline time. I'm not trying to say nothing to see here. The bullpen's a concern, but as far as concerns go, that's the most fixable concern a baseball team could have.
I tend to agree with you.
It's much worse if you go, hey, I got no sticks. I got nobody that can hit. You're not going to create that out of thin air. And if you don't have starters, you're going to put your bullpen eventually. Like if your starting pitching was the problem, it's only a matter of time before your bullpen ends up getting overtaxed.
Yeah. And it's... So how did they... I think part of answering this question is we look back to last year, and you mentioned it, like it's 20, first team to 20 wins, the first team to 30, 40, 50 wins. And then it started to taper off. But how did they get there? And why did it fall off? Mm-hmm. And part of it was like we did not have, 6 guys with an OPS over 750. They were somewhat opportunistic where they would pair a really good pitching performance from Tarek Skubal where he'd only allowed, 1 run and the Tigers would score 2. So they would get some wins that way. So it was a little bit more overinflated because they weren't hitting the ball. They weren't knocking the cover off the ball. We talked about Riley Green had a slump at the beginning of last year. And it was probably worse than the one he had this year.
Right. But walk with me on the bullpen for a second. Like Drew Anderson, if this is Drew Anderson, he won't be here for the whole season.
Drew Anderson of yesterday?
Well, they got away with it yesterday, but you know what I'm saying.
Right, yes.
And at some point, are you anticipating we see Verlander? At some point, are you anticipating we see, maybe later in the year, Jackson Jobe? In addition to the fact that...
Bo Melton?
Troy Melton.
Troy Melton, sorry.
Was Bo Melton was that a Nebraska receiver?
Yes.
No, Rutgers receiver.
Rutgers receiver, yeah.
He's Tony's.
We'll also take your obscure Big Ten receivers on the ticket text.
I'm not printing those.
Yeah. But yeah, so you do have some help that could come later in the season.
Yeah, that's not even counting a deadline move.
But it's also a manager in A.J. Hinch that as he sorts through, okay, what is the best thing and what's the best situation for Melton when he comes back? Mm-hmm. Is it to put him in the starting lineup? It's kind of how they're preparing for him to be with this team. But it's the matchups with Drew Anderson. Like, what are the best matchups? When can I use him and when should I not use him? Right. That's what A.J. Hinch right now is he throws everything in the pot, the mad scientist trying to figure out those matchups, and it's going to be a little different every year for every pitcher, and I think he's working through that right now.
And I won't write Jansen's obituary.
Thank you.
You or Kenley.
Right.
But if, in fact, this is another old, aging receiver who's dead professionally.
Reliever. You said receiver.
We are all discombobulated. If Kenley Jansen ends up being a disaster, you have 2 other guys at the back end of that bullpen that you could hand the 9th inning to in Will Vest and in Finnegan.
I'm not looking at Kenley Jansen and saying he's not a guy that's going to throw his hands up and say, I'm done. I'm going to ride out the year. Mm-hmm. I've got some faith that he's a competitor. He doesn't want to ruin his, the legacy that he's had as a closer. He's going to figure some things out as well.
Tex said, I'm not convinced they'd win the Central yet. Cleveland's still hanging around at the same pace we are. It tells me they're going to win it.
Cleveland's still having an issue with run differential, just like the Sox. Sox, I think, have completely outkicked their coverage to start. The one that I'm most surprised about, and maybe we shouldn't be because they've continued the trend that they had last year, and that's struggling to score runs, is the Kansas City Royals.
Well, it's both. Cleveland and Kansas City are bottom 10 offenses in baseball. Cleveland are always. I'm not surprised by the run differential thing. Their thing is like dark magic. Like they win 3-2 ball games and they'll bunt a guy over and they'll win ugly and grimy and gross. They'll hover around and be in it. And Kansas City is not much better offensively this year either.
No.
They're a classic, use your speed and make some contact and try to generate offense that way. But the Tigers have the best offense of the bunch.
They do. And so we're talking about the best in a terrible division.
I didn't say that made the
they're
Tigers
not the World Series contenders, right? Yeah.
But they played a ton of games outside the division. I mean, they played a ton of National League teams.
Padres, Braves.
I'm with you, Jim and John. I'm pretty bullish on them, actually. I think they're quite a bit better than their record is. They're 12-5, since they had the 4-9 start, or it was 12-7, excuse me.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the Jansen 2 blown saves, it's 14-5. So
right.
2 games they should have won. And the bullpen's a problem, period. The hitting's coming around. Like when you use numbers, maybe some fans out there, OPS, and they hear all this. When you're 6th in OPS, you've got a pretty good offense. The problem is they're 13th in runs, so the runs aren't meshing yet. And it just comes down to a lot of Texans have said in timely hitting. It just needs to click. And that'll determine whether they're a really good team or just kind of an average team.
Sure.
But the bullpen, I'm to a point where because they're lacking in getting strikeouts from their bullpen, that they might need to make an ag quicker than people think. I mean, that stuff can happen in baseball.
Yeah,
If you see that you've got a problem here,
you don't have to wait until June.
Yeah.
Yeah,
make
nobody
an
says that the trades can only be made in the month of the
I
deadline.
mean, usually you do have to get to at least June to see something like that. But, I mean, who's going to change and throw strikeouts out of the pen?
Yeah, I mean, Finnegan gets swing and miss, and Vest can get swing and miss, but it's getting to those two and having more than just those two.
Right.
I heard Rieger yesterday speculating maybe something's brewing with the closer thing because
They didn't use him yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
problem is you got to use him somewhere else then. So,
Yeah, it's not like it's a little bit of what happened with Tommy Canely last year, where I mean his role eventually
not
slid.
that bad yet.
Yeah, I was going to say let's slow our roll on that one.
I don't mean that Jansen's Canely. I mean Canely's an example of you can't hide him.
Right.
Like if your guy struggles, eventually you have to pitch him, and they lowered the stakes. They used him in
Right.
lower leverage roles. I'm not saying we've reached that point.
Right. Yeah.
So you can't hide guys in a
So
bullpen.
you only bring in Kenley Jansen when you got a 4-run lead.
Right. I don't think we're there yet. But
Right. No, I don't think we are either. And I'm not ready to give up on him. I know there's a lot of people, especially over the last 2 outings that he had, that they want him gone, and he's not Ken Maeda.
Guys, late in the year and pull season bullpen is probably the most important part of your team. To say it's not a large concern is crazy because you have to fix it and you have to overpay at the deadline. Who said it's not a large concern? I mean, I said it's the most fixable problem your team can have.
Right.
You can't go get Kevin McGonigal at the trade deadline. You can go get Finnegan at the deadline. Right?
Yeah.
You
Even
can't-
in a year when they didn't, do a
do
lot.
enough. Yeah, there will be Finnegans available at every trade deadline, 2, 3, or 4 of them available at every trade deadline until the end of time. McGonigal is not available at the trade deadline.
Right.
Riley Green regaining his form is not something that you can snap your fingers. I mean, the fact
create.
and the fact that they have those things early in the season to me outweigh a couple bad arms in a bullpen right now. And I'm not denying that they're bad arms right now. 248-539-9797. Tiger's a bit of a disappointment, guys. Something has to be done about Flaherty. That's Dell in Virginia Beach. You pitching tonight?
Yeah, we'll see what he does. I mean, it's kind of one of those. It thought last year and the start of this year is kind of like an every other one sort of deal. Now it kind of feels like it might be like every other third one you get a good one.
If you think a 500 baseball team is better than expected, y'all had low expectations for this team.
So I think we were both right at 88, 89 wins.
Yeah, upper 80s.
So we're not sitting there saying this is a 100-win baseball team.
So what are they, like 2 wins off pace of what we said, something like that?
Right. And if
Couple blown saves have them off pace.
right, if they're sitting there at 18 and 14, I'm not going to do the math on it, but they're on pace to be 87, 88 wins.
Their Pythagorean win-loss is 17 and 15. That is the expected record based on your runs scored and your runs given up.
I don't have any idea what you just said.
Run differential
Okay.
would indicate that they're more like a 17 and 15.
And if
Okay.
they were 17 and 15, you know what pace that would be? 86 wins.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound really stupid, but
It is a
It
bit
totally
of
lost me.
it's on Baseball Reference. If you go to their Baseball Reference page,
they have the Pythagorean.
the Pythagorean
difference?
win-loss.
Oh, wow. Okay.
A squared plus B squared equals how many wins you're supposed to have at this point in the season. One more than they do have. Hey, prediction, JV becomes a reliever like Smoltz. 1 or 2 innings at 100%. He could be a weapon later in the year. There's no reason not to overpay if you think there's a guy that could win you a World Series. If the Red Sox struggle, you call and get Aroldis Chapman. Sure.
That's going to be a deadline thing, or even sooner if the Red Sox
They
mail it
already
in.
fired their manager.
Yeah.
And
Right.
they're getting publicly called out by analysts saying this team doesn't look like they're going to compete.
He will be available.
Yeah. Lefty, flamethrower, bullpen piece.
All right, I'm not going to start doing trade deadline.
Okay. Instead
wants.
of trade deadline wants, I have a few obscure Big Ten receivers. Felton Davis, Daryl Stoneham, And as a Packer fan, I didn't expect Bo Melton's name to get brought up today. Good poll, guys. All right, we'll get our heads screwed on straight. Talk Pistons hoops next. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Femininio Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts are going to preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Tigers get the win, take the series against the Atlanta Braves, and they are a 500 ball club on May 1st. Better or worse than you thought? Tech says the Tigers have reached a point where this roster is filling out and there's not many open spots over the next couple seasons. We're in a position to overpay at the deadline and go get guys that make them a World Series team. The disaster of a Twins series is still screwing up everything from an unnamed texture. They started 4-9.
Yeah, and it was a 4-game sweep.
Yeah. This team would be the same mediocre team they were in the second half if it was not for McGonigal.
Yeah, but they happen to have him.
Plus a better Keith and a better Green.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why some people aren't seeing this stuff.
Yeah. There are 8 teams in the NL over 500. We've played 6 of them. The schedule will get much easier, and this team's record will reflect that. Frank in Clausen. I think Frank's spot on.
Mm-hmm.
Troy Melton will eventually be in the bullpen. This guy says could be the closer when healthy. And then Jared Aberderis, a vote for random Big Ten wide receivers. Tom said he wouldn't print him, but we got him.
Yeah. Bo Melton is the name I mentioned. Brother Max. I think he's a corner for the Cardinals.
Oh.
Also a Rutgers product.
I wonder
Roy
how far
Roundtree.
Greg could go here, like with obscure Big Ten receivers, because he is the college football geek around here.
Joe Juravicius.
Yeah.
It's a nice one. I'm kind of struggling a little bit.
Brain
Eric Decker
fog.
played it in Minnesota.
There we go.
Had a good NFL career, though.
Not related to Taylor.
No.
Like the Meltons.
Cookie jar coming up in 15 minutes. Pistons tonight, John. Season end tonight, or are we talking about Game 7?
Man, it's such a painful question because we all want to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
We all want to believe that Cade is going to go off for 45 again. We want to believe that Tobias Harris, you can count on 20 plus. He had 23 the other night. But I don't know that there's a lot that you can count on. You certainly can't count on Jalen Duren. And there's a wild card for a guy that's done it in the playoffs before, has yet to do it now. And I think it may be the one that is the deciding factor tonight. Duncan Robinson. He was brought in as the 3-point assassin. The shooting was supposed to be what you were losing in Malik Beasley. Now, not throughout the course of the season, but in moments like this, in the playoffs, when you had to have the experience along with the ability to go out there and execute and be that 3-point assassin.
I'll back you up. I think he could be an X factor because they need secondary scoring. He can space the floor if he knocks down a few shots early. 8 career playoff games of 20 plus. None with the Pistons.
Yeah.
At least not yet. And how about this stat? When he makes 4 or more threes,
Oh, you piqued my interest.
the Pistons are 22-4.
Wow.
So the whole thing is you devise a game plan, come out, and this is the focal point. The primary thing with your offense is to try to get Duncan Robinson open for threes, and if he makes them, it opens everything up. The risk is you miss the shots and you take the ball out of Cade's hands to a degree.
And you get behind because you're missing shots and they're more than likely going to make some of them.
Or you play the game in the first half and you do it to start the second half. See how the game goes.
He's got to play. He's not a good defender, but play well enough to not get run off the floor. And then, yes, you have to devise some looks for him.
Yeah, and if you hadn't heard the news yesterday and you're just tuning in right now, Franz Wagner is not playing tonight.
Huge storyline. Tobias Harris is listed as questionable with an ankle injury. I think we're all anticipating he plays.
Yeah.
But they are short for secondary scoring as it is. So that's why you pointed to Duncan Robinson.
Right.
I think you're right, too.
You're going to have, and it has to be somewhat realistic. Has it happened this year? Has he had any of those 20-point performances in the postseason? No, it's in his past. But to think that Asar Thompson is going to continue to play the way he did in regards to shutting people down defensively, creating steals, creating turnovers, getting 15 boards, but then he's going to add 14 points or 15 points to that resume? in Game 6.
Right.
I just don't see that as actually reasonable.
Well, maybe we're going to have Tobias Harris kind of work and play off of Duncan Robinson, and we'll have Unk and Dunk.
Want
Shake and bake.
Want another obscure receiver?
Yes.
Marvin McNutt.
Iowa, right?
Yes, that's right.
I came in on Ticket Text. Related to Molly?
Monica.
Or Monica.
I don't think we've ever had a show that needs to get to the weekend more than this show.
Molly McNutt, a horse name?
Oh, only going to get in trouble.
Okay, then. Let's go to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, speaking of horse names, I came across an article that broke down the best horse names in the history of the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, okay.
So since the Derby started in 1875, almost 2,000 horses have run in the race. So there's been a lot of interest. Corn off the cob.
That one.
Dr.
get through
Devious. I don't. There's another. I'll share
Probably
with you
didn't
later.
mean that then.
No,
It was in
didn't.
the 1930s, like she said.
No, 43.
Oh, it's such an innocent time. Yeah, nobody had.
Sinister Minister.
Okay.
Sensitive Music. Happy Jazz Band. Lost Cause. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. That's What I'm Talking About. That was in 2003.
Okay.
I'm a Wild and Crazy Guy. It's in 2007. Afternoon Delights. 1995.
I think we can assume at that time we knew what they were talking about.
I Am the Game.
Okay.
Right.
I am. Yeah. I am
Anyway.
Legend.
I am Lamp. I love Lamp. Or
I love Lamp. Yes.
Something like that. Anyway, you can go check out all of the names online if you'd like. In other news, Michigan's Attorney General says 2 siblings in Clare County went to some surprising lengths to cash in on a state-funded transportation program by faking dozens of medical trips and getting reimbursed for drives that they never actually took. So apparently, the siblings submitted claims saying that they drove people to medical appointments across multiple counties, but investigators say GPS data, appointment records, and other evidence showed that those trips never actually happened, but they were still able to collect the reimbursement money. So one of them, 31-year-old Stephen Kaplan, faces 10 counts of Medicaid fraud and 1 count each of conspiracy and conducting a continuing criminal enterprise. And then his sister, Kayla Earls, faces 1 count of Medicaid fraud and conspiracy. And if convicted on all counts, the brother, could spend up to 70 years in prison, and the sister could face up to 14 years in prison.
Wow.
Yeah. Yikes. I love this story about the Metro Detroit veteran, 88 years old, who had his life changed forever when an influencer spotted him working at Meijer, started a GoFundMe, and people raised $2 million so he could retire. He had racked up some debt, medical debt. His wife recently had passed away, had medical issues. And now, because of all of the kind people, he wants to pay it forward. So he, who has now officially retired, has teamed back up with the influencer, and they're launching something called For Your Service. It's this campaign where they are aiming to raise $10 million to help 50 veterans from all 50 states. And the man's name is Ed. He's going to donate $1,000 to each veteran. And then the influencer is going to post their story on his page each day. It's a really cool way to give back and hopefully help out other veterans as well.
Yeah, make a difference.
New England fans are standing firmly behind Mike Vrabel, even as he deals with obviously a very public scandal involving NFL reporter Diana Rossini. So Vrabel received a standing ovation at a season ticket holder event this week, and basically a show of support that comes after all of those photos and more have now been shared. I think it happened.
So all single guys in the crowd, or are the married ladies
They have
standing
no
up and cheering
children.
for him as well?
Either they're all single males, maybe.
Yeah.
Because I think it was while I was in Florida, those other photos of them back from 2020 were released of them at like this hole in the wall bar kissing, and
no masks.
weren't following protocol by any means.
Yeah, there was no social distancing.
No, they were
None.
not at all. So obviously, People are still supporting him.
Yeah.
Yikes. Okay, so I've got an update on this. I don't know if you guys talked about this or not, on a really wild viral brawl that took place between Yankees and Rangers fans at Globe Life
This got
Field.
really ugly.
Yeah, it happened
didn't
on
see
Monday
this.
night.
Oh.
4 fans were involved in this, and it was a nasty fight. The video I've seen anyway. I mean, punches were lots of punches were
damn.
thrown
Thrown and
People
connected.
were, yeah. Well,
Guys falling down the seats?
yeah, they were all ejected and given criminal trespass warnings, but none of them were arrested.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's still unclear whether they'll actually face any long-term bans from the stadium, but I would imagine, in my head, it would make sense that they're
Yeah.
never allowed back to the stadium, but they were definitely ejected that day.
And if you let it run even further, where they have one of the guys that's getting covered, to cover up the blood, the Yankees fan that got drilled, his girlfriend, as she's trying to get up the stairs, she gets hit and she falls backwards down the stairs like 4, 5, 6 rows.
There's a thunder stick involved, I think, unless that's a
I'm watching it right
Yeah.
now. The guy in the Judge jersey is swinging and missing like it's the postseason. I mean, this is.
But-
Yeah.
it took a while for
Yeah.
it to end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No one
this
jumped in
video goes
there.
on for
Yeah.
almost 2 minutes.
It's long. It's crazy.
Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Cookie Jar is next. It's 97.1.
You've heard me talking about Rapid Roofing for a number of years now because they did something for me. They protected my home. They actually replaced my roof, and they did everything they said they were going to do. They do most roofs in one day, so you're not, walking around construction materials. They ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, cleaned everything up, and we're gone. And the product is tremendous. No pressure, no gimmicks. They also do siding, windows, and gutter installation. You can find them on the phone at 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com. Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition, and we'll talk about that in a moment. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. And here's the competition. Let's start with power. Ram gives you two choices. You can choose from their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to do anything for you. The full-size Ram 1500 is also built right here, creating our own jobs in Sterling Heights. For comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram also has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do, simply pull into a Ram dealer today. It's really just that easy. And when you get there, tell them I sent you.
Hey, his name came up in the cookie jar. You may have a different headline than me from last night, given what happened in the NBA and the absurdity with the Knicks, or the fact that the Celtics are now going to be backed into a Game 7 in Boston on Saturday night.
Is Jason Tatum going to be playing?
He didn't end the game in the lineup. They're saying all the right things, but it's a fair question. So you may be fixated on some of the NBA storylines. We've talked a lot of basketball. Pistons play tonight.
We even had obscure wide receivers in college football.
Yeah.
Wayne Corbett.
But last night, there's a few hockey headlines. Look at you. You're not giving up on it. I love it. A few hockey headlines that had me feeling a certain type of way as a Red Wing fan. The first obvious one is Quinn Hughes, 3 points, wild win. It's their first playoff series win since 2015.
Mm-hmm.
They've lost 8 different times in the playoffs since then. Quinn Hughes, not a long-term commitment, but they're making a difference. They're in and through the first round. That's not the only headline. People are going to start the McDavid sweepstakes.
Yeah.
Because he said bluntly, we're an average hockey team. And they got bounced in the first round. Things are not going the right way for him. He took less money on a short-term deal. That'll be a headline, but look who beat them. The Anaheim Ducks. Pat Verbeek is their GM. Former right-hand man to Steve Yzerman. He just got an extension in April. He's drafted a couple studs and swung a big trade to get Cutter Gauthier.
Mm-hmm.
They're not just in the playoffs. They advanced in the playoffs. The Flyers, they're not just in, they advanced. And tonight, Montreal and Buffalo each could advance.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to lose sight of, Yzerman getting in the playoffs and stuff. His whole thing was, we don't want to just get in, we want to advance. There are teams left and right that weren't in, that are in and advancing.
Yeah, they just got in, and now they're advancing.
Oh, and by the way, Minnesota's goalie, Jasper Wallstedt.
Yeah.
Yzerman preferred Sebastian Cossa, who maybe will be our backup next year, while he is their starting goalie in the second round of the playoffs.
So you feel worse now than you did yesterday?
Yeah, I do. I see Stoney coming in. I don't know if he's got a McDavid topic on the docket today, but we were just mixing a little hockey talk in at the end of the show.
Mr. Stone, how are you?
I get my microphone set up. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah,
Good.
I'm doing good. It's always good to see you.
Good to see you. Hockey talk, McDavid. It'd be nice, but there's already odds of where he's going to end up, and
Not here.
If you're Connor McDavid, you have a chance to play with another Connor in Chicago, maybe, or Celebrini in San Jose. I don't know. We really don't exactly have much here.
Yeah, we're not exactly a destination anymore.
Well, yeah, but he's also not the one that's constructing this trade.
No, but if he says, I don't want to resign there, it
Look,
kills deals.
If we weren't willing to take a chance on Quinn Hughes without re-signing here, I'm sure he's not going to trade the farm for somebody who won't re-sign here.
True, Stoney. But yeah, the other thing was that crazy Knicks-Hawks game.
Oh,
Wow.
And we were saying, Stoney, do you leave at halftime?
It's funny. I put that in my prep. If you're a Hawk fan, I can't remember I've been to blowouts the other way, like at a Game 7. I remember one year, Pistons Nets. They just blew them out in a Game 7 after the Pistons had a remarkable win in Game 6. I think that was 2004. Yeah, I mean it was. I don't know. I'd be so pissed, especially I spend good money. I'd probably stay for till the first time out of the third quarter and then bolt.
We had a good rule of thumb texted in. If you're down by more points than you've scored at half, you're allowed to leave.
Yeah.
Or you're down by more minutes, points by more minutes that are left in the game.
Yeah. I know it was so bizarre because with 5 minutes or 6 minutes into the second quarter, they were down 50 points.
I know. And I'm sitting there saying, my Knick fans on my school thread, I said, get Brunson out of there.
Oh, yeah.
You know me, I'm worried about that kind of stuff.
Yes. Why are the starters still playing?
Yeah.
Well, in that situation,
Yes.
I get it.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Would you rather lose that way or lose at the buzzer?
Well, I think I'd rather lose at the buzzer.
Me too.
Thank you.
It's a tough call because, the buzzer game is more enjoyable of a game up to a certain point.
And it may be more painful ultimately, but
Yes, it
when
is
you
more
think about it, it's in one situation you didn't even belong on the floor or the ice or the field.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas if it's a buzzer beater, at least you showed you belonged.
Correct. That was just bizarre.
It was. When I was listening to Rieger going to pick up Jack, And I heard him say that the Knicks were up by 50 points in the middle of the second, and I'm thinking to myself, how is it possible?
Yeah, at one point, I think the run was like 39-3 or something like that. 'Cause I watched it.
And it was bizarre. It was 72-22.
Yeah.
And I couldn't decide in my head, would it be more realistic if it was 72-22 or 50-0? Like, it's 6 and 1, half dozen in the
Right.
other.
I know.
But you're looking at the 72-22 going, how did they score 72 points that fast?
Do you fire your Quinn Snyder just based on that game? Probably not. But man, oh man.
Probably not, but somebody's head's got to roll.
How many people were left at the end of that game? I was not watching it.
I don't know. I turned to hockey, so
I almost feel like you should give something to the fans that were still there at the end of the day.
Or just say, you know what? Hey, at halftime, we're down 48 points. There's no mercy rule, but can we just, can we get someone instituted right away? Like, 'cause they're not coming back.
right.
Running clock.
Can
Went
we?
from ESPN, people switched to, if you had Peacock, to watch the Philly Boston game.
Your Sixers. You're wearing your Sixers gear today.
Well, it's my Joel Embiid trust the process, which hasn't really worked very well.
It could.
Look, my whole life they've been in these situations, and Boston has just ripped the heart out of me. So I don't expect them to win Game 7 in Boston unless Tatum doesn't play. But Philly's interesting in the fact that they have their big three together for the first time. Really, Paul George is playing good. Embiid is. He's not the same Embiid, but he's really damn good.
Better odds for Philly to beat Boston if Tatum's not playing, or better odds for the Pistons that we know Franz Wagner's not playing?
I think it's better odds for the Pistons to win because Orlando's not as good as Boston.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys will talk about it.
Oh, yes. Yes, we will. And a major spectating dilemma that me and Evan Jenkins have tonight.
Oh, Tigers or Pistons?
Oh, no. No, that, by the way, it was so predictable and very disappointing when I heard what you said the other night.
Wednesday.
Disappointing that I'd be watching the
Tigers
superstar
instead
that
of
Kevin McGonigal is and Tarek Skubal.
Instead of a playoff game, that is a
I was so disappointed, and I was on the verge of depression of how the Pistons had played. I didn't really want to go through it again. And so I could check in every once in a while and then watch the final 5 minutes we should do, as we learned during the regular season. You should only watch the last 5 minutes of an NBA game.
You have a remote control.
Yeah, and I was flipping back and forth, but
back and forth.
the majority of the time I was watching the Tigers.
I don't have an issue with that.
Thank you, Gator. I knew we were.
love baseball, so.
Well, we all love baseball. But
I know it's my first love. Tigers are my first love. Baseball's my first love.
What would you have done last night if you were in Minnesota, where you had the Wild at home playing an elimination game, and the Timberwolves were at home as well?
I probably would have watched the Wild just because the excitement, the intensity of playoff hockey is greater.
Was there a Twins baseball game you could have watched instead?
Yeah, with tens of other people.
All Minnesota all the time.
Yeah.
Reminded me of 2008, that Saturday night where Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals was at the Joe, and Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals was at the Palace.
Karschen Anderson with Stoney in next, 97.1.
good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning, Stoney.
How are you?
I'm doing just fine today. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Obviously, Stoney is in for Doug. Doug will be back next week, but nice to have you today. The just hours, 8 hours before they tip off tonight. Well, actually, I'm way off on math. It's
7 hours.
no, it's 9 hours actually.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Math, no good. But 9 hours before they tip off tonight, 7 o'clock in Orlando. And we're really looking forward to a Game 6. The Pistons, they certainly played better in Game 5. Game 5, as time has gone by from Game 5, which you and I are both there.
Correct. You were a little higher up than I was.
Yes, in terms of where I was located in the stadium.
Yes.
Ended up being actually a great spot where I watched it from, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah.
I felt like maybe at the time, and now it's even more enhanced, even though things got a little tight towards the end. I mean, Orlando did cut it to 2. I still feel like the Pistons just kind of dominated that game, and yet they didn't. Doug and I talked about it yesterday. It was weird because it was almost like they flipped the script. They did what Orlando had been doing to the Pistons.
Correct.
And the Pistons did that to Orlando.
Right. In some of the previous games, it looked like Orlando was dominated, and all of a sudden, the Pistons are up, and, even though you kind of thought it was fool's gold, which, by the way, if NBA Entertainment comes out with a season highlight video and it doesn't go our way either tonight or Sunday afternoon, that would be the title, I think, of the Pistons 25-26 season, Fool's Gold.
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, I think we all had incredibly high expectations for a team that won 60 games in the regular season.
Yeah.
And here they are struggling with the Magic, but they've got themselves in a much better position. If Franz Wagner's not going tonight, that makes things look better. But there's a little wrinkle thrown in now for the Pistons because Tobias shows up on the list where he's questionable because he rolled his ankle in Game 5 on a play where he was writhing in pain, flat on his back, punching the ground for several seconds. They didn't stop the game. And then finally, when I think it was maybe 20 seconds later, there was a stop and play, and he because he got up and got back into the play.
Correct.
Then there was a stop in the play when the clock stops, and he's just walking off and he's waving guys off and waving the coaches off. I don't need a substitute, and he played. So
Right for him. But
so my thought was at the time,
yeah,
I'm like, is he faking this? I mean, no, he went down hard. Was he just trying to embellish, maybe get a call, and he didn't get the call, or what's? And no, he actually was hurt because my first thought he's really hurt, and then because he stayed in the game, literally didn't come out. That's when the other thought crept in my mind. But if he's not able to go tonight, that's a big blow for the Pistons because this guy's averaging 20, 21 points over the last few games.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But, I mean, if you're going to ask me who's a better player, Franz Wagner or Tobias Harris, the answer is Franz Wagner. And I don't want to hear any crap about injuries from any side. You look at what's going on in this league. You tell me that the Minnesota Timberwolves, granted they were home, Aaron Gordon didn't play for Denver last night, okay? But Minnesota didn't have, obviously, DiVincenzo's after the season. They didn't have Ant-Man. And the guy who's taken Anthony Edwards' place in the playoffs, who's been really good the last 3 games, Io from Illinois, who they got at the deadline from the Chicago Bulls, he didn't play. He was injured. So you guys like Terrence Shannon, Jaden McDaniels playing the game of his life, and they beat the Joker. I mean, there's injuries all over this thing.
Look, that's just the nature of playoff sports.
But more in this NBA than I can really remember. Hockey, obviously, guys are always hurt and they're playing, but Durant's not playing for Houston. Luka's not playing for the Lakers, and they didn't have Austin Reeves for a good portion of this series till the other night, and he comes back and they still lose. So it's just bizarre.
It is a strange playoffs to be sure, because I was going to say, first of all, you got a number 1 seed like the Pistons they're in a do or die game again tonight in Game 6 as they're down 3-2 in the series. You have what's going on with Boston and Philly is fantastic to watch. to see Philadelphia even that series up at 3 games apiece, forcing a Game 7. And
It's been a portrait of my life, Sixers Celtics Game 7, where you get your hopes up as a Philly fan, and the Celtics will crush them. I believe this will be the 9th time or 10th time they've played in Game 7. I think Philly's won 2 of them. I remember one particularly. Sixers were up 3-1 in the series in 1981, and Boston won the next 3. I remember Game 7. I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time, and just walked out of the house and just walked around the block for like an hour and a half.
those are 2 really good teams back then.
Yes.
Really good
and then
teams.
the following
Both of
year,
them were outstanding.
I believe it was the following year, the Sixers blew a 3-1 lead again, but they actually won in Game 7.
When did they win the NBA championship?
83.
Okay.
With Moses, fo.
Yeah, those were 2 outstanding teams back in the day.
Yes.
I mean, but the thing is, it's interesting when you look at when Boston loses games now, it's because they're not shooting from 3. They live and die by that 3-point shot, and it happened again last night. Mm-hmm. They got beat, and they got beat badly because they shot like 29% from 3, and when you launch half of your shots in the game from beyond the arc and you're not making them, well, then you're going to lose. That's the recipe, and that's how they do things in today's NBA.
And speaking of injuries, Tatum looked like he might have been shaken up again, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, so
for that on tomorrow.
So I find this to be a really interesting playoffs because you have things like this happening. Like you could have a 1 seed lose, you could have a 2 seed lose. We had a 3 seed lose, as you mentioned, with Denver being knocked out by Minnesota. This is kind of crazy what's happening.
And then you can have a 3 seed go on the road and have a 72-22 lead. I can't remember
craziest.
that.
It was 77-22, right?
Yeah.
I could not believe what I saw when I saw that score. I wasn't watching the game. I was watching something else, and then I happened to, what's the score here and what's going on in the games? And like, what?
You probably think there's a misprint on your
I thought
phone.
there was.
Yeah.
I really did. I think I was scrolling through Twitter, and then somebody had posted, I'm like, that can't be right. That cannot possibly be right.
No.
And then I went and looked at the stats, and you see that the Knicks were shooting like 65%.
It was
from the
crazy.
field.
OG was like 8 or 9 or something ridiculous. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they could not miss. And Atlanta couldn't do squat.
But that's everybody else. What we care about here is what's going to happen tonight with the Pistons in Orlando for the Game 6. It's a do or die. Obviously, if Orlando wins, the series is done. And the question we have for Piston fans out there, 248-539-9797, is if the Pistons win tonight, what happens Sunday? This is kind of a weird show that we have because it's a Friday show. Mm-hmm. And typically, you've got time to discuss it during a week. Let's get ready for the next game. Well, because it's do or die tonight, we're kind of looking at the next game. Like, obviously, if they lose, the season's over with tonight.
Correct.
So if they win, let's assume they win. We could talk about that game, too. Your feelings on Game 6 are certainly valid. We can talk about that. But if we go with the assumption that they win, do you think that they will be able to close it out Sunday when they return back here to Detroit if the Pistons win tonight? 248-539-9797. Now, maybe first let's get this out of the way with tonight's game.
Yeah.
Do you have a strong feeling either way who's going to win?
Strong, no, but if I'm betting on the home team, the home dog, the Orlando Magic. I just think the roster, player for player, they're better, even with Wagner not playing. Their bench is better. I mean, guys like Kane and Anthony Black have certainly done more than some of the Pistons scores. Now, obviously, Isaiah Stewart's done a nice job coming off the bench, but that's about it, really. Javonte Green is okay, but they've look, Cade's better than Paolo, but it's not a huge difference.
Paolo was amazing.
It was unbelievable the other night. Okay, Asur Thompson better than Jalen Suggs, yes, even though Suggs is a better offensive player. And other than that, the way Wendell Carter's outplayed Jalen Duren, you got to give the advantage to them for that, right? And I haven't even brought up Desmond Bane yet. Bane versus Duncan Robinson, please.
Well, Bane's been great. Wendell Carter is, I guess if you want to give him the edge, it's because
of this series.
Because Duran hasn't done that much, but I think it's kind of a wash with what both of these guys are doing in the series. I think they've both done exactly the same thing.
Which is a win for Orlando.
But the thing is, Duran's got room to improve to do way more because we've seen it. Whereas Carter, I'm not sure if he does. But the game tonight, it's going to be interesting. If Tobias is out, what does JB Bickerstaff do with that rotation? Who goes in the starting lineup? I think everybody wants to see more of Isaiah Stewart. At least that's what we've gotten calls this week. People want more time for Isaiah Stewart.
When I think that's almost faulty logic. I think he's at his best when he plays, 20, and he played 18 minutes the other night, 20 to 22 minutes. Because the more he plays, the more fouls he gets. I mean, it's a catch-22 with him.
It is. So then you have to consider other players on the bench, and they've shortened it up. They only use a 4-man bench at this point. They haven't gone to Paul Reed. They haven't gone to Ron Holland. Both of those guys have been absent the last few games, really. They both missed 3 out of the 5 games to this point. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text if you want to get through that way. We're asking people about the game tonight, your initial thoughts on Game 6. And if the Pistons win, then how do you feel things turn out on Sunday when they would play Sunday evening?
3:30.
Or Sunday afternoon. That's right. Tigers in the evening. The Pistons would play at 3:30 on Sunday if they win tonight. What would happen on Sunday's Game 7? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator and Stoney with you today. Stoney's in for Doug. Stoney does not think that the Pistons win tonight.
No, but I'm a pessimist by nature.
These are facts. This is definitely a fact. Yeah. You already went all Eeyore regarding the Celtics and Sixers.
Yeah, Sixers is just they're going to just be a tease. Yeah.
You know, they've literally won these game sevens before in front of your eyes. Mm-hmm. But you're Eeyore on this whole thing.
Absolutely.
And you're that way about the Pistons, and that's fine. I think the Pistons get it done tonight. I think that they come back. If they come back to Detroit, they win this game 7 too. I think the crowd's going to be insane for a game 7. And unlike you, I actually think the Pistons have the better team. I think that if you look at the guys in the roster, sure, they have some advantages, but the big advantage the Pistons have is Cade Cunningham. And I think it's not a small thing. I think Banchero went off the other night. He had a hell of a night. I'm not sure if that was, part of a strategy or whatever JB Bickerstaff was looking at. It was interesting because the Orlando had not been shooting threes all series long, and it looked like the strategy was let them shoot from beyond the arc because they're not going. Eventually, they're going to stop going in, or they wouldn't expect them to go in with that regularity.
But do they have to be like so many of them the other night and throughout the series? And I get it. The analytics say they can't shoot threes. The fact is, so many of them were just uncontested. Mm-hmm. That's what pissed me off the most. They're wide open ones.
And they still won by 7. They had gotten an 18-point lead in the game or 17-point lead in the game. And, things got tight. Then they built the lead back up to double digits again. And I think they're a better team. It's been frustrating to watch this series because Orlando is leading in this series. And I feel like the Pistons have the reason they're behind is because they've shot themselves in the foot. It's not necessarily what Orlando has done. I give credit. Orlando's played some great defense in this series. They really have. But there have been ridiculously bad turnovers that the Pistons have made that are their own doing. It's not because Orlando is forcing it. A lot of them have been that way. But there are too many of them where it's just been a horrific decision to make a cross-court pass.
Oh, right. The last game in Orlando.
In the first quarter, there were 3 of those plays. Yeah, 3 terrible turnovers in the first quarter.
Cade had the pass. Well, that was even later in the game to Javonte Green's knee. Yeah. Herter and JD like slipping on the floor or whatever, things like that. But let's not take away from the realization that if, as great as, Cade played, he was 14 of 14 from the line. Kudos to him. If Orlando shoots free throws a little better, like league average, they win that game probably.
Yeah, but if they also don't shoot 3-pointers out of their mind, then it's not even a game. So it goes both ways. This is just how the ball bounces.
Yeah,
but it's just my thought of what's happened in this series. I think the Pistons have outplayed Orlando, but the Pistons have shot themselves in the foot where it just hands Orlando that opportunity.
Have they really outplayed them? Because
I think they certainly outshot them.
Well,
they come up with more turnovers, and I think the area where Orlando had done a great job up until Game 5 was rebounding the ball. Their offensive rebounding was fantastic.
So you mentioned going into Game 5. I believe the first 4 games Orlando won every quarter but one. So I don't know where this Piston domination was.
I didn't say domination.
Well, they were better. They were down 3-1.
I'm just explaining it my way. I think that the turnovers have been a Pistons problem.
Yeah, I don't dispute you on that.
Like self-inflicted is what you're saying.
Totally.
Right? And right. The problem, one of the reasons I don't have a ton of confidence, guys, going into this. I think Orlando's going to win it either tonight or Sunday. And I know that sounds crazy to go on the road, win Game 7, but that's the lack of confidence I have in the Pistons team. I'm happy they won the other night and forced a Game 6. But it took so much to get there. I mean, literally a legendary historical night from Cade Cunningham. You mentioned the free throw shooting from the Magic, Stoney. They were awful, 16 of 30. And you guys talk about the turnovers. Way too many times, even the game they won last night or the other night, they treat the basketball like they don't care about the basketball.
Right. They should cherish possessions.
Yep. This thing should be a precious thing that you want to hold on to and keep up. Be strong with the ball. The decisions they make sometimes. You talk about the skip pass that Cade Cunningham made across court for no reason. There was a pass, Asar Thompson tried to thread the needle full court for no reason when you just stole the ball back. Don't give it back right away. You got to treat the ball like you care about it because possessions are hard to come by for the Pistons team in this series, and they had a problem scoring until the other night when Cade put up 45.
And if you have layups, you think you're going to score, go for the two, don't do the crazy. They almost got screwed by Duncan Robinson, had that like easy layup, and he just tried to create a foul and double pump it. They got nothing out of that.
You talking about that fast break? I think it was.
They can't have empty possessions.
Especially, then that's what turnovers are. You don't even get up a shot, and for a team that was struggling to generate offense, not a good thing. And so another thing is you mentioned the three-point shooting. Will the Magic shoot that well again, Gator? Probably not. But they do have the ability. Desmond Bane, that's the reason why they traded for him, because he can make the three.
Right.
And the thing is, they're making these threes too because they're wide open, it seems. Like the rotation isn't there. I don't know the defensive scheme or whatever it is, but you can't give them wide open threes.
No, I get it. Bane's a problem. I think Bane's a guy you have to really game plan against. And I think it's Bane and Banchero, and you got to figure out a way to try to limit Banchero a little bit. He can't go off for 45 again.
No, and you can't have Cade cover him because you don't want Cade to get in foul trouble. I don't know if they still do box and ones, but I put somebody on Bane and not let him get any space.
This is where it gets interesting with the Tobias injury in my mind. Because if Tobias can't play, and you got to start thinking about, okay, are we going to just simply allocating more minutes for the guys we're giving coming off the bench? Are we going to give them more, or are they going to do something else and bring up Paul Reed or let Holland play? Holland is very good defensively.
Yeah, but then where's the score? Look, we all bitched, or at least I did, and other people, that this team didn't have another scorer besides Cade
Tobias
Cunningham.
has been the scorer, not Tobias
right.
is out.
That's the problem.
I got it, but I'm just saying, and maybe this allows for somebody else to step up, and maybe this is the game where Jalen Duren becomes Jalen Duren again, even though we haven't seen it for the first 5 games. But is he just due, or is Orlando solved the Rubik's Cube that is Jalen Duren? But if they let Ron Holland play tonight and just let Ron Holland do what he does, which is play great defense and is really good on the break, don't give him the ball otherwise, because I feel like he's a turnover machine, or he's waiting to launch a 3-pointer that has no shot of being made. But if he's there for defensive purposes, can he limit what Bane does? Can he limit Black from the 3-point line? Because those are two guys that have been shooting well.
Yeah, possibly. And look, you'll probably, if Tobias doesn't play, you'll probably see a little more of Paul Reed. But that helps you a little bit offensively. But he's not a very good defensive player.
248-539-9797, the telephone number. Same number to text. We're asking people about the Game 6 tonight. First of all, your thoughts on tonight. And if they win tonight, what happens Sunday if they have a Game 7? Let's go to the phones, and DeVell is next up here on 97.1. Hey, DeVell.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so real quick, I'm my confidence level for tonight. I'm going my heart a little bit, but I'm at a 4 of them winning. But if they do win tonight, it turns into a 9.5 for Game 7.
So you're going 4 out of 10. So if you're betting on Orlando tonight.
Pretty much. But here's the whole playoff picture, how interesting and entertaining it is.
Crazy.
It's three reasons I come up with real quick. It's the injury thing, people coming back from injuries, the regular season, I hate to say it, but doesn't really mean nothing except just getting in. And then there's parity. And I say parity because what's happening is no one's going and finishing school anymore that's in the NBA. Because they got to come out quicker. They're competing with a lot of international players who's coming over who are getting drafted that you didn't see a lot of them at all in the 80s and 90s at all. I mean, you saw a few of them, but not like to this point. So when they're not staying in college, no one is developing. This is the point I'm trying to make.
It's interesting, DeVell. I saw that they had to decide about entering the NBA draft. Now you can still pull back. Yeah. They have because of NIL, tons less players are entering the NBA draft than in the previous years.
Yeah.
And European players might come to the United States to play college ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. They're not developing. And so in my opinion, because here's where the parity comes in, everyone's on the same level for the most part. You know, back in the day, you had the true superstars on each team, and there was a clear separation between them and everybody. It's not really a clear separation between the top players in the league now and the other people on the roster. So you have everybody on the same level. Everybody's closer to the playoffs, so they just want to get in. And then at the same time, you're having people who are injured seriously at the beginning of the year coming back now. There it is. You know, that it's not a true, 1-8 look. It's more like, 4 and 5 matchup.
Well, it looks like whoever was going to win the Oklahoma City San Antonio Western Conference Final is going to win the championship, and it could be that way for the next decade.
It could be, yeah. I mean, those are two really good teams. I like some teams that are young in the East that will get better, but I mean, San Antonio, obviously, that's kryptonite for the Pistons. They can't combat that. Wembanyama is a hydra out there. It's impossible.
And as good as OKC is the defending champs, and they're still basically a young team with tons of draft capital. It's crazy. And you look at Dallas, they're going to be in the lottery again. They got the Rookie of the Year, Cooper Fly. I mean,
but you've also got free agency in the offseason where teams going to get better too, and trades still happen. And who knows what happens here? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Pistons and Magic Game 6 tonight. What do you think happens tonight? And if the Pistons win and force a Game 7 and come back home, what happens in Game 7? Also, what concerns do you still have about this Piston team? Seen them 5 games in the playoffs. What about Game 6? Anything still concern you about what's happening tonight? We'll talk about it next year, 97.1. We have some text coming in regarding the Pistons in Game 6 tonight, and if they win tonight, what happens in Game 7? If we start at beef stew, then we would also get some B-ball Paul. No doubt that I think Paul Reed would have a chance to play if Tobias is out tonight, and he should. I'm kind of scratching my head why we haven't seen Paul Reed, because he's been an instant offense kind of guy. He's been very efficient. He'll give you 6 to 8 points in 10 minutes of play and give you a handful of rebounds and plays decent enough defense. And he doesn't need to play 20 minutes. He just needs to give him, 10 minutes. I've always viewed Wagner as the much more important player to the Magic in terms of winning. He's a do-it-all guy who plays winning basketball. Banchero is a great scorer, but no Wagner. I think breaks the Magic identity, and we win. I think Banchero is better, but Wagner certainly brings something to the Magic that they're going to lack.
Look, the Pistons definitely get an advantage by Wagner not playing, and that could be a huge part of the game. I mean, but then again, game 4, close game in the fourth quarter, Wagner didn't play, and the Pistons couldn't, do it. Now, it's not a whole game. I get all that. But.
No, and they kept turning the ball over because that's what they've been doing. That's what's their. If they end up losing this series, it'll be because they didn't take care of the basketball. They will have outshot the Magic throughout the series, and they just shot themselves in the foot with all these stupid turnovers.
Right.
The Pistons got caught in no man's land in the second half. Stick to your plan. You either try and slow down Banchero, or you take away everyone else and don't give up wide open threes. I think daring Banchero to go for 50 gives us a much easier win. He can't do it all.
That should be Orlando's strategy too. Look, Cade's going to get his points, but if we keep everybody else to below their averages, we'll win.
I don't disagree with that. We'll see what strategy both teams employ, and if both teams without a player. If Wagner's not able to go tonight, I don't know if he's been ruled out already, but a lot of people that I talked to,
he's out. Wagner has been ruled
he's definitely out. I mean, talked to a lot of people before the game, Game 5. People seem to think that this is an injury that likely to keep him out for Game 7 too.
Oh yeah, I was told that he's definitely done for this series. They and the organization, the Orlando organization, very conservative, not just politically with the DeVosses, but with the way they treat injuries on their players. And they are afraid, and rightfully so, with the history of what Cavs do to Achilles, as we've seen many times in the NBA. They want to make sure that he is 100% before they put him back on the floor.
And the Pistons may or may not be without Tobias Harris tonight. He rolled his ankle in Game 5, stayed in the game, actually, on the play where he rolled his ankle. He writhed in pain for about 10, 15 seconds, got back up, got into the play to try to help him play defense, did not look good. Then there was a stop in the action, and he just walked the full length of the court and waved off the bench. Like, no, I'm good. I'm staying on the floor, and stayed in the game. And thought, okay, maybe he's fine. But obviously that thing that there's adrenaline pumping when that's going on, and it's a different story today. He's questionable for tonight's game.
I assume Herter's out too, right? I mean,
yeah, but he hasn't done much in this series.
I understand that he hasn't. What he's better at than I really gave him credit for. He hasn't obviously, scored as many points as I thought when they got him. Although nobody cared that much that they got him. Was that he passes the ball really well. He's a smart player. The way he plays, but.
He's a good basketball IQ, and that's one of the things they liked about him. JB's mentioned that a few times when they traded for him. But the Tobias Harris injury, if he doesn't play tonight, it's not as big as Franz Wagner, but it's big. And he's undersized for a 4, but he's been guarding Paolo, and he's the one that gets the majority of minutes, at least to try to slow him down. If he's not in there, they might have to rely on Javonte Green, who's been covering for him. And Javonte's a 6'5", 6'6" guy who's he's strong, but Paolo's a big dude, and he's got a bag, and it's deep, and he can go outside, inside, so he's going to need help.
Javonte, his strength is his defense. That's why he's on this team. But you don't want, like you mentioned, Kang, to live with Javonte Green, trying to D up Paolo for an entire game.
Well, this is why you have guys like Paul Reed and Ron Holland, and you could, rotate a bunch of guys in there to try to get it done if they have to. But, I mean, the thing with Tobias is he has been the reliable second scorer on his team. regardless of what you think of him as a player, the fact is he's been like 21 a game for the last 3 games.
Yeah, and he's been. Look,
he's a huge part for this team.
My biggest problem with Tobias has always been, his performance in the playoffs back in the Philly days, where he would like be short on easy layups.
But it was like one playoff year where he was bad.
Well, statistically,
otherwise he's been much better in the playoffs than he is in the regular season.
Statistically, yes, but I'm talking about if you watch the games and clutch shots where they needed to have it, he came up big, small, really very small, and that's my and other people's diss against Tobias Harris, but he gets credit. He's been terrific this series.
Scott is next up here in 97.1. Hey, Scott.
Gator, how are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you.
I wanted to, while sitting on hold, something popped up that I wanted to ask you. I know you mentioned you were at the game. Did you enjoy the ice cream sundae shoot the boot that the Pistons unveiled?
I saw on when I was there, I saw on the big screen somebody was holding up a clear boot, and there was something in there. I assumed it was because where my mind goes, I just assumed that was beer, but it was just a melted sundae. Is that's what they were doing? Is serving up in a sundae in a boot?
They built an ice cream sundae in a boot, and I didn't know. I haven't been listening the last couple days. I didn't know if you guys did a segment on it.
We did not.
Immediately, shoot the boot came to my mind, and I'm like, what is going on right now? My buddies and I have a chat with a group, and we talk about the food innovation at games and stuff, and they got the Cluck Zamboni, with the chicken fingers and the Zamboni, all the things going on. Anyway, I'm way off topic, but I've thought of you when I saw the shoot the boot.
No, I saw it during during a TV timeout on the big screen. They showed somebody up there holding one up. And it looked like there was liquid in it. So maybe they finished their sundae and then just decided, okay, now I'm going to put a beer in there. And I'm like, that's brilliant. That's amazing. Because I have a hard time thinking that the arena is going to sell a vessel for beer in the form of a boot. But there it was.
It's right up your alley, sir.
Yeah.
So the Pistons, I think with the Wagner injury, I think we wouldn't have won the last game if he was in. I think that the psyche change here as now, if Duren steps up into that role, he's so young, right? He's so much is going to be made on Duren and his entire, I feel like, Pistons hood, if you will, based off of how he played either tonight and or in Game 7. So with Wagner going down, now we get that the confidence back, and hopefully Duren can step into that role. Because he's so young, I don't know if he will, and he's got a huge. This whole offseason is going to be based on his performance over the next few games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, and thanks for the call, Scott. I appreciate it. I really think it's interesting with the Tobias injury and what this means for the Pistons, because it forces somebody else to step up.
Mm-hmm.
And it might even force a lineup change because they've gone so short in the bench. They've only used 4 guys off the bench. Will they allow somebody to play that hasn't played? And how is that going to affect things? And I'd have to go back and look at game logs and to see, where that secondary scoring came from the Pistons when Tobias was out, because he missed plenty of games this year. I suspect that they were Duren games where Duren's scoring 20. But it is with Duren's issues. Is it all between the ears at this point, or is it something that Orlando is actually doing defensively that limits the effectiveness of Jalen Duren?
Maybe we won't find out till the season is over, whether that's tonight or Sunday or whenever. Everybody likes to make a big deal of the Angel Reese thing. I have no idea. I know that they don't play tonight. I have my Atlanta Dreams schedule up here.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah. They're just in the preseason. But if it goes Game 7 on Sunday, the Dreamer will be playing the Washington Mystics. That's the exact same time as the Game 7 of the Pistons Magic. So I don't know. So she will not be in attendance at that game.
Fair enough.
Yes.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. You want a beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, and you want it to be green, you want it to be lush, you want your neighbors to come up to you and say, hey, man, how'd you get your lawn to look so great? Easy. Natural Way. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. In fact, you get green and stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month, and you get the early bird discount. Natural Way has been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and it's a company I've used in my house for like a dozen years. I love what they provide. Look, if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, understand this first. Great lawns do not happen by accident. You need to have the right timing and the right program. And at Natural Way, they offer up a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. It is easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem, but early treatments set the tone for the entire season. Call them today, and for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you're going to get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, in the station 97.1. Call now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. Got some more texts coming in regarding the Pistons in Game 6 and also potentially Game 7. So if the Pistons win tonight, they'll force the Game 7. Then what do you think happens in Game 7? What do you think happens tonight? Basically, all these games have been won in the first few minutes. Whoever brings the juice early wins. Well, it's the NBA, so you can get off to a great start in the first quarter and end up losing the game. I don't know if I buy into that, but I think it sets a tone for maybe what you can expect. Pistons got off to obviously a great start the other night. They had a 12-point lead after the first quarter. That was good to see. If Harris can't play, I'd start Stewart. Put him on Banchero and Thompson on Bain. Cade can eliminate Suggs or Black completely. I think, and Stoney, maybe you can pontificate on this as well. When it comes to Isaiah Stewart, I get concerned with how many minutes you give.
Right, because he's one of those guys that he's perfect for what his role is. Too much of beef stew means too many fouls, too many chances of an altercation. He's perfect in his role. Maybe an extra 2 or 3 minutes, yeah, but you can't. I don't think you start him. So you're starting him and Duren, and you have Reed as your only big coming off the bench, unless we get the possibility of the Toulouse-Smith experience or something like that.
Well, I think one of the big problems with having Isaiah Stewart out there for more minutes is that he's not an asset offensively. He's an asset defensively, but offensively, he's just a guy who's out there, setting screens, and that's a big part. But you're not going to see him scoring 20 points or go off for 20 in a given night. He's been averaging 17 minutes a game, and it's just under 6 points a game, and grabbing 4 rebounds. And he's been fantastic in the defensive side. I mean, he had the 8 blocks the other night, which is amazing, and I think he had 1 block the other night.
The one thing, Gator, that Beef Stew can do that Duren can't is make a shot from further than 5 feet out, and he can actually make a 3 occasionally.
Well, Duren can hit a 15-foot shot. It's a free throw.
Yes.
That goes down all day long.
Right.
And I'd love to see him actually, get the ball and go to the free throw line and just take a shot from there.
Yeah.
Because he can knock those down.
By the way, have you seen who's making threes a little bit for Philly when he's Andre Drummond?
He was working on, I feel like
it
everybody's
sounds
always
like a
working
decade
on it.
ago. It probably was.
Everybody works on their three-point shooting.
Yeah.
But I remember the last year with the Pistons,
Yeah.
he started to knock down a couple of those. And now that feels like it's forever ago.
Yes.
And the fact that he's still in the league,
I know,
is kind of crazy to look at that as well. Jamal is next up here, 97.1. Hey, Jamal.
Jamal Wilkes. Jamal Anderson. Name that Jamal.
Yes, how you doing?
Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead, man.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
I actually got the Pistons winning tonight. I got Jalen Duren stepping up, scoring about 25 points, snatching about 12 boards.
God, from your mouth to God's ears.
And if we get to a game 7, I got us blowing Orlando out.
Wow, listen. If Jalen Duren gets back to being what we saw in the regular season, and he's quite capable of 25 and 12, and this is a guy who's done 30 and 10 like 7 or 8 times during the course of the season. He's capable of it, but we haven't seen it against Orlando.
Yeah.
If it happens tonight, then I'd feel great about things like, okay, they finally unlocked it, or they flipped the switch, and he was able to figure things out. Oh, this is what I have to do.
Yeah, the other thing, and thanks for the call, Jamal, if they lose tonight, okay, the whole season is almost a wash because last year, 6 games, first round, out. If they lose in 6 games in the first round again, and it's even worse this time because you were, the number 1 seed, man, it's just so disappointing.
It would suck from that standpoint, but from another standpoint, it might be a bonus, and that is that you learned something about this team that you didn't know going into it, like Jalen Duren's not a max player. Okay?
There might be your only one, but many people thought that going in. I think the Pistons actually thought that going into the season because they didn't want to sign him to at least $30 to $35 million that they wanted. His people wanted, in the offseason. And I just find it hard to believe that idiots like myself and others here and some fans would know more about this team than the Trajan Langdon and the staff. I think they know their club pretty good. Their goals might be a little different as far as timelines go, and that's always debatable.
Well, everybody wants to win now. And this was a team that obviously the number 1 seed throughout the season. They didn't relinquish that. And here they are on the brink of being eliminated or on the brink of forcing a game 7. So, I mean, they can certainly, that's why I look at this and I'll try to grab the silver lining and think that this is a better team. They should be better. They earned the number 1 seed. It wasn't handed to them. They absolutely earned it. So go play like it. And the thing is, their second best player on the team has not even come close to playing to that potential.
Correct.
So why is that? Is it something that can be unlocked, or is this is just who he is?
Just call me angel in the morning.
You're just cruel.
Angel.
You're just mean.
No, but if the caller's right and Jalen Duren has a huge game tonight and the Pistons win, I mean, Pistons fans are going to be like, Game 7's ours. It's without a doubt. Because if you finally unlocked Jalen Duren for whatever, we don't know, by hook or crook tonight, if he comes out and does 20 and 14, confidence through the roof, because you're like, this is the Jalen Duren they've needed the entire series.
Right. And like, he started off Game 5 really well. He had 7 points in the first quarter.
Well, they gave him the ball right away, and he had the quick spin move and
Yes.
the baby hook that went, and then he also had a terrible turnover. But it looked like that this could be a night where he's going to get going. But they also didn't force feed him throughout the game like they tried to do in previous games, which I was glad to see.
You know what they did? They brought back earlier Piston basketball. Years ago, the Pistons, before the trade, would get the ball to Dantley early. And then after that, you knew the Buddha train was getting the ball early. And then even the next incarnation, Ben Wallace, you'd get him the ball early, get his touches, so he got engaged and things like that.
Right, but Ben Wallace was never a guy who was going to threaten to score 20 a game.
No,
Ben Wallace was a guy that they need to get him a couple of early plays, and he gets 6 points, and then
but it
he's
was
done.
for his head.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's I brought this up too. I think the difference with Duren is that he is a guy who can get you 20 and 10 every game, because that's what he did during 82 games. Yeah. Need to see that. Let's get quick. Dennis, real quick, what do you got?
I just got Durham. I'm looking at it like tonight's his winning lottery ticket. This guy, I don't care if this guy gets 3 offensive fouls in the first quarter. This guy has to show up and play some bully ball and get it going, regardless of what happens. 3 seconds in the paint, who cares? 2 offensive fouls, who cares? He's got to get going, especially with Tobias Harris being a question mark.
Getting back to physical basketball, which is another part of this series. Are the referees going to let them play?
This
or not?
Series
And they
has
have.
been, this series has been physical on both ways.
I think that this has been a pretty well officiated series for the most part.
Yes, as far as if they let
there have been
them
some
play.
plays, of course, everybody's going to complain about, but I think by and large they've let these teams play.
Yes, and JB, Bernie's his dad. JB Bickerstaff, don't waste your challenge in the first half.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. More of your calls and your texts as we continue talking Pistons. Plus, Stoney and Evan have an interesting dilemma tonight. We'll talk about it next here in 97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. New this hour, Evan Woodbury of MLive reports the Tigers have acquired Zach Short from the Washington Nationals in exchange for cash considerations or a player to be named.
Plan the
later.
parade now.
He was optioned to AAA Toledo after the move. Short spent his first 3 Major League seasons in Detroit from 2021 to 23. He's bounced around 5 different Major League clubs in the 3 years since. While in Detroit, he had a .575 OPS with 13 home runs and 88 RBIs in 177 games. The Tigers face the Texas Rangers tonight for the first of a 3-game series and 6-game homestand. Jack Flaherty will pitch for Detroit, while Mackenzie Gore will toe the rubber for Texas. First pitch is set for 6:40 tonight right here on 97.1. We'll have pregame coverage beginning at 6:15. Some local basketball news this hour as well. Tony Paul of the Detroit News says Detroit Mercy men's basketball head coach Mark Montgomery has signed a contract extension through 2031 with the Titans. Montgomery took UDM to the Horizon League championship game for the first time in 14 years this past March. And the Pistons are getting ready to hit the floor for Game 6 tonight against the Orlando Magic. Trailing 3-2 in the series, Detroit has a chance to become the 35th team in NBA history to force a Game 7 after trailing 3-1. Franz Wagner is out tonight for the Magic. Kevin Huerter and Tobias Harris are both questionable for Detroit. Tip-off at 7 o'clock over on WWJ. Pregame coverage there starts at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, do want to mention before we get into the topic that today being May 1st, 1986, a couple of things. Number one, my daughter.
Wait, today being
May 1st, 2026.
We've traveled back in time.
Well, that's what I'm about to do in a second.
The Terminator.
Okay. Which, of course, my daughter texted me his stupid-ass jokes. She goes, it feels like Floyd with the May weather. Okay. But today, May 1st, 1986, was my first day of working in Detroit at WDIV Channel 4, so it's been 40 frickin' years.
You were a producer there, right?
I was a producer, so I thank Bernie Smilovitz for bringing me here, and the rest became him. I was there for quite a while, and then got into the radio stuff, and here we are today. Anyway, and also I want to congratulate Brad Galley. Today's his last day on Channel 7. So,
who would have thought?
He's done it, and he left on his own, so did a great job over at Channel 7.
I saw Brad came over and said hello to me the other day. That was nice. Incidentally,
yes,
coincidentally, my radio career began in 1986.
Wow.
In high school.
Oh, at the Biff?
At the Biff.
Yeah.
I got an opportunity to, as a sophomore in high school, to be part of the radio staff, and that was awesome.
Mine began in 2005. I thought we were just sharing these things.
No, hey. Well, you got
Kang?
2003, I believe.
There we go.
Yeah. I think May 1st as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
Favorite show to work with, Wetzel and Gator?
It was a good one.
Yeah?
It was a good one. Karsten Anderson was a good one. The Valeni Show, multiple different times. Good one.
You came back for another run.
All right, so we brought Evan in, who's our webmaster, and does a fantastic job with that.
And he's a great co-host of Restore the Floor.
I thought I was the main host. Okay. I kid.
I know.
But Evan's here because I think you have a little bit of a dilemma. Stoney, I don't think really, because Stoney is Stoney. But you guys are connected with this.
Oh, we're connected.
Yes. With what's going on tonight. It's Game 6 of the NBA playoffs with the Pistons and the Magic tonight in a very important game. It's an elimination game for the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, what will you guys be doing tonight?
I purchased tickets for my wife, and and Evan said he'd love to go as well, so I got tickets for him and Ashley. We will be at the Royal Oak Music Theater for a charity benefit of the great charity Defeat the Label, the anti-bullying charity that my friends are involved with, Jeff and Kevin, among others. And they decided not to do the comedian route that they've had in the past. They've had people like Jay Farrow and J.B. Smoove and Caliendo. They go on and on. It's usually Kevin Nealon.
I was there for the Kevin Nealon one.
Yeah, and they've had what was it? Jeremy Piven was one year, and Whitney Cummings. Anyway, so tonight it's not a comedian. It's Oz the Mentalist. Oz Perlman. Perhaps you've seen him all over.
Is it pronounced Oz?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Yes. He
I still say Oz, too.
He didn't want to get. He
Oz.
didn't want to get mixed up with Dr. Oz. Probably.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
I also call him Dr. Oz all the time too. So.
Yeah. Anyway, so he props. You've seen him on ESPN a lot. He does these amazing things.
Was he at the White House?
He was the guy that was in between Trump and Melania when all that stuff went down.
Right. He was doing his little thing where he like somehow can figure out people's favorite pin numbers and all that kind of stuff. And I'm one of those guys. I don't believe anything.
I don't believe any of that either. I think it's all set up ahead of time.
So
I
do
think
I.
there's a shot in hell he's able to get that stuff right.
Incredible. So I am a non-believer. My wife loves this stuff. We love the charity. And I said to Evan, I said, damn, if this goes 6, what are we going to do with Restore the Floor? Because we've been doing live after the playoff games. Well, tonight's edition of Restore the Floor will be tomorrow morning.
So you're not going to watch the game. I mean, Evan, you're gonna try to put yourself in a bubble.
Yeah, I'm going to bubble it out.
Oh no!
Stoney,
there's this thing called a phone.
Yeah, Stoney's going to be the one guy with the bright light on his face and the entire crowd.
The show probably won't start till around 8, so I'll be able to watch the first half.
And then what happens
in crunch time?
We'll see what happens in the second.
There's no way you'll stay away from your phone during the game.
I know.
Right?
It's like a drug for me. I mean, it was bad enough last week when I was 15 minutes away from a Springsteen show in Florida that I didn't go to, and the judge was like, "Go, come."
Why didn't you do that?
And the NFL draft was going on. There was
bigger things, dude.
Yeah.
Well, you don't want to go to, but you can go to O's tonight and watch the Pistons on your phone.
I was seeing Bruce in Cleveland,
but you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't dare.
If it was the only show that I could have
do that
gone
at a Bruce
to,
show.
it'd be different.
Well, yeah, you've seen a million Bruce shows, but I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't dare defile the importance of a Bruce show by splitting your attention with the phone, seeing who gets drafted and watching him, play Born to Run.
Right.
You wouldn't do that, but you do that tonight.
I'll do that tonight.
Isn't that like incredibly rude?
To who? O's?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, don't you, because I feel like if you're doing that in a crowd, like if people are around you and they see that you're on the phone, it's going to go one of two ways.
I hope you get called out.
There's one of 3 ways. Either one, they're going to be like, hey, what's the score? They're going to look over your shoulder. Or 2, they're going to say, would you put that thing down? Or 3, O's is going to bust you for it.
Or
because he should know. He's a medalist, right, Evan?
He should know exactly what's going on.
Exactly. He went to North Farmington High School too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's from here?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Had no idea.
Oh yeah, you didn't know that? Oh,
No.
He graduated from the college that you hate. Maybe you don't want to go now.
He went on to greener pastures.
Yeah. With the emphasis
But I
on
don't think
green.
it's much of a dilemma for me. The game's on Amazon Prime. I'll get home. I'll turn it on. I'll watch it.
I can't even DVR it. Can you?
Well, they
You can-
replay it
yeah,
on
that's-
Amazon. You can go back and watch it.
Yeah, but you're going to try to put yourself in a bubble. Do you think he's going to respect you being in a bubble?
No, he's going to come
Well,
right up to
we're
me.
sitting like a few seats, a few rows away from each other.
He's going to hold up.
Ev! Yeah. Hey! King, you can see Stoney doing that, right?
Of course, there's
no.
no way. Stoney, you're not going to keep any of that information to yourself. You're going to have to tell somebody. And Evan's right there.
He's going to be passing notes, rows back.
It's going to be Evan. You're not going to believe this. You're going to be like, no, I don't want to know, Stoney.
My wife
I'm
is just
watching
going to
O's.
be. My wife is going to put down that damn phone. We'll see. I might be a good boy.
She might break your phone.
Maybe I'll just check the score every once in a while. I don't know. We'll see. That I'm definitely doing.
What if they take your phone as we go in? Like this is one of those types of shows where they don't want any recording because this might be his
that's a
first
good call,
appearance in the
right?
Trump
Yeah.
thing.
That's a good point.
Will you still go?
Yes.
Yeah, he's obligated.
I'm
His
obligated.
better half is making him go.
She's not making me go. I mean, I made the contribution already for the tickets, so it's the money's paid for already.
Yeah, I mean,
I
there's
can't-
no getting it back.
Right.
I could just tell you what it was like.
Yeah, it's true. Or actually, I could go meet him for lunch, and he could tell me what it's
Why
going
don't
to be.
you? I was just going to
Yeah,
say,
exactly.
Why don't you just go ask O's what's going to happen tonight so that you don't have to worry about the phone?
I know.
I think it's gonna be great. I love magic and all this type of stuff.
Do you think this is? Do you think it's real though?
Real in what regard?
Well, because this
I
guy,
think he has a way of finding tells of getting information, and he asks very strategic questions.
of course, I mean that's what they do. But I mean to work things down to a number,
Hey,
seems like that's without or with the information and trying to pull from you. I just
When he
it's so
pulled out
rando that
Joe
I don't think
Rogan's PIN number, and you see Joe Rogan's
he gets-
reaction.
yeah.
like upset, like
Yeah.
genuinely, like wanting to fight the guy. I
Yeah,
felt.
I know.
Well, I had a guy on years ago when I was doing Tiger postgame shows, and I think it was probably during the season they lost 119 games. And this guy called into the show, and he said, "Yeah, I do some of that stuff too." He goes, "I know I can, like, your social security number. I can tell you what your social security number is." I'm like, "What?" And because he knows all the rules with social security numbers, and if you give him like an information like what city you were born in,
Right.
that starts the number, and then it gets to what year were you born, and that starts another number, and starts to get scary, and this guy starts to reveal. I'm like, okay, that's enough, but that's a formula. It's formulaic. With this stuff that O's is doing,
Yeah, like he did it with the Rams,
Yes.
and Bengals.
Yeah.
Dude, he was on the NCAA tournament. I think he picked Michigan to win, which probably wasn't that crazy of a pick. But
He's been at people's homes that rich people who, and they had golf in St. Brown at somebody's house, I believe.
he went, okay, that's cool.
I was just gonna say, guys, you can't believe it's real, because if it's real, this is witchcraft. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's got to have some kind of inside information.
gotta
like
be somebody. Come on,
because that he's too damn good. If you haven't seen him, people, like, this guy is ridiculous.
People believe in aliens.
People believe in, like, well, my wife believes in, like, mediums and things like that. She's going to,
Like psychics.
communicate with, communicate with her mom and stuff like
See?
that. It's like,
Can you guys ask me? Is this a crowd participation thing? You think?
Well, in all reality,
Well-
to start the show, he should just be like, Pistons win,
Exactly.
so-and-so.
Can he tell you guys the score? What's
he's
going to
going to
happen?
have to do that. I mean, that I would demand that as somebody attending the show tonight. If I was attending the show, I would demand, okay, listen, we're sacrificing game 6 here.
right.
Can you do us a solid and just at least tell us who's going to win the game tonight? And then if the Pistons win tonight, are they going to win on Sunday? Can you tell me that?
I think it would be a bigger deal for me if it wasn't round one. It would be a way bigger deal. Because if the Pistons lose, whatever, I save myself that disappointment in real time. I can go
Correct.
home already being disappointed. Because at that point, I'm sure Stoney's going to be like, hey, they lost. But if they win, then I get to go home and enjoy it. And then the big game is Sunday. And then you get to watch me and Stoney on YouTube and Twitch
That's right.
There you go.
after the game.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number if you'd like to comment on this. These guys are going to go see, I still want to call him Dr. Oz, even though it's
I
not
know.
Dr. Oz. O's the Mentalist tonight. Instead of watching game 6, which Evan will watch later tonight, it's just not going to watch it live. Do you think that Stoney's going to be able to keep it a secret? How would you react if you were sitting anywhere near Stoney and you see him pull out the phone and start watching that? And do you believe in this crap? Do you believe in the Mentalist? Do you think it's real? Or do you think this is all just a big con? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, we're looking to upgrade your outdoor space. Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top quality composite decking and brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. They helped my mom out in the fall, built a beautiful deck out there. In fact, they came out yesterday because my mom wanted a little addition to that, and they're going to hook her up. It's great. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. Welcome back to Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1. Label this on the show sheet as Stoney's Dilemma, but it's really not a dilemma. It's more Evan's dilemma than it is yours. You're going to do what you're going to do. You're paying attention to the game tonight, even though you'll be at an event tonight to see O's the Mentalist for a charity event, which is great. But you're still going to be paying attention to the game on your phone once the I guess the show starts at 8 and the game starts at 7. So you got an hour where you can pay attention to some of that. Although, you know how this works, man. You're going to be, first of all, you're going to be driving to the event. You got to park to the event. So you're going to be listening to it. But then there's going to be a little bit of time where you're not going to be able to pay attention to it.
I know that happens. By the way, we have some good news.
Yeah?
Omari Cinco for the Detroit Free Press has tweeted out. He's got some video. Pistons just wrapped up shoot-around. Tobias Harris, who was questionable, was a full participant.
Well, that's good news.
Yes, it is.
So hopefully he's able to go tonight. And, now that he's got the shoot-around done and full participant in the pregame workout, let's ice that thing down and get it ready for tonight. They need him. I wouldn't expect him to be a monster factor tonight because he is injured, but if he can give him some offense, that'd be great because he needs somebody outside of Cade Cunningham to give him some offense. But with this thing we're talking about with tonight, you're going to this O's the Mentalist show. I asked the question, they may believe this stuff because I don't. I think some of it is a little bit of a trickery with numbers and stuff like that you can, there's certain things. You guys like play card games or whatever, and they know that there's ways that they shuffle a deck and it's like they're tricks, right?
Right. Well, he says, he can tell on certain things by the way they move, which maybe whether he's going to use even or odd numbers by the nod of his head or whatever.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yes, which is kind of strange. So I still don't buy it. I think when you get the big reveals and people are like blown away, I think there has to be somebody on the inside. There's some inside info, but nonetheless, it's interesting. So we got some text coming in on this. I can't believe mentalists are real because it's hard to believe that they can go get all this information out of people, but the most lucrative career you come up with is being a mentalist. It's John and Brighton.
Well, yeah, you figure you could be able to hit the casinos or whatever.
Do something else, but no, this is you're going on. Look, he makes a hell of a living doing what he's doing.
Yes, he does.
But can you put that brilliant mind to better use than just predicting numbers out of somebody's head? Of course, all the mentalist stuff is just a trick. It's just magic without props. You can go on YouTube and find out how all the tricks are done. Well, I haven't gone down that rabbit hole, but perhaps that'll happen after the show. I think it's all fake, and people are in on it, and they sign NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. I think that's quite possible. I'm more skeptical than I am positive about this. I'm way skeptical on this.
And if you were skeptical and you found out he was doing it right, wouldn't you just say different numbers just to screw him up?
In the end, well,
Yeah.
I don't know what the reveal is if you have to actually write the number down and then he tells you what it is. And
Right.
even then I'm going to be skeptical because, well, there's got to be a camera on me showing what it is, or there's something there. I don't know. But yes, I would try to trick up 100%. Stoney, I looked it up for you. You can take the phone into the O's show, but it's strongly prohibited to have it out at all during the show.
Oh.
They will call you out if they see you with it. Plan accordingly, buddy. That's from Kyle in Ann Arbor.
So then I'll just check the score and whatever.
Be very discreet, huh?
I'll try. Hon, I got to go to the bathroom again.
Well, that's easy enough to do.
Mm-hmm.
I was at Royal Oak Music Theater 5 months ago or so. Saw a show there. It's a Blue Oyster Cult there.
Oh.
The Mentalist is careful to never say his act is supernatural. He admits it's a trick like all other magicians' illusions. Larry and Sterling Hines. So there you go.
Whatever. He's very popular, and it's when you watch it, it's incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the clip with Joe Rogan, and it looked like he was getting pissed.
I know. He's been on Howard Stern. He's done everything.
Just have a hard time believing it's real. But that's what I'm sure everybody says until they're part of it. And
Right.
Like, how did this happen? Should have had him in studio. I don't know what you were thinking. Very,
Well, I probably could have, but
very surprising. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're going to have a blind ranking coming up at 11:30. It's one of the staples of Stoney coming in. typically on a Friday.
by request. I wasn't going to do one today, but I got a request.
It was a request.
I was just asking. I didn't say do one. I said, are you doing one?
I know.
And he came through, man.
I'll come through. I know.
I think I've done well with these. I think I've done 2 or 3 of these now.
You can't really get it wrong.
No.
Well, you can. You can regret.
I mean, for yourself, yes.
Yeah. I mean, once it gets to the last pickers, you can. I mean, Stoney controls it, so it's like you can go one of 2 ways.
Right.
Either you planned accordingly, or you really screwed up. But hopefully, I'll do well with that coming up in about 8 minutes from now. With the game tonight, Game 6, are you typically somebody that likes to watch these big games in a group of people, or would you prefer just to sit in your basement and watch it alone?
I'd rather do it at a music theater with a mentalist. No, I'd prefer to be with a small group, if at a home or something like that, or by myself or just with my family. I do not enjoy games that I know I have to talk about on the radio per se, or that I really have heavily invested in. I really don't like to go to a crowded bar. I know it's fun, everybody cheering for the same team. I like to pay attention to what the announcers are saying now, so I'm not.
I'm with you on that to a point. Like I'd prefer to watch it kind of like by myself without the distractions. But when your team wins, it's awesome to be part of that when everybody's cheering together and people buying drinks or whatever and high-fiving each other. It's incredible.
Yes.
To be with the group when that happens. It's the worst
when your team loses.
When the team loses. It's brutal. So like when you get games like Michigan State, the last place I want to be is in a bar watching a game like that.
Right. I mean,
because it gets nasty, and I'm like, I don't even want to be part of this.
I don't know if the analogy completely fits, but there are people when you're school, in this case, Michigan, whatever, especially if you're a student or a younger person, would you rather, if you've had a chance to be at the venue for the national championship game, or be on campus with, your friends and, everybody around? And a lot of the kids would rather be on campus because it's more of a party.
Yeah, I get it. And if you're fortunate enough to be a fan of a team that gets to these things on a regular basis, then it's like you want it at least one time. I think you'd want to have a chance to go. If it's a national championship game, I'd want to go to a national championship game.
I would think so.
Rather than hang out on campus. But it's a financial thing.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was 18 to 22 going through college, didn't have money, so there'd be no way I could go and travel for that. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, and same number to text. We're going to do the blind ranking coming up next. If you folks want to comment on Stoney seeing The Mentalist tonight and your thoughts on Game 6 tonight, what do you think happens tonight? And if the Pistons win, what do you think happens in Game 7 on Sunday? We'll talk about it with you next here on 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1. Gator and Stoney with you today. Stoney in for Doug. And one of the really fun parts about working with Stoney, at least when we get to the end of the week, is the blind rankings that Stoney does. It's something that's completely unknown to me, what category he's going to choose. We know that I have to number 1 to 10, and as he introduces the category and then throws out a name or a place or whatever it is that he's going to do, I have to rank it blindly and hope that I have done a good enough job of leaving open the right spots so I don't get clipped at the end with making a horrific decision and having to live with it the rest of my life.
Correct. Now, the key to this is how you decide how you're going to rank them. Because is it the most, if it's a people, is it the most talented? Is it your favorite? That's up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I can't sit there and say, well, it's horrible. You might have your reasons for doing it.
Right. So okay. I have no idea what the topic is.
You have no idea what the topic is.
So I'm ready to write down the topic. I've already gotten written down 1 to 10 here.
Okay.
Ready to go.
So we want to be topical, but we don't want to be that old. Gator, we want you to blindly rank the top 10 NBA players who've both spent time with the Orlando Magic and the Detroit Pistons this century.
Okay.
Or actually, I say the last 25 years.
Sure.
How about that? Or 20 because I have one now who I realize is on the edge. So
that's fine.
So anyway, you can do it of all
Magic
time.
haven't been around that long.
Of all time. You can do of all time.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. And there I believe there are 38 players that qualify.
Okay.
We need 10.
All right. So I'm just trying to think in my head.
You might want to try to do them, by their talent level, by the comedic level, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start off with somebody. Chucky Atkins.
Chucky, part of a big trade. Chucky never really moved the needle for me as a fan.
Okay.
But I'm going to put him in. This is interesting because it's like, what do I do? Am I doing it by how good the player was or what I thought of the player?
What you decide for yourself.
I'm just going to, so.
I think you'll see how the rest of this goes before you decide.
Right? I'm going to put Chucky at number 8.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, because never really a big Chucky Atkins guy.
All right, sounds like favorite maybe then.
Okay.
Yeah, but kind of like how I felt about them. And that it's also maybe a reflection on him as a player.
Okay. Next up. He'll be on the floor tonight. We hope. Tobias Harris.
Okay, I like Tobias Harris. I liked him the first time around with the Pistons. They brought him back. There was a lot of talk that he was going to be moved at the trade deadline, and he wasn't. The Pistons clearly wanted to hang on to him. I think he's been a really solid player for the Pistons. Good news that looks like he's playing tonight after having a full clearance in the shoot-around. I'm going to put Tobias at number 5.
Okay. Interesting. Next up.
I don't like that he said interesting.
Tree Rollins.
The name Tree Rollins has always made me laugh. Always. I think aptly named Tree Rollins, probably for several reasons. This is an entertainment factor for me when it comes to Tree Rollins.
Okay.
It's the name. I'm going to put Tree Rollins at 7.
Okay.
Even though I remember as a Piston, he did not too much. But certainly above Chucky Atkins.
Tracy McGrady.
T-Mac. We forget he was a Piston.
Right.
I mean, talent alone, he's probably number 1 on this list, but.
So when I was covering the Pistons as, a reporter here, Tracy McGrady was on the Pistons, and I was in the Pistons locker room, and I said to myself, I can't believe Tracy McGrady's a Piston. It was not the same Tracy McGrady that was on Orlando, that's for sure.
No, he was clearly the end of his career. A brilliant career.
You ever hear? Have you seen the video that's been out there where I forget which podcast he's on? He tells the story of them blowing off shoot around when when Kuster was the coach. Pretty interesting.
I'm going to put T-Mac at number 6. Okay. As a player, obviously, as an overall player, he's probably number 1, maybe 1 or 2. But as a Piston, because he really didn't have any impact on the Pistons.
Okay.
Still, the entertainment factor. I have him at 6 between Tobias and Tree Rollins.
Okay. How about Bison Dele, who I believe was Brian Williams when he played for the Magic?
Yeah. This was this did not work out well for the Pistons. And then there was the off-court stuff. What happened with him?
He had a tragic death.
Yes,
Yeah.
and a boat, whatever.
Did they ever find him?
No. And his brother involvement,
Yes.
things like that. It's crazy.
It's like, Amelia Earhart and Bison Dele. They don't know where they are.
Those are the two. That's it. Well, everybody else located, but there's Amelia Earhart. and Bison Dele.
the
Well,
famous
you don't think of
people.
Amelia Earhart when you hear Bison Daly. I don't know what to tell you.
The different realms of transportation, but
Right. The fact that he went by Bison is fantastic to me. There's entertainment value in that, but the tragic story and all that, and you can't, once you rank them, you can't re-rank them.
Correct.
So I'm going to put him at 9 behind Chucky Atkins.
Okay.
Because that's out of deference to the tragic circumstances.
Okay. Next up, Grant Hill.
Grant Hill is going to be number 2 on my list. I was a huge Grant Hill fan. He was an amazing Piston, and not so much after that in the NBA. He still played for years after that. What I really like and appreciate from Grant Hill is he agreed to do the sign and trade, which obviously built the Pistons for their championship team. Helped to build the Pistons for the championship team. Love Grant Hill personally. I told the story yesterday when I wore my old school Pistons horsehead hat that was actually given to me by Grant Hill when he came in studio and did a near 2-hour interview with us when I was producing the Mega Man Night Griffin show, and Grant gave me that hat. So that was pretty cool. I'm going to put him at number 2. I'm going to save number 1. I think I know who I have for number 1.
I pretty much do as well. So you have left, I believe, what? 1,
3, 4, and 10.
And 4 and 10. Okay. The way I look at this, he's going to have one of these players completely overranked, but the rest of them will be okay. All right, so let's do the obvious. Ben Wallace.
Ben's going number 1.
I figured.
Obviously, the championship, the NBA championship, let alone the conference championships they had. He was body. He was great. Loved that he stood up to Ron Artest. He's the only guy that stands up to Ron Artest. Everybody else kind of backs down, and Artest was able to intimidate players. Not Ben Wallace. Not up in here. Fear the Fro was a real thing. I was a big Ben Wallace fan, as was everybody in town. They announced him at the game. I think it was game 2. That was at and just got a standing O. Still looks great, even though he's got it's a gray fro now. But he's awesome. I love Ben Wallace. He's number 1 for me.
There's so many others to choose from here that I could have put in that I haven't. So I'll save them till the end. But we still have, 3 and 4 left? Is that it?
3, 4, and 10.
3, 4, and 10. Okay. Carlos Arroyo.
Oh, man. I don't remember much about Carlos Arroyo other than he was supposed to be this guy that was. I always get him confused with was it Delfino?
Yes, Delfino was. Yes,
I get them confused a little bit. Because
Delfino never played for the Magic, by the way.
No, I know. I'm
as
just
opposed
saying
to as opposed to KCP or Ben Gordon or the great Laterrial Green or Sidney Green, who could have qualified.
I'm going to put Carlos Arroyo at number 10.
Okay.
Just because I have no real attachment at all to Carlos Arroyo other than thinking that those were bad Piston teams that he was on.
So we have 3 and 4.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Next up.
I know you're gonna say one of them, and I'm going to surprise you with it because I'm fine with it. But go ahead.
Oh, I know you for comedic value, you're going to be fine with Judd Bushler. Played 165 games for one squad, on that, 60 with the other.
Judd Bushler. Judd can knock down a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
Judd could shoot.
I mean, I could have
kind
given
of like
you
the original Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, I could have given you Corey Maggette or Kelvin Cato.
Hey, don't give it away, man.
You're eliminating all these players.
Yeah, right.
Kind of like I like Corey Maggette. He's a college player. I mean, I'm stuck between 3 and 4. I'm going to have to put him at number Judd Bushler. The great Judd Bushler slots just ahead of Tobias Harris and Tracy McGrady. But understand, McGrady did nothing as a Piston. Bushler, be interesting to look at them statistically. Who did more or less, whatever is more appropriate to say. Judd Bushler there at number 4, which leaves number 3.
Number 3.
Is it who I think you left me with?
Probably. Number 3 on our list, number 31 in your hearts, Darko Milicic.
Yep. That's who I was saving it for. For me, it wasn't comedic value. I was a big Darko fan. I wanted him to we were sold as fans such a bill of goods when it came to Darko. Everybody screamed that this is a can't miss prospect, 7 feet tall, mean streak in him, knocking down 3-point shots like nobody's business, and he's only 18. How can he miss? Well, here's how you miss. You get hurt before the summer league begins. You don't play. And then you get healthy enough to play, but you're on a championship quality team, and they're not going to throw you to the Wolves. Larry Brown doesn't want to play some rookie. So, and then you go out and you trade for Rasheed Wallace, and then you finally get in playoff games, and then he breaks his hand in the final playoff game when they win the championship, misses the entire offseason again. It was a complete waste of Darko Milicic for his first 2 years in the NBA. Had no chance to survive because he just didn't play. And then the Pistons, I was in Orlando for spring training, I believe. Either spring training or a Tigers fantasy camp, one of the two, when they had made the trade, and we were in Ybor City watching on a TV to see his debut with Orlando.
Wow.
So I was always a Darko fan.
So some of the guys I didn't put on, they obviously qualified. Aaron Aflalo, DJ Augustine, the great Maurice Evans, Ben Gordon, Jameer Nelson. Who can forget the Jameer Nelson Piston career? And, of course, a guy who played less than 10 games for both, Kenny the Jet Smith.
There you go.
Yeah.
So my ranking, the blind ranking of the players that play
from the
for
bottom
both
up,
the
Carlo,
Magic and the Pistons.
You have Carlos Arroyo as 10.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Really? Bison Dele at 9.
Yeah.
Chucky Atkins at 8.
Yeah.
Tree Rollins at 7. Tracy McGrady at 6. Tobias Harris at 5. Judd Bushler at 4. Darko at 3. Grant Hill at 2. Ben Wallace at 1.
Yeah, and I'm good with my top 3. I like my top 3 because it's my top 3. I was a big Darko fan. I know he did nothing he did nothing in the NBA, did nothing in the MMA world either. He got into that, but
could have had Jason Maxiel qualified too.
Yeah, well, but you didn't put him out
I
there.
know. I didn't want to put all 38.
I can only work with what you give me.
Ben
Stoney,
Wood.
thank you very much. I appreciate the blind rankings.
Yes, that is the blind ranking. The top 10 who played for both the Pistons and the Orlando Magic here on 97.1. Hey, I love watching Tiger baseball. Watch it anywhere, everywhere, TV, couch, press box, stands, bleachers. It's because I got my vision dialed in 7 years ago from Dr. Yaldo, and the result has been sports viewing luxury. Dr. Yaldo gave me bifocal lens implants, and no pun intended, I haven't looked back since. When we get to middle age, our eyes loses flexibility. We struggle to focus on nearby objects like your phone or the tiny print on my press notes. No matter your visual issues, just go see the man who has helped more Detroiters toss away contacts, glasses, or reading glasses than anyone else. Hell, he might have worked with former Piston and Magic star Brandon Jennings. He has a welcome back to baseball spring special for $16.99 per eye, the lowest price in the state. The evaluation is free at YaldoEyeCenter.com, and tell him Stoney sent you.
So yesterday we had a short show because Tiger baseball took place. They
Hey, the bullpen didn't blow a game.
yeah, I mean it happens time to time. You'll see a blown save, but it didn't happen yesterday. The Tigers actually won the game, and Bats did a good job both hitting the baseball and they were patient at the plate.
Would you agree the biggest fault of this team so far, flaw I should say, is the bullpen? Thus far.
I think it's probably accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, and yet there are. I don't know how many actually blown saves they've have on this team, but the last two outings for Kenley Jansen have not been
It's
good.
not even the blown saves. For a while, it looked like nobody could get anybody out.
Yeah, they were.
And now Drew Anderson's actually pitched 2 good games in a row.
He's pitched very well lately. He had 2 strikeouts last night. Yesterday he had some swing and miss stuff, and Kyle Finnegan came back in and pitched in back-to-back games and closed things out for his first save of the season. And Framber Valdez got off to a bad start with 2 runs in the first inning, and then was incredible the rest of the way, striking out 8 in the 6 innings of work, and he threw 99 pitches in the game. But it's hard to have any Tiger conversation without talking about what Kevin McGonigal does for this team. And I'm not sure where the best part is, or what the ideal spot for him in the lineup is. Obviously at shortstop, yes, but where do you bat him? They've had him all over the place. He's hit first, he's hit second, he's hit third. Yesterday it was first. He led off and he did not have a hit. He was 0 for 2, but he reached base 3 times with 3 walks,
right?
Which is what he does. It's an incredible stretch where he's gone, I don't know, was it 23 out of 30 games that he's played that he has reached base twice, not once, but twice. And he's reached base, was it 27 games in a row or something? That's incredible to start off your major league career like that.
It's amazing, and he does everything right. He looks the part, he is the part, and look, he's going to get baseball. He's going to go through some slumps. That's to be expected. Sure. But the fact that you're right, the fact that he can play anywhere certainly helps. I mean, especially with AJ and his positional versatility stuff.
Yeah, and from a lineup standpoint, I'm not sure how you maximize what. I mean, there's absolute logic in having him hit first because he's always getting on base. He gets on base twice a game. You want put those guys at the top of the lineup. But at the same time, he's hitting. He's hitting .328. He's got a .509 slugging, which would suggest maybe you want to hit him a little bit lower in the lineup.
So you might get more people on base because you're first at bat. But as the game progresses, I mean, it's only when he would lead off an inning, and it could be just the first inning where he has no men on base.
Correct. But I'm not questioning what Hinch does. I think this is something that's a point, just curious to see what he does throughout the rest of the year. And with Gleyber Torres also getting on base at a really high clip, and he draws a ton of walks, and he had 3 hits yesterday, Gleyber Torres did. I wonder if we're going to see maybe some switching up, that Gleyber Torres leads off, McGonigal hits second, because McGonigal is more pop in the bat this season so far than Torres has had, even though Torres hit the home run the other day. But it's incredible what the difference McGonigal has made. I was driving in this morning listening to the morning show, and they were talking a little bit of Tigers, and somebody was complaining about the lack of offense from the Tigers, even though they, from an OPS standpoint, I think they're 6th in the league in Major League Baseball, actually. But runs scored, it's more towards the middle, like 14th in the league.
Right.
And the texter who sent that in basically said, well, yeah, but where would they be without McGonigal? Well, that's the point, is that they have McGonigal.
Right.
Like, for people that wanted to add the bat in the offseason, they added the bat in the offseason. It was Kevin McGonigal. And that wasn't through a free agency or through a trade, but it was from a guy that we didn't expect to make the team.
Look, I mean, Scott Harris's famous words, the guys that are here are the ones that will make the most improvement. And how, to paraphrase what he said, I don't think they thought that he'd be this good this quickly.
And if you go back and look at what he did in the minors last year, I mean, it's not like Kevin McGonigal hit 380 in the minors. Right? He didn't. But he got on base and he made great contact, and he was a guy who did not strike out. And that's what's most important, I think, to Scott Harris is having that command of what the strike zone is.
Mhm.
You don't swing outside of it, and when you get your pitch to hit, you hit it hard somewhere. And he's done a great job of that. And, because of the start that he's off to, I feel like it's definitely overshadowed what Colt Keith has done with this team. Colt Keith had another 2-hit game yesterday. He's hitting .326 on the season. Has yet to go deep, which is kind of strange with a guy that's kind of size. He hasn't hit a home run yet, but those will come in time. But the Tigers have a few guys that are, I think above schedule. Certainly McGonigal, Colt Keith, Riley Green is another one that got off to a bad start, and now he's lighting it up. He's hitting .283 on the season with an OPS at about .850.
Torque is respectable to a certain extent.
Torque had a great week.
Yes.
And then he had 2 hits in yesterday's game, so that's good to see that's
And
creeping up
Dingler's been their guy. I mean, look, he's fallen off a little bit offensively.
Dingler had a bad week where he went 1 for 21.
Yeah.
We talked about that on the show, and the next day he goes 2 for 3 with a walk.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's more
we-
good than bad with Dylan Dingler. I like Dylan Dingler.
We focus so much on the offensive statistics and the frustrations when they can't get key at bats and things like that. It's because we watch them every game. I have friends, the Phillies are, they're going crazy. Even Yankee and Met fan friends of mine, all throughout baseball, offense is, you even mentioned OPS. The Tigers are the 6th best in the major leagues. And you're sitting there going, wait a second. I watch them play every day. How is that possible? But
because they got started to get hot.
Because it's baseball.
And it's early.
It's baseball. Pitching has been better. The starting pitching has been much better, it seems to me, than it's ever been before. Obviously, because the batting averages and the OPS and all the other stuff is worse.
And they're back home tonight. They got a 3-game series against the Texas Rangers, and Jack Flaherty is on the hill tonight. And
What's the does FanDuel have an over-under on walks?
I haven't looked at it. That's been a problem for Flaherty. Hopefully he can get that under control because good Jack Flaherty is great Jack Flaherty, and not good Jack Flaherty is bad Jack Flaherty. A little bit of Jekyll and Hyde with him. We'll see how the Tigers bounce back tonight. But tonight, Game 6 of the Pistons. We'll talk next year, 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Zach Short is back in the Tigers organization after the team acquired him today in a deal with the Washington Nationals for cash considerations or a player to be named later. Evan Woodbury of MLive first reported the move. Short started his career in Detroit for 3 seasons before bouncing around the last few years. He has a career OPS of 567
You
in the
might want to get
majors.
to Comerica early to get to the pro shop to get those Zach Short jerseys.
He won't suit up in a Tiger uniform just yet as the team optioned him to Toledo after making the move today. Tonight, the Tigers will go against Mackenzie Gore and the Texas Rangers from Comerica. Gore holds a 4.35 ERA in 31 innings this year. His strikeout numbers are up as he has 42 Ks already this season at an average above 12 per 9 innings. He's pitched twice against the Tigers in his career. They have a 667 OPS against the lefty. Jack Flaherty on the mound tonight for Detroit. First pitch from him is coming up at 6:40. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:15. Around that same time, the Pistons will be getting ready to tip off at the Kia Center for Game 6 against the Orlando Magic. Detroit is still favored by 3.5 points tonight. The injury statuses for both teams remain the same as Harris and Herter are questionable for the Pistons. Orlando is, of course, without Franz Wagner tonight as well. Tip-off at 7 o'clock this evening. Pregame at 6:35 on WWJ. Also, UDM head basketball coach Mark Montgomery signed an extension through 2031 with the university today. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, Brandon just mentioned, Montgomery signing the extension with, U of D. And this just came up to my mind because I saw this yesterday. And maybe I'm just dumb, lazy old white guy. I have no idea. I don't know why I said white, but lazy old guy. Anyway, why the hell? I saw that Duke is playing Gonzaga at Little Caesars Arena.
Next February.
Why would anybody here, unless you're a member of the Battier family or you went to Duke or Gonzaga, and I don't think the Duke alumni base, they do have fans, maybe the Gonzaga. Why would anybody pay money to watch Duke play Gonzaga here?
Part of the Mike Chappelle family too, right?
Yes, that's right. From Southfield Lathrop.
When I saw that this game was being played and it was announced yesterday, it's going to come to LCA in February. My first thought was similar. I'm like, why are they doing this? And I realized, well, these are two major basketball programs. They're always in the tournament. Obviously, Duke is Duke. We know who Duke is, and Gonzaga.
And Gonzaga loses in the tournament every year.
Enough, but they've always been a high. They've always been a high seed.
What are there, Mark Few groupies around or something? I don't. I just
don't
don't
produce good players.
Yeah, I know.
They advance in the. Who cares what they do in the tournament? It's about players. So if you want to see future stars in the NBA, Gonzaga puts them in the NBA, and obviously Duke does. I think there'd be a bunch of people that want to go see. At the very least, they want to see Duke because they don't get that opportunity to do it too often, and you get to boo Duke in person.
weren't they at Breslin this year?
Okay, great. Once out of how many years are they in the state of Michigan?
I don't know. Like I said, maybe I'm just an old guy. To me,
you're old, white, lazy. Was that the only one?
Yeah, lazy. Yes, at times. I mean, again, Gonzaga versus Duke. I look. I know the Duke name. I understand that. I also understand that they cheated a lot more than people want to give them credit for back in when NIL was not around.
What?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Oh
what?
yeah. Yeah.
K?
Oh yeah.
Come on.
And Mark Few, who besides looking like Skip Bayless, always seems to underachieve in big games. And I know he's a great coach and has kept that program going. But I like college basketball. I have no desire, if they're not playing my team, to go see Gonzaga. I might be on an island here. I have no idea.
So what's the point of having? I mean, it seems like Duke is such a draw, though. Everywhere they go, you don't think they're a draw in the state of Michigan. You're not a draw in Detroit.
Now people will go maybe to hate watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I guess there'll be more Gonzaga fans than Duke fans then. I don't know.
Well, they're anti-Duke fans. I don't know if they're Gonzaga fans. Big Gonzaga fans for the day.
know.
And there's not much of it. Look, I agree with the Gonzaga part's interesting because there's no real connection other than what Judge
Correct.
Heathcote, being out in Washington every time the if Michigan State goes to that region, or if they have a game against Gonzaga, they bring up the Judd Heathcote, Tom Izzo thing. But again, I think it goes back to these are two strong programs in college basketball, and Detroit is a great market for college basketball as well. And
really,
yes. Oh, you don't think we care about college basketball in this state?
Not really, not as much as you probably should when you have teams like Michigan and Michigan State, not to mention, the others.
Kang, do you think this is anything that makes sense or no?
I do, because it's two, like you said, two blue bloods of college basketball that people know their programs. It's part of the Amazon series. I think it's a good marketing tool. I think it's cool to have these type of games, in locations like Detroit. I think Detroit's a good central location for the Midwest, too, to put something like this on.
I don't consider like Detroit being the hotbed of college basketball fandom. I mean, not to judge everything by phone calls we get, but you can't get very few, calls on Michigan State college basketball unless there's an issue, they play each other, or until the tournament starts.
I think this is just the fact it's Duke. I think that's what it does. I think Duke is the program in the country that you either love or hate. Most people hate. And there's going to be that value to it. We'll see what it ends up being. I mean, would you go to the game to get a credential?
I don't think so.
Come on, Stoney.
No.
Wait, Stoney goes to everything.
I know. That's why I'm saying. Come on,
Stoney's
Stoney.
going to a mentalist tonight instead of watching Game 6.
If Duke was playing Oakland, or Duke was playing U of D, or not to mention Michigan or Michigan State, yeah, I'd go. Or if Duke was playing, why don't you bring American University to LCA to play Duke? Yeah, I'll go. I'm not going to go see Duke play Gonzaga.
Well, they're not playing like Northern Iowa. They're taking on Gonzaga. It's a good game.
Yeah, and Evan just reminded me, too, we're getting the Final Four also.
That's different.
Well, obviously it's a little different, but these are two teams that could be playing each other in the Final Four, right? Like at some point. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I think it's awesome. I think
it's not a bad.
No, and I think people will attend.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just don't see the appeal.
Do you think you don't think it will sell out?
I don't know. It depends what they do with it depends what the ticket prices are. To be quite honest with you.
Do you think they're going to price them out of like crazy high?
I don't know. Everything else in this world is priced crazy high. To sit in the upper bowl at the Little Caesars Arena where the players look like ants, not for me.
I mean,
Stoney's not going.
Stoney's not going. I mean, that's
allegedly.
That's every
NBA
arena in the National Basketball Association.
Somebody gives me a really good seat, maybe I'll go, but I'm not paying to go see Duke play Gonzaga. Sorry. I'll watch it probably on my comfort of my own couch.
Do you think there's someone like in Indianapolis or Chicago that says, hey, I'd love to go to LCA and watch those two teams play?
Unless you're connected to the school some way, no. I don't.
Seattle that's a stretch.
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't say Seattle, but you know what I mean.
There'll be some people that come from out there.
Well, he said Chicago.
I said Chicago and Indianapolis. I said just Midwest. I never said
Seattle. Sorry, I don't know why I heard you say Seattle. My bad. I don't know why people from Spokane, because that's obviously
why would
the
anyone
area
from Anchorage come here?
Gonzaga's out in Washington, but then there'll be some contingent.
Maybe if Gonzaga brings John Stockton and we can all boo him and have Isaiah there just to say I should have been on the Olympic team, not you. But then maybe that would have some appeal to me.
And get a close up of the scar. And
I always like neutral site games though, but that's me. I think there's appeal. And like I said, we're getting the Final Four, college basketball downtown.
It's kind of prepping things up for that.
Little appetizer.
Stoney's hating on it.
I'm not hating on that.
You're hating on it.
I just don't understand the appeal to it. And I like college basketball.
Well, I think when you see 18 to 19,000
I'm
fans
sure
there,
I think we will, because you are right. There's a lot of people just want to say, hey, I got to see Duke.
It's just you. You wouldn't go. Look, I'm not going to go.
Okay.
But I'm not the biggest college basketball fan, so.
It's a great way for these schools to also appeal themselves to other fans. Like, all of a sudden, you're like the kid that, I went to LCA and saw Duke and Gonzaga and became a Gonzaga fan for whatever reason. Like, Michigan is a big brand because they play everywhere. Like, they played that Virginia game, right, or DC game this past year.
Yes.
So, I think, I think people will show, is my point, Stoney. I think you'll be surprised.
No, I think people will show. No, they'll draw. I don't understand the appeal.
But that's it.
I know. I get it. And I'm sure, and look, everything else in this world of sports and the world of war is about money. So if they can make a profit off of it and make money and make their brand better, which is what it's all about. Because I think they're rotating, not rotating. I think they're going to a different location. Duke play a different school every year. It's some neutral. This is all about Duke, which is another reason to make you puke.
Oh boy!
If you give this game a rebuke, and I'm going to stop right now, even if you live in Dubuque.
Wow, that just happened, folks.
I'm kind of a kook.
That just I thought that was that. No. What do you got for lunch today? You got a vegetable? Maybe a cuke? Do that?
No, I have a bagel and whitefish.
Is your favorite Star Wars character Luke?
No, I never saw Star Wars.
What?
You heard me. Everybody has that movie or whatever that everybody's
Star Wars. You never saw Star Wars?
Not the whole thing, no. I've seen bits and pieces.
Seen bits and pieces. How old were you in 1978?
20. Well, 1920. My birthday's at the end of the
So
year.
it didn't appeal to you to go see Star Wars at that time?
No.
You're not a science fiction guy?
No, not at all.
Okay, fair enough. I
But I did actually enjoy. I was surprised. I can't remember the name of the movie now. The one with Ryan Gosling that just came out. I went with my wife.
Hail Mary?
Yes, I saw that. I enjoyed that more than I thought I would.
I'd like to.
Although it was about 15 minutes too long.
I haven't seen it, but I'm looking forward to seeing it probably when it comes on cable. But we'll get there when it happens. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Pistons, say no to text as well. Pistons and Magic, Game 6 tonight in Orlando. Looks like Tobias Harris is going to play. Earlier in the day, he was listed as questionable, but full participant in the shoot-around this morning. That's good news. Franz Wagner is out for the Magic. Even better news for the Pistons. Can they get it done tonight to force a Game 7? And if they do, will they win Game 7? We'll talk about it with you next year on 97.1. May is here, folks, and you have a decision to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary or a sauna? Now, before the real first heat wave hits, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be the person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. So do what I did. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And whether it's a precision AC tune-up to keep your energy bills low or getting that pool boiler firing so that the kids can finally jump in, these guys are local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Gator, do you realize, before we get into the Pistons, that the Montreal Canadiens are our neighbor's only hope?
There is nobody that loves this more than you.
No, I'm more of the anti-Leaf thing. I find the whole Canada Stanley Cup thing more amusing than anything else. It gives me another excuse to sing a "Whoa Canada" and change the lyrics a little bit. But Montreal, they're look, they're up 3-2. Game 6 tonight at the Bell Center is going to be going crazy. And the way the draw is set up, they don't have to play Carolina, who will probably beat Philly. So they'll play the winner of Boston-Buffalo.
I very much enjoy when Toronto gets knocked out.
Yes.
That is one of my favorite things in hockey. But beyond that, I don't have much of an issue with the Canadian teams. Maybe Montreal is probably next in line with that. But I always have kind of rooted for Winnipeg.
Yeah.
I love their logo, what they have right now.
Vancouver, I kind of would like this. They've been to the finals a couple times.
Yeah, here and there. Edmonton, I feel so bad for Connor McDavid. And at the same point, they got eliminated last night, and McDavid just basically says that they're just not good enough.
Yeah, he says they're an average team with great expectations.
Yeah. And, they have two of the best hockey players in the NHL. And they still have other good players in that team, and they just can't get over the hump. And
they can't get a goalie.
They got into the
plays
finals.
Good in the playoffs.
And they can't win in the finals with this group. Obviously, historically, they've been amazing,
Yes.
but it's different with this group. Because McDavid is a free agent after next season, he signed the extension with them. It was just a 2-year extension he gave him, and he cut them a break, even signed for less than what his value is. And then said, fine, I'll sign a 2-year extension with you, but after that, I'm a free agent. If I'm me personally, if I'm the GM of the Edmonton Oilers, I'm trading Connor McDavid.
Yes.
And I'm doing it this offseason. If I'm Steve Yzerman, I'm absolutely talking to Edmonton about it. Do they have enough to offer to get him where it wouldn't completely gut this team, where we basically have Connor McDavid and that's it? Because that's not, obviously, it wasn't good enough in Edmonton. Why would it be good enough here in Detroit?
It would start with Seider and like 2 number ones, and then go.
I don't think Seider is one they would part with. I think he's an untouchable. I think it starts with Raymond.
That's a no-brainer.
Well, it's not. But that's,
wait, hold on.
You hold on a second, please. It's not just Lucas Raymond.
No, I know. I know.
I think it starts there.
Yes.
And then you add some more players from your roster. You might have to include Edvinsson as well. And then you're talking about your top prospects who you have, which would also be a goaltender you have to send there because you have like 4 of them in your system, which are really highly regarded.
Now,
and then you're also talking picks.
Do you make the trade without guaranteeing that he's going to re-sign? Because Stevie allegedly didn't do that with Quinn Hughes. And if you watched any of that game last night, Quinn Hughes was he's unbelievable.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
He's an amazing skater and creates his opportunities. You would have to have an assurance that you can sign him to a longer term deal and understand that that's going to cost $14-15 million a year.
Yeah, well, there's a cap, so they can go to the cap. The reason I said, look, obviously Seider's the Red Wings' best player. Okay. And how old is your younger brother, Kenny? Mo's, 23, 24? Okay. And McDavid is 29 or 30? He shows no, there's no evidence of him slowing down offensively. Is he does he make this team tougher to play against, like gritty and sandpaper? No. But if you can't occupy the puck, what difference does it make? As much as I love Mo Seider, if you're going to trade Mo Seider and picks or another player for Connor McDavid and you're going to re-sign him, yes, Connor McDavid's generational, even at his age at 30. Mo Seider's a terrific player, but he's not even the best player in his position in this league. You have to, look, it's not going to happen. I think where he's going to end up going is someplace like San Jose that has Celebrini, or someplace like Chicago with Bedard, or maybe he wants to, do something else there. Hopefully it's not Toronto, or he has his infatuation of playing with Crosby or something like that in Pittsburgh for a couple of years. But I don't think the Wings have a chance at him. And especially if you're not going to give up Sider. If I'm Edmonton, I hang up the phone if Sider's not even included.
Well, I'm not. If I'm the Red Wings, I'm probably not gonna part with Sider in a trade because I think he's the guy you're building around. He is, and defensemen are so hard to find a guy like Sider that you have to hang on to him at all costs. I think they have players that they can give up.
So wait, you'd rather have, forgetting the other players involved or the other picks or whatever. You'd rather have Mo Sider at age. You'd rather have 10 years of Mo Sider than basically 5 or 6 years of Connor McDavid, is what you're saying.
I don't know if I'm gonna sign McDavid. Is it going to be for that long of a contract?
Yes.
At his age?
Yes.
Well, you're answering the question for me.
I know.
I'd like to think it through here for a second and answer it for myself. Because there's something that will concern Red Wing fans about Connor McDavid, and it is I mean, obviously he's a phenomenal player, but Connor McDavid hasn't gotten Edmonton over the hump. I want Connor McDavid, but is he overvalued even in this league? I want to hang on to Sider because I think you need to have the great defenseman to go with a great forward. If that means that I'm giving up you're going to have to give up a ton of players, and I think you're blowing off how good Lucas Raymond is. I think Lucas Raymond was hurt the second half of the season, and he was still a point-a-game guy. Lucas Raymond is the starting point, along with a Nate Danielson, a Brandzik Nygaard, several first-round picks, Simon Edvinsson.
One of the goalies, coach.
Yeah, maybe if not,
one of
what they get to pick. Do you want Sandin Pellikka? Do you want Edvinsson? Which defenseman would you rather have out of those two? And give them their pick of your goaltenders. I think there's a package there that works without having to give up Mo Sider, because I don't want to give up Mo Sider. And if you're Edmonton, you're definitely going to want to get a defenseman back as part of the trade, but you're also going to have to get some offense back. And I think Raymond would give them that offense. Is it something Edmonton would do? I don't know, because I don't know what the other offers from other teams would be. I do think the Red Wings have talent and prospects and draft capital that can get into the conversation. I guess that's where I'm at with that. But you're right. In order for any of this to work, there has to be a long-term contract in the offing as well.
Not that it means anything. They have the Bet Online has the odds for Connor McDavid's next team. San Jose, the leader at 4-1, followed by Chicago, Toronto, Vegas, Montreal, Dallas, Boston, Philly, the Kings, Pittsburgh, Utah. The Red Wings are tied with the Rangers at 18-1. And then Buffalo, Anaheim, Florida, New Jersey, and the rest goes on and on and on. Calgary's last, obviously.
Oh, yeah, sure. That would make sense, Calgary being in the other team in that province. So, yeah. I'm curious to see what they end up doing. Maybe they hang on to him if they're going to trade him, and I would absolutely trade him if I were Edmonton. Try to get a haul of you would get a haul of players, and basically you're rebuilding on the fly around Draisaitl at this point.
Yeah.
And other they still have really good players. It's
Boucher,
amazing they just can't
and,
play.
Yeah,
they can't get
the great
it done.
Jake Wallman. They got Zach Hyman. They just don't have a goalies part
Nugent
of it.
Hopkins, yeah, they've got good players, but you're right. They don't have goaltending, and they don't have the overall good enough defense.
If you're Edmonton, you say F this and just blow the whole thing up and you trade everybody?
Wow. I mean, I don't think you can. I suppose, what would the fan base do?
Well, they've been through it before.
Yeah, they've been through it before when they were forced to with the Gretzky thing.
Well, even after that, their current roster was basically built on number one or very highly ranked picks, starting with Nugent Hopkins, and McDavid and Draisaitl was a high pick. Boucher was a high pick.
Well, you need the draft luck, the lottery luck to stay in there.
Yeah.
There's no guarantees that you're going to get those. But I mean, yeah, if I'm Edmonton, am I going to trade both Draisaitl and McDavid? No. I wouldn't trade both of them because I think you'll get a haul for either player if you want to trade either one of them. But just food for thought, keeping that in mind with what's going to happen this offseason, because I think Yzerman is going to have to be aggressive in the trade market. I don't know if there's enough players that make sense. Free agent-wise, Max Bultman in The Athletic did an interesting piece the other day focusing on the 5-on-5 production.
Right.
And players that are available free agent-wise that might fit that role. Also players in trade that could fit that role.
Alex Tuck was at the top
of
of
he was at the
list.
top of that list. And we'll see what they eventually end up doing. I think there's going to be some change, some serious changes to this roster, and that they will part with somebody that makes us go, wow, well, they parted with this guy. All right. It better be, for getting a player in return that's going to make sense and make a big difference.
Doesn't Draisaitl have more of that little grit than McDavid has? That the Wings are lacking. Now he's signed more long term though.
Yeah, I think he is signed more long term. But I mean, if I'm Edmonton, I'm not trading both of those guys.
Probably not. No.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Big game for the Pistons tonight. Game 6 in Orlando. Do or die. Will they do or will they die? And if they do, what happens on Sunday in a Game 7? Are you going to be chesty about this, or are you very skeptical? Are you a little bit like Stoney with Eeyore on this, thinking they're going to lose? What are your thoughts about tonight's game? We'll talk about it next year, 97.1. Coming up at 12:45, I'll offer up some Kentucky Derby advice. Got 3 horses I'm looking at, King.
I look forward to this every year, Gator.
Beautiful.
Stoney, you might want to take notes, buddy.
Yeah.
I will take notes.
Got 3 horses I'm looking at.
We got a resident horse guru out there early for the Kentucky Oaks.
Ah, yes, the Oaks.
The female version of the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, the Oaks race. Everybody loves the Oaks race. Nobody more than Mike Valenti.
Yep, he's ready.
And he's recruiting others to love as well. But I'll offer 3 horses to look forward to coming up at 12:45. Mo is next up in Rochester Hills. Mo, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I know you guys, it's a no-brainer, guys. McDavid for 6 years for Mo Sider, no-brainer. I mean, I don't know if you guys realize this. You know who won the scoring title this year?
Yeah, McDavid, right?
Correct. And he's in the prime. He's 29 years old. He's got a good...
You don't have to convince me.
He's got a good 6 years left. It would change Hockey Town. Hockey Town will be back if they can pull that deal up. Throw 6 guys for that guy. He's gonna make everyone around him better. And he's listening to his interview after the game. He says he's high expectations with an average team.
Yep.
So he's gonna be looking.
No, but you know what though, Mo? That's what the Wings would be.
Yeah, I mean, you look at eventually what if you have to give up half your team to acquire him. He's a phenomenal player, and he alone can carry a team into the playoffs, but he alone, and he wasn't alone. That's what's crazy about it, is he had plenty of other offensive talent there in Edmonton, but Edmonton didn't have the defense, and they didn't have the goaltender.
No, I mean, Edmonton's problem, granted, is their defense, but they haven't found a goalie in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know what the problem is. You got some great goalies out there. That's what they should have done, and they didn't do it. And guess what? Every playoff, their goalkeeping kills them. So, I think a no-brainer. McDavid here, oh, my God. Hockey Town would erupt. They would sell 1 million jerseys.
I'd love to see it happen. And thanks for the call, Mo. I'm not confident that it will happen, but I would have to think that Steve Yzerman is interested.
Now, Kenny Cott is the biggest Mo Sider fan that I know. And it would probably pain him to have Mo wearing a different jersey. But, Kenny Cott, would you give up a decade of Mo Sider for, 6 years of Connor McDavid?
Wouldn't think twice about it. Yes, absolutely. The best player on planet Earth, the best player that I've seen maybe almost in my lifetime. I'd put him in that category. Yes, I give up Mo Sider. No questions asked.
Yeah, and whatever else they'd have to give up.
And whatever the draft capital that you'd have to attach to it or prospects. Yes, 100%.
Does it bother you at all that he didn't show up last night, didn't lift his team at all? I mean, they'd scored twice. He wasn't involved in either goal. Edmonton. I mean, I'm just playing a little bit of devil's advocate. I'm a huge McDavid fan. I'd love to trade for him. But does that all come into play? Is he a leader? Or is he just a phenomenal player?
You ever see the video of him where he before Game 7, I think it was 2 years ago? Yeah, he's a leader. He's a leader.
Did they win the Game 7?
No, but but he can still be a leader. I also think that, like we say it every year, every guy is injured. He is not the same player the last 3 weeks of this playoff run, 2 weeks.
It's true.
Whatever.
Those are facts as well.
I've seen enough data points with Connor McDavid to know that he is the best in the world. And I've seen that video Stoney's talking about where he's like, dig the bleep in, and he's yelling at his team. They have to close the curtain on him.
Right.
And they had to, kind of limit what they could show. Yeah, he's a leader.
Do you think the Red Wings would have enough to offer up to acquire him?
Yes.
If Sider's involved, they would have to be. That would be the start. But how much else off the main roster would they have to give up, and how many prospects are we talking about, and how many draft picks?
It's not about what they have to offer; is how much are you comfortable with? And I'm comfortable with a king's ransom.
But is it because you're just so jaded as a Red Wing fan at this point that you just want a change for change's sake, or do you think this is actually something that makes sense and it wouldn't set the franchise back years because you're putting all your eggs in one basket?
No, it's because we're getting the best player in the world.
And under our scenario, he's here for 6 years, And while, no, they might not be a Stanley Cup winning team with him, they're certainly a playoff team with him.
But isn't that the whole point? To win the Stanley Cup?
I understand that. I'm talking about right away. You'll still have some things in the farm system. There are still some free agency where if Stevie's able to do stuff where they can still get better. I mean, they're not going to trade both their alleged hotshot goalies. I mean, they have things to work with.
They have like 3 of them.
I know.
I mean, I think Kosa's gone this summer. I think the way that they deferred to Postova being the goalie they used in Grand Rapids, I think with Augustine, just getting his first feet wet with his play in Grand Rapids after playing at Michigan State for a couple of years, I think that Kosa is probably on the way out. But I don't know does he still have the sheen of the top goalie. The thing is, goalies take forever to develop sometimes. So I mean, even when you're looking at Kosa, he's 22, 23 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he's got value. It's interesting.
Oh yeah, I think he has value too. So does the guy who was drafted after him, Minnesota's goal.
Right. Well, but how many guys? How many other players would you have to give up prospect wise to even make this work? I mean, because
I don't know the other prospect, but let's say like Anaheim. Are they going to give up McTavish probably, and they would give up somebody else and some picks. I don't know everybody's full complement of roster and
I don't expect
their minor league system. But yeah, I think the Wings have enough below the major league level besides the NHL, but other teams probably have more talent.
Well, the other thing
on their roster,
by trading, whether it's Seider or Raymond, that does it also that's money going the other way. So with NHL contracts, it's not like the NFL,
right?
Where you're worried about accelerating things and dead cap hits and all that. It's all straightforward. So taking on $12 million but shipping out $8 million, okay, you got that. But I just think it's interesting with another exit for Edmonton where they don't win the Stanley Cup. They've got the best player in the world. He's signed for one more year. I have to think they're going to trade him because I don't think they're going to go all out and make moves this summer to acquire players to fill the deficiencies they have in his team because they're probably up against it with a cap anyway. I haven't looked at their cap, but when you've got the players they have. And McDavid's on top.
Look, I understand the reluctance of some who don't want to give up your best player and who happens to play a very important position, defense, where you're kind of weak and, Seider hits. He does do the stuff that you want. So, somebody would say, you're basically turning, the Red Wings into the Edmonton Oilers if you have McDavid, a team that underachieved in the playoffs. But did they really underachieve? They went to the finals 3 in back-to-back years, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but didn't win.
I understand. I get all that, but
that's the frustrating part is they want to get over the hump, and they didn't do it, and then they follow that up with a first-round exit in this year's playoffs. It's got to be frustrating all around, and I imagine that Connor McDavid is as frustrated as anybody else.
Well, look, I'm sure he doesn't want to come here either.
Yeah, I was going to say, the other thing is I don't know if he's got the no-trade clause or not, but I have a hard time thinking that, okay, if he's getting ready to move on from Edmonton, that he'd give the green light to come to Detroit, who isn't making the playoffs.
Right.
Or who hasn't made the playoffs in forever. Despite that there are good players here to play with, as a team, it's not a team that's built for the playoffs just yet. So it might all be moot, but I just thought it was interesting to bring up, given that
absolutely
they're knocked out of the playoffs now.
Yeah. I mean, we brought it, I mean, people on this station brought up, once Toronto didn't make it, the whole Austin Matthews thing as well.
That's not going to die. That's going to because that's the hub of all hockey trade rumors start in Toronto. Right. So, and it's just been a dumpster fire of a franchise. They keep firing coaches and general managers and keep moving players around. Wouldn't surprise me in the least if they're ready to move Austin Matthews. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. You want to talk Pistons? We could talk Pistons. Got some Tiger talk we discussed as well. Next hour, there's some Lions stuff that I want to bring up. But coming up next, I've got 3 horses I'm looking at in the Derby. We'll talk about it next year, 97.1. If you want your lawn to be beautiful, lush, and green, and be the envy of the neighborhood, you've got to do the right thing. And that's called the great folks over at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number. You get green, you stay green, and you save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. And Natural Way, they've been in Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. They know what they're doing. I can say this from personal experience. They've been at my house for like a dozen years, and I love it. Look, for greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is key. And at Natural Way, they have programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and of course, control those weeds. But you got to start early for the best results. It is easier to prevent a problem than to fix one. You see dandelions now, take care of them. You see dandelions in the middle of summer, well, that's a different kind of problem. They've already, taken seed there, and it's a weed, and it's just going to rob your lawn of water and nutrients. It's no bueno. Give them a call today. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program, and you get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. So we have the annual Run for the Roses tomorrow afternoon. The Kentucky Derby, a fixture for 100 and something years. It's kind of sad, though, here in Metro Detroit that we used to have 3 horse tracks.
I know.
We got nothing.
We got nothing. Ladbroke DRC, You had Hazel Park and you had Northville, right? Yeah.
And none of it anymore.
You know, it's bad. Look, I'm not into it as much as Mike is, but growing up on the East Coast, it was a big deal. You had, really big tracks, obviously in New York and Maryland and that area, and it was part of my youth, the sports culture.
No, it
was watching the big races, and not even some of the other ones, the prep races, family members who were into having horses, things like that. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and we had the harness racing here. It was fun to go to. It was a fun event to go there. I've been to Hazel Park a bunch of times, but to Northville a couple times. I was too young when they had it going at Ladbroke to go, but I kind of miss it. I kind of miss going out there and seeing that and experiencing it. It was just it was a lot of fun, and now it's no longer here, which is unfortunate. But the Derby is going on tomorrow, and so each year I try to focus in on a couple, 3 horses that I like. And, I don't condone the gambling aspect. So, take this at your own risk. But this is where I'm looking at with the Derby this year. 3 horses, Stoney.
Okay.
First one comes in. It's a 22-1. That's the line on it right now. The horse is Hot Snakes. Hot Snakes is tough. Owner Paulo Frizard finally gets an entry from his world-renowned Brown Trail Stables. It's jockeyed by legendary Venezuelan Alberto Concarne, looking to become the first in his family to win the Run for the Roses. Now, Hot Snakes has finished in the top 3 of 5 of his last 6 races, but is yet to win. Never really leaving you fully satisfied to this point, but he's been able to sneak up on the field and coming from the rear in every race to eventually place at an astounding rate.
Hot Snakes coming from the rear?
That's right. Look out for Hot Snakes.
Okay. Sounds a little pornographic for my taste, but
second horse, a little bit of a longer shot at 35-1. K-pop Dragon Drop. Anime visionary Juan Wang has lent his support. Juan Wang, anime visionary.
Oh.
Juan with a W, W-O-N. Juan Wang has lent his support to Ron Brathwaite's horse farm for several years now, and this might be the most explosive 2-year-old yet. KP Double D recently won the Dilbert Stakes and showed his previous 2 races in absolutely biblical conditions, leading Brathwaite to hire an Indian chief from a yet-to-be-disclosed tribe to pray for rain. Now, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall for those discussions with Juan Wang. Hey, Wang, can you float us an extra $50,000 for the rain dance? This could happen. And lastly, Stoney, we've got Tweedledummer. It's an entry from the local actor Jeff Daniels Taylor's cousin, Malcolm Fondue. Now, Fondue has been very brash with recent comments proclaiming that his horse is going to win despite being a 75-1 long shot as of this reported time. Jockey Pepe Lister has been a fixture in an up-and-coming New Mexico horse racing scene, but this is his maiden voyage into the Kentucky Derby, so we don't really know what's going to happen there. Tweedledummer hasn't fared all that well this season, recording only 1 top 3 finish in 8 races, leading some to question how on earth this horse got the invitation in the first place. 75-1 long shot, Tweedledummer.
So your 3 are Tweedledummer,
K-pop Dragon Drop,
K-pop Dragon Drop,
and Hot Snakes. Right. I think I'm leaning with Hot Snakes. Yeah,
Hot Snakes start off slow, but come from behind, you said.
Yeah. Hot.
I'm going with the, because it seems to me, and I have no idea, but just, if you're on the rail, you don't do as well. I'm going to go for the middle of the track. I'm going to take 3 horses that are lined up in post positions, 7, 8, and 9. Damon Bourbon. I mean, come on, we're in Kentucky.
Exactly.
You got to go for 14-1. I don't want to play the chalk. I like Wonder Day, Wonder Dean, I should say. Excuse me. A 20-1, and then at
there's value there still at 20-1.
Yes, there is, and then at 8-1, the 9 horse, the Puma.
The Puma.
I just like the name of the horse.
Well, I'll tell you what I like. I like the number. I love the 9. When I play craps in Vegas, I love the 9. Got to bet the 9.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So you had 3. I had 3.
Yes.
King, is there one that stands out to you?
I like Juan Wang. Is he Mexican Chinese, or you said how do you spell that? Juan?
It's W-O-N. It's Juan Wang. No, he's Korean.
Oh, Korean.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I like that guy.
Yeah. Juan Wang knows what's going
Well,
on.
because K-pop Demon Hunters was really hot. I think K-pop's hot. I like the whole name.
And I thought K-pop Drag and Drop is interesting because it's like Game of Thrones meets
Yes.
K-pop. Totally different, diverse groups of people and fan bases. But this guy was an anime visionary, so he knows what's going on.
That scene is hot right now, and I think they
So
continue
hot.
their hot streak, and they outlast Hot Snakes.
Hasn't been hot like this since Hansel had a horse back in I think 2006.
And Hansel was hot.
Hansel was so hot then. Crazy.
I like the picks.
Thank you.
I also like So Happy because I'm a fan of the jockey Mike Smith.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's only, I think, won one or two derbies, but he's been in quite a few.
Yeah, I knew a guitar player named Mike Smith. I'm not personally, but
Okay.
yeah, local guy, and played with Candlebox for an album.
I feel like we all know a Mike Smith.
Didn't we? I think probably everyone knows some kind of a Mike Smith. Right. So there you have it. The Derby picks. Do with it what you will. I saw on your show sheet, and I was a little startled by it. Maybe I shouldn't be, but the Derby is known for the mint julep.
Yeah.
It's the staple drink of the Kentucky Derby. Woodford Reserve is usually the preferred bourbon for made with the mint julep. But you
and I like mint,
and I like bourbon. But you're not a fan of the mint julep.
I think the mint julep could be the most overrated cocktail ever made.
And why do you think it's overrated?
Because any cocktail that you only drink once a year has to be overrated.
But that's the thing. You don't have to just drink it once a year.
Have you ever gone anywhere where somebody, it's not on the first Saturday of May, orders a mint julep? Or at a Kentucky Derby party?
I make them at my house.
You make them 365?
No, not 365. There'll be several times during the year where I will purposely buy mint and make my own mint julep. I do it a little bit differently. Mint julep is typically it's mint muddled with a simple syrup,
right?
With a ton of ice.
It's kind of like mojito with bourbon.
Yeah, and a mess load of bourbon with
Yeah.
a mess load of ice, and it's. I actually think it's a really tasty drink. The twist that I put on is I don't use a simple syrup. I use really good maple syrup.
Oh,
and because maple syrup and bourbon is a great flavor profile there, and obviously with the mint it's different. Fresh mint is all the difference in the world. It's a delicious cocktail.
There are some people who just don't like mint. They like when it comes to Girl Scout cookies, they don't like thin mint, which to me are the best Girl Scout cookies made. The people, my favorite ice cream flavor is mint chocolate chip, and there's some people who don't like that. It's whether you like mint or not. I mean,
but as far as the julep is concerned, you're right in that people don't typically order a mint julep outside of at a bar outside of this day.
Well, it's not on like a bar staple, like on the menu, right?
Right.
The mint julep,
No, but it's not hard to make. I mean,
know.
bars would have mint. And,
Like you could ask for it,
Yes.
like basically.
Yeah.
But it's not something that's here's on the menu, and you see all the drinks, the cocktails. I don't remember really seeing the mint julep on there.
now I'm going to a party tomorrow that it's a half Derby, half Cinco de Mayo party.
early for Cinco de Mayo.
Well, it's 3 days. Yeah. Right?
See, that would bother me because it'd be torn because I'm not going to have mint juleps and margaritas.
That's why, yeah.
Not in the same day.
Right. I think what it is.
You're asking for trouble.
I think
You're asking for Hot Snakes to win.
I think the alcohol will be Derby related. I think the food will be more Mexican.
Oh, okay. There you go. I got you. Okay. So
Tacos and mint juleps.
that sounds like a good combo.
That doesn't sound like a good combo. It sounds like you'll be doing Mexican in somebody's bathroom.
I don't know what that means, but I can only imagine. The wonderful Stoney, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
248-539-9797. We'll do some Piston talk next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. Tigers baseball is coming up here on 97.1 tonight as the team is set to rock its alternate orange jerseys this Friday night against the Rangers. The Tigers made a move today, reacquiring former utility player Zach Short for cash considerations from the Nationals. Short last played at Detroit in 2023. Mackenzie Gore will pitch tonight for Texas. Jack Flaherty takes the mound for Detroit. Flaherty's walk rate of 18% this season ranks 344th among all pitchers with at least 10 innings. First pitch from Flaherty coming up at 6:40 this evening. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 will begin at 6:15. The Pistons, of course, have a winner-go-home Game 6 tonight against the Magic down in Orlando. The good news for Detroit, Franz Wagner will not play as he's out with a calf strain. The former Michigan Wolverine was averaging 17 points, 6 boards, 5 assists, and 3 steals in the series before his injury. Tobias Harris with an ankle sprain and Kevin Huerter with an adductor strain are both listed as questionable right now. The beat reporter said Tobias Harris did participate in shoot-around this morning. Tip-off at 7 o'clock tonight on WWJ. Pregame starts there at 6:35. An NBA draft combine invites went out to 73 prospects today. The usual suspects for Michigan and Michigan State were all invited, and Yaxel Lendeborg, Adai Mara, and Marez Johnson for the Wolverines, and Jeremy Fears Jr. for the Spartans. The draft is coming up June 23rd and 24th in Brooklyn. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson, Stoney, and Gator with you today. Stoney in for Doug, who will be back next week's show. And hopefully we'll be talking about round 2 of the NBA playoffs with the Pistons gearing up for their second round opponent. But in order for that to happen, Stoney, they got to win tonight, and then they would have to win Sunday in a Game 7 here in Detroit, if it gets to a Game 7, obviously. But you're skeptical. You would hedge over on the Orlando side for tonight's game. I get it. Orlando playing at home. It's tough to win on the road. They're without Wagner again tonight. The Pistons looks like they will have Tobias Harris able to play, and that's going to help them out.
I just think the home court, and I think that Orlando's roster, based upon what we've seen the first 5 games of the series, which means that Jalen Duren is not very good. I think Orlando's a better team. That's why. And if Jalen Duren can play the way Jalen Duren played in the regular season, that's a different story. But I've seen no evidence that that's the case.
Yeah, I'm with you in that part of it. I think the Pistons win tonight, but Duren, you're right. He's shown no evidence that he's ready to break through and have that 20-10 night that we all expect him to put up, because we saw it through the entire season, and now we haven't seen it in the 5 games of the playoffs. I guess where I differ in that is that I watched this and it's self-inflicted wounds by the Pistons with the turnovers are a mess. And I'm not talking about the ones that I give Orlando credit for getting in the way and causing trouble for Cade Cunningham and the double teaming that happens with that. I'm talking of the careless mistakes they make of just throwing the ball away because they've been lazy or careless with it, which we see all too often. Even in Game 5, when the Pistons won and they had a really good first quarter, there were 3 pathetic turnovers that they made, 2 by Cade and 1 by Jalen Duren. But what has me being a little bit more chesty, and I'm not chesty about it, I just feel that they're going to win. And what has me feeling that way is that aside from Game 5, Orlando has not shot well in this series. And they shot well in that game and they lost.
Correct.
So if the Pistons can clean up their mess of the turnovers, I think the Pistons win this game, and it'll be tight, but I think they win this game. If Duren shows up and has a game like we've seen in the regular season, then I think it's easy. But it's not going to be easy, and like you said, there has been nothing that he has done that leads you to believe that he's ready to break through.
And even though Tobias Harris is playing like a lot of other players in this league, he will be less than 100%. And he's been arguably their second or third best player. I mean, offensively, he's obviously been their second best player.
King, what's your take on Game 6 tonight?
Yeah, so I'm feeling a little nervous. I probably leaned that Orlando was going to win tonight, But obviously, Detroit has the ability to win a game and win the series even. But the reason I'm leaning towards Orlando is Game 5, although I'm very happy they won, it just took a lot for them to do it. And I don't know if they can keep doing that. Cade Cunningham going for a legendary historical night. The Magic just absolutely breaking all their free throws. 16 for 30 is really horrendous. And they still don't have Jalen Duren. Those are three big factors why I don't feel super confident about the Pistons. Now, the other way is, the counterpoint is, the Magic don't have Franz Wagner again, and that maybe Cade can go legendary one more night because Franz Wagner, he's big, he's strong, he makes things hard for Cade, right? Cade already has to carry so much of the offense, but when you have a guy on you guarding you like that, it makes it even more difficult, more taxing. Jamal Cain and Anthony Black clearly are not as good defenders on Cade. I mean, he went for 45. So I'm hoping the fact that they don't have Franz and the Pistons can lean on Cade again. But the thing is, like you guys mentioned, Tobias Harris has been huge as a secondary scorer since Jalen Duren hasn't been scoring his, normally 19 and a half a game. He's averaging like 12. They need someone to be able to hit a 3-point shot, though. And that's the thing. So Tobias Harris has been the secondary scorer, but not from 3, which means he can't stretch the floor in space. And you know how it is. This team, when they don't space well and they pack the paint, it's harder for everyone. And obviously, you're seeing with Jalen Duren, he can't get any buckets. Duncan Robinson's got to come through tonight.
I was just going to ask you, is it possible? Okay, and I'm one of the negative guys, but is it possible that he can, I don't know, get 3 threes a half, and end up with 6 threes? That's 18 points.
That would be huge because he went 3 for 6 last game, and that's a good shooting percentage, but I think more volume is what you're asking for, Stoney, and I agree. Like, if he gets 3 for 6 in the first half, 3 for 7 in the second half, now that's something we're talking about. And by the way, Danis Jenkins can hit a 3 at any moment. Now, please, I'm begging you to hit a 3.
That's the guy who I think he's kind of an X factor because he hasn't exploded yet, like we saw that he's capable of doing. And not that he's going to have 30 points, but that he's going to have 15. He can get 10 to 15, knock down a couple of 3-point shots and make you feel better. Okay, because then you're going to leave him open. He's got to knock down those shots. And that goes for anybody that's left open for the Pistons because it can't just be Cade. There was a statistical anomaly that I saw in the game. Despite the fact that Cade had the 45 points, he only had 5 assists. And this is a guy that was averaging almost 10 assists a game. And when he's gone off on his monster games where he's scoring over 30, he's usually dishing out 12, 15 assists in those games. But a lot of those go to Duren.
True.
And it hasn't happened yet.
And for you to get an assist, it's an incumbent on your teammates making a shot.
Sure.
So they don't have the greatest shooters in the world, so his assist totals are going down too.
Well, like I said, they've done a lot of that with a 2-man game with him and Duren, where he'll drive and lob it up and Duren slams it home. And they have not found that combination throughout this series. And it felt like at the end of the game or in the second half at some point, they had one that they sort of worked out, and it worked out to be a 3-point play. And I'm not sure how Duren was able to score on that basket, but maybe some things are starting to open up a little bit in that game. It would be fantastic if it opened up a lot, if the floodgates were there and Duren figured things out and the Pistons were able to have the offense that was going to work that way. And maybe it goes, instead of going to Duren, maybe it ends up being Asar Thompson, who ends up being the recipient of these lob passes, because obviously he can play above the rim. But the other thing I look at is they haven't played Ron Holland and Paul Reed. And the Ron Holland is a little bit more head-scratching than Paul Reed. Paul Reed, I can understand to a point, although I'd like to see him get some minutes because he's productive in those minutes. But with Ron Holland, his defense is so good, I think you need to have him on the floor. And is there any party that thinks that the strategy of JB at this point, maybe I can't unleash these guys because they're dying to get on the court and help out their teammates, and they haven't played in 3 games?
I don't know if it's strategy, but look, they're playing 10 guys, basically. So you ask them to play guy 11 and guy 12?
They're playing 9.
9 guys. So they're playing a lot of guys. The rotation's shortened up a little bit, but where are they going to play? I mean, are they going to put in Paul Reed for like 4 or 5 minutes? Yeah, maybe. It doesn't work. They have to have some sort of a flow. And it would be great to see Ron Holland, especially if somebody would get in foul trouble, which you don't want to see, go in there for a couple of minutes. But you worry. What I worry about the most is one of their best players is Isaiah Stewart getting into foul trouble. That's what I worry about.
I'll tell you why I don't worry about that, because I don't think that they plan on him playing like 25 minutes a game. So in my mind, he's got 6 fouls to give. Yeah, I don't care. If he fouls out, he fouls out. I mean, like the most out of him. He played 17 minutes in the last game, and it felt like that was a lot. So if he's going to foul guys, okay, but I don't expect it to be a problem because of the minutes he's being asked to play.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Gator. Like, I know a lot of people want more beef stew because every time he's out there, it's his energy, it's block shots, right? It's rebounds.
Less is more.
But I think maybe one of the reasons why he's so effective is he doesn't play 30 minutes a game. You know, he plays his 20-some minutes, maybe a game, 18
Keep
minutes.
that high energy because of the lack of minutes.
So you're going to even give him less minutes if you put in Paul Reed? I mean, now if Duren gets into foul trouble or Duren's playing like he's played so far, yeah, put in Paul Reed.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Reed, obviously, I don't think he's coming off the bench this game unless someone gets in foul trouble or an injury happens, knock on wood, you know, but he's clearly the third guy behind those two, and JB has shortened his bench as much as he can for the playoffs. But,
or do you reduce some of the minutes for, say, Karis LeVert or Javonte Green? I mean, these guys are bench players. Do you drop them a couple minutes each?
I would definitely drop LeVert.
To give Paul Reed some time.
I mean, I know they like Karis LeVert's
They like him a lot.
You know, he can bring up the ball a little bit and, you know, get Cade off that responsibility. But I think the like factor for Karis LeVert is way too high.
I mean, I'm sorry, Gator. Sony, you watched all the Bickerstaff press conference and everything. They really trust LeVert a lot. And you're right. He is another ball handler who keeps – that way Cade doesn't have to bring the ball full court up by himself every single time. And that's the reason I think we're going to continue to see LeVert tonight.
Yeah.
But he's just got to – if he has an open three, he's got to be able to hit it. He won't even take it at this point. You see it, Stone? He's like pump faking. No one's falling for it, and he's taking it to the paint, and it's getting sent back.
And there's sometimes where he's taking it to the rack. He's all right, lay the ball up, and he'll like try to pass it to somebody else in the corner, which I hate.
One other little observation I have with Cade, you guys comment on this? When he brings the ball up, once he crosses the timeline, crosses half court, I wanted to take a couple more steps. Because a lot of times he's dribbling just inside that line. And when you get rushed by two guys, he's got no room to retreat because it'll be a backcourt violation. Do you think it would behoove him to take a few steps forward, more towards the top of the key before he does the whole dribble out thing?
Possibly, except, then they'll double him there, and then everything gets, bottled up so much in the lane. I'll tell you what else I can't figure out. It's not just the Pistons, it's every team in the NBA. This propensity for defenses to just allow teams to just like roll the ball up without the clock going out. Go defend early, make it harder on them earlier. I don't understand that at all. The defensive part of it.
Yeah, I hate that strategy as an offense anyway. You just roll, and then pick it up because you don't want the clock to start. I get it.
Well, it gives you, more of a 24-second clock in the quote-unquote offensive zone. But why don't defenses do something about that? Press a little bit, maybe.
248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text. We'll talk Pistons as we return here on 97.1. Look, if you're looking for a new roof, I've been talking about Shaner Roofing for a while now. These guys are amazing. They've got a proven track record over 30 years of trusted service right here in Michigan. And now they're bringing that 5-star quality they have to roofs, also to windows and siding. Shaner's a local family-owned business that treats you just like family because, frankly, they are one. They're going to answer to you and get the job done just for you. And if you're worried about a high-pressure sales pitch, that doesn't happen with Shaner. What you're going to get is a true, honest assessment of what your home really, truly needs. And they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating to back that up. That's from thousands of satisfied homeowners, a reputation that's earned through decades of doing the job right. Everybody wants peace of mind. Well, here's what you get with Shaner. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That's pretty key because if you're going to sell your house at some point, that warranty goes with the house. And that is something that is of value. While competitors are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner is still here, still local, and still committed to their Michigan customers. You're ready to get some roof, windows, or siding? Talk to Shaner Roofing. If you're ready to get started, get your quote today and visit mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Lots of a text coming in. What makes this more annoying if we blow this series is that the East is 100% winnable. Yeah, I thought that way before the playoffs began.
Right.
The Pistons were the number 1 seed. Yeah, it's winnable.
Well, I kind of thought it was going to be Boston's to lose, and once Tatum got back, and didn't anticipate them going 7 games against the Sixers. That's for damn sure.
Pistons will come out tonight, punch Orlando in the mouth in Game 7 back to LCA on Sunday. The guy we have to get rolling off the bat is Duncan Robinson. The game plan should be to get him shots early and spread the court for Cade by doing that.
The problem is with Duncan Robinson, with all due respect, he defends like I would defend if you put me out there. He can't defend. That's why Miami let him go, why he sat on his ass during the playoffs the last few years. I went to the Pistons season opener, which was against the Celtics early in the season, and was listening to the NBA radio version of the game or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, and it was the Celtic announcers, and they said, all the Celtics, the game plan is just find Duncan Robinson and abuse him. And that's what teams have to do, and Orlando was doing it for a while.
Well, I mean, the Celtics, they shoot 3-pointers. That's what their game is, and they're going to live and die by it. And there's no guarantee they're getting out of the first round, and they're the number 2 seed. I do think this whole thing is kind of wide open here, and it gets really wide open if the Pistons lose. Orlando's going to have a lot of momentum, feeling they're pretty good about themselves. I'm a former bartender, 16 years, and I've only had one person order a mint julep outside of Derby Day. That's Rudy on the road.
Yeah.
I'd put it on a menu, on a drink menu. Have it out there along with, hey, margarita, your signature drinks. Why not? I mean, if you already have mint, which is the whole key component, if you already have that on hand, try to sell it. Pistons' strength all season has been their depth. JB isn't going to the bench anymore, and guys are getting more fatigued because of it. Well, they definitely have shortened the bench. It's a 4-man rotation now coming off that bench.
And Cade, man, 44 minutes last game. They rest him for short spurts at times. I mean, I don't know how much real time he got to rest because I'm sure they're focused on that as well. But as far as game time,
well, they have no choice.
I know. So that's the thing. That's the thing we were talking about going into playoffs, guys, is their strength is their whole team.
Yeah.
But when come playoff time, do they play the whole team?
It's been wild to watch this because this is not the same product we saw. And look, some of it is, as we've talked about ad nauseum, the self-inflicted wounds, but some of it is it's just a different look altogether because we're not seeing the deep rotation off the bench. We're not seeing Paul Reed or Ron Holland or a Sasser coming off the bench. We're seeing the minutes are concentrated now. The guys off the bench are Javonte Green, Isaiah Stewart, Karis LeVert, and Danis Jenkins. And Danis Jenkins is playing like somebody who doesn't have any confidence. Now, what Danis Jenkins continues to do is take care of the basketball. I think he's had like 1 or 2 turnovers the entire series, which is good, we saw a little bit of Cade and Danis on the court at the same time. I wonder if they're going to do maybe more of that. Again, like people keep suggesting, take the ball out of Cade's hands. Give him a little bit of rest with having to be the ball handler. But at the same time, I mean, what made Cade an MVP candidate throughout the season is that he did distribute the basketball all while scoring 25 points a game. If we can get a decent Danis Jenkins instead of the Jenkins tonight, I think the Pistons will come out with the win. I should say, instead of this Jenkins, is what he said.
Bring in Evan Jenkins.
Different kind. That's a Jenkins.
Yeah.
Evan might provide more scoring at this point.
Oh, boy.
You know what's weird?
He might turn over the ball more, though.
He didn't score on Thursday, on Wednesday night a lot.
Evan or Danis?
Danis.
Oh.
But at least he seemed like he was doing the right things basketball-wise.
He does. And he was doing less of the dribble, hunt for his own shot.
Right. He wasn't playing hero ball.
Yes, exactly. JB has to make point of emphasis. We need Duncan Robinson looks early and often. Draw something up to get open, please. Now, Stoney, to your point about he's a defensive liability, maximize the minutes when he's out there of giving him more volume while he's out there. It's like a Vinnie Johnson thing, the microwave. Vinnie was coming in the game to shoot. Maybe that's the way they should treat Duncan Robinson. You're in the game. When you're in the game, you're going to get maybe limited minutes,
right?
But you got to shoot.
Or maybe can they do an offense-defense thing? Like all the time with like him and maybe Javonte Green?
No, what they do it with LeVert at the end of the game, obviously. They just trust LeVert more defensively. Yeah, Duncan, if he's not hitting his shots, he's basically worthless out there, unfortunately. So I do agree with that text. Whenever they drop that play where he comes off a screen in the top of the key, it seems like he knocks it down 50% of the time. It's like, keep running something like that more and more. And then if they start to, jump in front of that, you can either skip past it or someone needs to roll to the paint.
That's the other thing. If he is hitting or at least attempting more shots outside, chances are they're going to defend him, which gives more room for Duren in the paint area.
It's all positive. Antonio in Mount Clemens, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Antonio.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good.
So my comment is kind of similar to what you guys just pointed out. It might be a stupid take, but I feel like we've played heavy, like, defensive-based lineups, and, like, with our backs against the wall, I would like to see him try something more offensive-based, because I feel like part of why it could be hard for Duncan to get a shot up at this point in the series is him being the only shooter on the floor, much like how we were talking about, I think earlier this morning, someone mentioned running a box and one on Desmond Bane.
Yeah.
They're kind of following a similar philosophy with Duncan. Like, he's the only shooting threat on the floor, and if you neutralize him, you can drop down on the pick and roll. You can stag off with Tobias Harris. You can load up on Cade more.
But it's a problem with the Pistons is that Tobias actually has been scoring, but he hasn't been knocking down shots from beyond the arc. Cade is definitely a threat from beyond the arc, but the other guys that have been are not right now. Herter was much better down the stretch, and he's I don't know if he's out tonight or not, but he was out last game. And then Danis Jenkins, he's not hitting the shots, and Tobias isn't hitting from behind the arc. So to your point, you're right. They need to have another legitimate threat, and that's something they're going to look at in the offseason for sure.
Chaz Lanier out of nowhere.
Or Marcus Sasser has been able to hit.
I feel personally, if Kevin plays tonight, maybe they could run a lineup with, like, an offensive plan to line up with Cade, Duncan, Kevin, Tobias, and Duren. They might be giving us something defensively, but like a lot of teams in this 2020s has done, you could go on runs with more offensive slanted lineups that can probably help swing the momentum or even the mindset of a team that's, on the brink of blowing the lead like that. And just maybe a 5-minute spurt with two shooters, it can open up the pick and roll to get Duren even more involved. Because what they've been doing is with Asar Thompson on the floor or Tobias in the corner, Jalen Suggs is just camping out in the corner and waiting for the dive from Jalen Duren to go and, like, blow up the play. So maybe having another shooter, a second shooter with Duncan on the floor can help open things up. But you give up defensive stops with that type of lineup out there.
Yeah, I'd like having Asar Thompson on the floor because of his defensive prowess.
Yes.
And maybe he needs to do some more cutting to the rim because he's got such a gifted game above the rim. But he hasn't been able to develop that shot just yet. Still early in his career, but he may never be a shooter. But he's one of those guys, man. He's high energy. He's like a pogo stick out there. In a way, he's got some Dennis Rodman qualities. But I'd like to see if they can get some more offense out of him. He's shown flashes this year where he can be a guy who gets you 15, 17 points a game. But they've got the work cut out for them absolutely tonight with Game 6. 248-539-9797. We got the blind ranking coming up next here on 97.1. Okay.
Or actually, the last 25 years.
Sure.
How about that? Or 20, because I have one now who I realize is on the edge. So
That's fine.
So anyway, you can do
But
it of all
Magic haven't
time.
been around that long,
Of
so I
all
got it.
time. You
I
can do
got
of
you.
all time.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. And I believe there are 38 players that qualify.
Okay.
We need 10.
All right. So I'm just
So
trying to
you
think in
might
my
want
head
to try to do them, by their talent level, by the comedic level, whatever. All right. We'll start off with somebody. Chucky Atkins.
Chucky, part of a big trade. Chucky never really moved the needle for me as a fan.
Okay.
But I'm going to put him in. This is interesting because it's like, what do I do? Am I doing it by how good the player was or what I thought of the player?
What you decide for yourself.
I'm just going to, so.
I think you'll see how the rest of this goes before you decide.
Right? I'm going to put Chucky at number 8.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, because never really a big Chucky Atkins guy.
All right, sounds like favorite maybe then.
Okay.
Yeah, but kind of like how I felt about them. And that it's also maybe a reflection on him as a player.
Okay. Next up. He'll be on the floor tonight. We hope. Tobias Harris.
Okay, I like Tobias Harris. I liked him the first time around with the Pistons. They brought him back. There was a lot of talk that he was going to be moved at the trade deadline, and he wasn't. The Pistons clearly wanted to hang on to him. I think he's been a really solid player for the Pistons. Good news that it looks like he's playing tonight after having a full clearance in the shoot-around. I'm going to put Tobias at number 5.
Okay. Interesting. Next up.
I don't like that he said interesting.
Tree Rollins.
The name Tree Rollins has always made me laugh. Always. I think aptly named Tree Rollins, probably for several reasons. This is an entertainment factor for me when it comes to Tree Rollins.
Okay.
It's the name. I'm going to put Tree Rollins at 7.
Okay.
Even though I remember as a Piston, he did not too much. But certainly above Chucky Atkins.
Tracy McGrady.
T-Mac. We forget he was a Piston.
Right.
I mean, talent alone, he's probably number 1 on this list, but.
So when I was covering the Pistons as, a reporter here, Tracy McGrady was on the Pistons, and I was in the Pistons locker room, and I said to myself, I can't believe Tracy McGrady's a Piston. And it was not the same Tracy McGrady that was on Orlando, that's for sure.
No, he was clearly the end of his career. A brilliant career.
Have you seen the video that's been out there where I forget which podcast he's on? He tells the story of them blowing off shoot around when Kuster was the coach. Pretty interesting.
I'm going to put T-Mac at number 6. Okay. As a player, obviously, as an overall player, he's probably number 1, maybe 1 or 2. But as a Piston, because he really didn't have any impact on the Pistons.
Okay.
Still, the entertainment factor. I have him at 6 between Tobias and Tree Rollins.
Okay. How about Bison Dele, who I believe was Brian Williams when he played for the Magic?
Yeah. This was this did not work out well for the Pistons. And then there was the off-court stuff. What happened with him?
He had a tragic death.
Yes, and a boat, whatever.
Did they ever find him?
No. And his brother involvement, things like that. It's crazy.
It's like, Amelia Earhart and Bison Dele. They don't know where they are.
Those are the 2. That's it. Everybody else located, but there's Amelia Earhart.
The famous
you don't think
people.
of Amelia Earhart when you hear Bison Daly. I don't know what to tell you.
Different realms of transportation, but
right. The fact that he went by Bison is fantastic to me. There's entertainment value in that, but the tragic story and all that, and you can't, once you rank them, you can't re-rank them.
Correct.
So I'm going to put him at 9 behind Chucky Atkins.
Okay.
Because that's out of deference to the tragic circumstances.
Okay. Next up, Grant Hill.
Grant Hill is going to be number 2 on my list. I was a huge Grant Hill fan. He was an amazing Piston and not so much after that in the NBA. He still played for years after that. What I really like and appreciate from Grant Hill is he agreed to do the sign and trade, which obviously built the Pistons for their championship team. Helped to build the Pistons for the championship team. Love Grant Hill personally. I told the story yesterday when I wore my old school Pistons horsehead hat that was actually given to me by Grant Hill when he came in studio and did a near 2-hour interview with us when I was producing the Mega Man Night Griffin show, and Grant gave me that hat. So that was pretty cool. I'm going to put him at number 2. I'm going to save number 1. I think I know who I have for number 1.
I pretty much do as well. So you have left, I believe, what, 1,
3, 4, and 10.
And 4 and 10. Okay. The way I look at this, he's going to have one of these players completely overranked, but the rest of them will be okay. All right, so let's do the obvious. Ben Wallace.
Ben's going number 1.
I figured.
Obviously, the championship, the NBA championship, let alone the conference championships they had. He was in a body. He was great. Loved that he stood up to Ron Artest, tried to put him in his place. Didn't love the brawl and the malice at the Palace, but I mean, he's the only guy that stands up to Ron Artest. Everybody else kind of backs down, and Artest was able to intimidate players. Not Ben Wallace. Not up in here. Fear the Fro was a real thing. I was a big Ben Wallace fan, as was everybody in town. They announced him at the game. I think it was game 2. I was at for and just got a standing O.
Mm-hmm.
Still looks great, even though he's got it's a gray fro now. But he's awesome. I love Ben Wallace. He's number 1 for me.
There's so many others to choose from here that I could have put in that I haven't. So I'll save them till the end. But we still have, what, 3 and 4 left? Is that it?
3, 4, and 10.
3, 4, and 10. Okay. Carlos Arroyo.
Oh, man. I don't remember much about Carlos Arroyo other than he was supposed to be this guy that was – I always get him confused with was it Delfino?
Yes, Delfino was – yes.
I get them confused a little bit.
Delfino never played for the Magic, by the way.
No, I know. I'm
as
just
opposed
saying.
As opposed to KCP or Ben Gordon or the great Laterriel Green or Sidney Green, who could have qualified.
I'm going to put Carlos Arroyo at number 10.
Okay.
Just because I have no real attachment at all to Carlos Arroyo other than thinking that those were bad Piston teams that he was on.
So we have 3 and 4.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Next up.
I know you're gonna say one of them, and I'm going to surprise you with it because I'm fine with it. But go ahead.
Oh, I know. You for comedic value, you're going to be fine with Judd Bushler. Played 165 games for one squad on that, 60 with the other.
Judd Bushler. Judd can knock down a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
Judd could shoot.
I mean, I could have
kind
given
of like
you
the original Duncan Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, I could have given you Corey Maggette or Kelvin Cato.
Hey, don't give it away, man.
You're eliminating all these players.
Yeah, right.
Kind of like I like Corey Maggette. He's a college player. I mean, I'm stuck between 3 and 4. I'm going to have to put him at number Judd Bushler. The great Judd Bushler slots just ahead of Tobias Harris and Tracy McGrady. But understand, McGrady did nothing as a Piston. Bushler, be interesting to look at them statistically. Who did more or less, whatever is more appropriate to say. Judd Bushler there at number 4, which leaves number 3.
Number 3.
Is it who I think you left me with?
Probably. Number 3 on our list, number 31 in your hearts, Darko Milicic.
Yep. That's who I was saving it for. For me, it wasn't comedic value. I was a big Darko fan. I wanted him to succeed so badly. We were sold as fans such a bill of goods when it came to Darko. Everybody screamed that this is a can't-miss prospect, 7 feet tall, mean streak in him, knocking down 3-point shots like nobody's business, and he's only 18. How can he miss? Well, here's how you miss. You get hurt before the summer league begins. You don't play. And then you get healthy enough to play, but you're on a championship quality team, and they're not going to throw you to the wolves. Larry Brown doesn't want to play some rookie. And then you go out and you trade for Rasheed Wallace, and then you finally get in, in playoff games, and then he breaks his hand in the final playoff game when they win the championship, misses the entire offseason again. It was a complete waste of Darko Milicic for his first 2 years in the NBA. Had no chance to survive because he just didn't play. And then the Pistons, I was in Orlando for spring training, I believe. Either spring training or a Tigers fantasy camp, one of the two, when they had made the trade, and we were in Ybor City watching on a TV to see his debut with Orlando.
Wow.
So I was always a Darko fan.
So some of the guys I didn't put on, they obviously qualified. Aaron Aflalo, DJ Augustine, the great Maurice Evans, Ben Gordon, Jameer Nelson. Who can forget the Jameer Nelson Piston career? And, of course, a guy who played less than 10 games for both, Kenny the Jet Smith.
There you go.
Yeah.
So my ranking, the blind ranking of the players that play
From the
for both
bottom up,
the Magic and the Pistons.
You have Carlos Arroyo as 10.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Really? Bison Dele at 9.
Yeah.
Chucky Atkins at 8.
Yeah.
Tree Rollins at 7. Tracy McGrady at 6. Tobias Harris at 5. Judd Bushler at 4. Darko at 3. Grant Hill at 2. Ben Wallace at 1.
Yeah, and I'm good with my top 3. I like my top 3 because it's my top 3. I was a big Darko fan. I know he did nothing he did nothing in the NBA, did nothing in the MMA world either. He got into that, but
could have had Jason Maxiel qualified too.
Yeah, well, but you didn't put him out
I
there.
know. I didn't want to put off 38.
I can only work with what you give me.
Ben
Stoney,
Gordon.
thank you very much. I appreciate the blind rankings.
Yes, that is the blind ranking, the top 10 who played for both the Pistons and the Orlando Magic here on 97.1.
Okay.
Or actually, I say the last 25 years.
Sure.
How about that? Or 20, because I have one now who I realize is on the edge. So
That's fine.
So anyway, you can do it of all
Magic haven't
time.
been around that long.
Of
so I
all
got it.
time. You
I
can do
got
of
you.
all time.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. And there, I believe there are 38 players that qualify.
Okay.
We need 10.
All right. So I'm just
So
trying to
you
think in
might
my
want
head
to try to do them, by their talent level, by the comedic level, whatever. All right. We'll start off with somebody. Chucky Atkins.
Chucky, part of a big trade. Chucky never really moved the needle for me as a fan.
Okay.
But I'm going to put him in. This is interesting because it's like, what do I do? Am I doing it by how good the player was or what I thought of the player?
What you decide for yourself.
I'm just going to. So
I think you'll see how the rest of this goes before you decide.
Pistons and Magic game. I'm going to put Chucky at number 8
in Orlando.
Okay, because never really a big Chucky Atkins guy.
It sounds like favorite maybe then.
7. Yeah, but you kind of like how I felt about them, and it's also maybe a reflection on him as a player. Obviously, it was good enough to
Next up,
get done over Orlando, and I just
He'll
I don't
be
think there's
on the
any way
floor
Orlando
tonight.
can put forth that kind of an offensive output.
We hope.
Again,
Tobias
I don't think they
Harris.
can duplicate that. I just don't. Okay. The thing I also don't think they can do again is I don't think they're ever going to shoot 16 for 30 from the free throw line again either.
No.
So that was a gift for the Pistons in that game, is that Orlando though they could shoot from everywhere on the floor other than the free throw line, making the free throws was a real problem for them. It was a huge advantage for the Pistons because they made, I don't know, what was it, 85%?
Cade was, 14 or 14?
Yeah, he was perfect, which I wouldn't expect him to be perfect again, but he's should be around 80%. But as a team, I just don't think Orlando can duplicate an offensive effort like they had in Game 5, and it wasn't good enough in Game 5. The Pistons still have room to be more consistent offensively, but they've got to stop making the dumbass turnovers. And if they can do that, and rebounding was a major advantage for the Pistons in the last game, which we haven't seen that in the series until the last game. Those are two areas. If they clean those things up, if they play like that, then it should be good enough to force the Game 7.
Well, especially, the offensive rebounds where they kind of like really fell apart, or I should say allowed Orlando to really.
Early in the series, yeah.
Yes, step up their game.
Game 5 was a different story. The Pistons had, I think, 7 offensive rebounds in the first quarter. Orlando had 3. And then in the game, the Pistons just had a huge rebounding advantage. I think they out-rebounded them by 16 in the game. It was nice. A text coming in. Gentlemen, if Harris is out tonight, why not start Stewart, the power forward, and have him and Duran on the floor together since we haven't seen it much this series? Paul Reed can back up Duran and get more playing time since he's earned it. Maybe we'll finally see Holland as well. This is from Marlon Walt Lake. Well, it looks like Harris will play tonight. That's the indication we're getting. He was a full participant in the shoot-around. We've talked a little bit about Isaiah Stewart. I think they can maximize what he does because he doesn't have to play 25 minutes a game.
Right. Isaiah Stewart is one of those better players. Less is more. You don't want him to play that many minutes. And the Holland thing is, you can't play everybody. There's a reason why teams shorten their rotations in the playoffs. If Ron Holland, in your mind, is the difference between the Pistons advancing in this series and not advancing, then we've got a serious issue.
But I guess my concern with the use or lack of use of Ron Holland is that here's a guy who through 2 years in the league has missed 5 games total in his 2 years in the NBA. But in these 5 games in the playoffs, he's missed 3 of them. Or he's been a DNP for 3 of them. That to me is kind of like, wow, that's how that's going to go. And maybe I'm sure it's because they didn't like what they saw in the first couple of games.
Well, he's a security blanket as well. If Asur gets in foul trouble, you would think.
Oh, he's basically a Asur Thompson light.
Yes.
Honestly. And with not as much athleticism, even though Ron Holland is pretty athletic.
He's a little better shooter than Thompson outside of 3 feet.
But even then, but that's not saying much because Asar can't shoot outside 3 feet.
I know.
With that being said, who do you guys think is the most important player tonight for the Pistons outside of Cade Cunningham?
It's Duren.
You think it's Duren? I think it's Asar Thompson. I'll say this why. They've won games without Duren this series, obviously, right? Because Duren hasn't showed up. Asar Thompson last game, when he goes after those rebounds and brings the energy and the deflections and the steals, I think that re-energizes the entire team to get on the break, to rebound more themselves. Too,
He was
not just him.
inspirational in Game 5. He was phenomenal in Game 5.
So I think if he brings that same type of energy, I'm thinking the Pistons can generate the offense they had last game, and everyone else kind of gets involved as well.
I think it might be Duncan Robinson. If he gets off to a start where he's knocking down the open three-point shot, and he's going to have plenty of open looks because they're going to be preoccupied with trying to stop Cade or trying to limit Cade a little bit. If he starts knocking those shots down, then they got to pay attention to him. It opens up everything else. It opens up that lob to Duren or a lob to Asar Thompson. So I would say Duncan Robinson, but and we all have a different response to it, which is interesting. And you know what? That speaks volumes to how the Pistons played all season long.
Right.
Because we've seen them play where Duncan Robinson's been hot and he has 18 points and knocks down 5 3-pointers.
But
we've seen the games where Jalen Duren has gone 30 and 10, and we've seen other games where Asar Thompson's been all over the place.
Aren't the Pistons, though, with all due respect to what they accomplished, the poster children for the difference between regular season and playoff basketball? I mean, because they won 60 games, but it would be, and not to stretch to say, at least 10 of them, the other team was not exactly trying, or some were trying to lose. I mean,
that's everybody in the NBA, so I don't care as much about that.
No,
but I would say that
they play with it. But even Bickerstaff says that their secret sauce was the fact that they play hard, they play defense, all that stuff, which everybody does in the playoffs.
Yeah, but I think the difference we've seen is that it's just not the same Jalen Duren. So I obviously want this team to advance in the playoffs, but if they get to the second round and then you see Jalen Duren become the player that he was in the regular season, then that tells me it was just a bad matchup with Orlando.
Or it was Angel.
Well, I don't even want to get into that, but it just might be a bad matchup with Orlando if that's the case. And then now we got this 60-win Piston team going in the second round that we all came to know and love. Or Orlando discovered how to put the clamps on Jalen Duren, and then the Pistons got to go back to the drawing board and come up with a whole new strategy.
Right, and hypothetically, if they would advance and would play Cleveland, let's say, then they, if Cleveland's sitting there going, we got Jared Allen, he can play Jalen Duren a little bit, also, Mobley. I mean, although Cleveland's defense is not that great either, but I don't know. I don't have good feelings about tonight, but as you know, I'm always negative anyway.
These are facts. Rico joins us in studio. You done with the horses out there?
Yeah, I played my one race and won, so I'm good.
There you go. Nice job.
I don't believe in giving money back.
You got your lunch money.
Right. I'm good. You going to play again? No.
What's coming up on the program this afternoon?
We'll actually have some fun with the Kentucky Derby since we have the master of Kentucky Derby here on the show. We'll also get into some Pistons. Is it hope or is it belief? And, we'll have fun. And who said it also?
Oh, beautiful. My favorite. And I only worked once this week, so I might not be on, which is good.
Oh, well, there you go. You could be scot-free today. Appreciate that. All right, Rico, look forward to it. Valena Rico coming up next year, 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Pistons will look to force a Game 6 with a win tonight against the Orlando Magic, who will be without one of their best players, Franz Wagner. Detroit's Tobias Harris is questionable, but was a full participant in shoot-around this morning. You can hear the 7 o'clock tip over on WWJ News Radio 950. Orlando Magic coach Jamal Mosley weighed in on their approach. Mosley was also asked if Wagner was able to do anything in the court today and shoot around. He gave a quick no with a smile. Interpret that how you want. This just in from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. No charges will be filed against Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf, who grabbed a fan's shirt at Ford Field during a game in December. The prosecutor's office says they interviewed the fan involved as well as security staff and others at the game and looked at video from various angles before determining no charges. The Tigers start a series with the Texas Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. First pitch at 6:40 here on 97.1. Jack Flaherty starts for Detroit against Mackenzie Gore. Detroit has acquired infielder Zach Short again. He's not on the 40-man roster quite yet. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, it's Friday, and we have a lot of good stuff. And yes, I feel like we're kind of talked out on the Pistons, Rico. I mean, everybody knows where I stand. They know where you stand. I think they're winning the series. You still have doubts. We'll get to it in a little bit. We are going to have some fun, though, because I have a question. I think my topic that I discussed with David, separate of you, see him right over there? Do you see that man in a shacket?
Yeah.
He plays into this. I think I can land the plane and tie in what we're witnessing with Kenny. So here's my question.
Okay.
So Kentucky Derby's this weekend. Kentucky Oaks Day today. And I always laugh. Is like people you don't hear from a lot, they'll be sure to bother you this week with who you got, who you like. And my response is generally, I want to write back, F you. Like, oh, now you care. Like, here's what I don't understand. I'm watching NBA playoff basketball. Every commercial's Kentucky Derby. Every commercial. You have shows this week who will have on guests that they'll lose their number for an entire year. And I always laugh because the biggest misnomer about horse racing is that the Kentucky Derby's the only big thing, or even that it's the biggest thing. I don't believe it is anymore. But it's just this idea, Rico, when you're talking about it, why is it that people are interested now? Look, the race is going to do massive numbers, okay? It's going to have massive reach. It's a massive event. It's a huge betting, spectacle. What holds people back? Because here's my thing. Any people I've introduced to the sport, whether I've taken them to a track or there's our man in the shacket, do you realize I essentially walked in on Kenny Cott in a Jason Biggs apple pie moment today? And no, Kenny's penis wasn't out. I walked in to Kenny betting on every track in America, and not in a harmful way. He's playing on a very low level. He's enjoying himself. And unlike Brendan Shabath, I'm not here to judge him.
I'm sorry. What?
Okay.
Oh, dear.
The point I'd like to make is this. Kenny's hooked. Like, Kenny loves this now, and he's into it. Like, he wants to learn, and he genuinely finds it interesting. So my question is this. Like, what is it that holds you back? Like, why do you care this week about the Kentucky Derby, but yet you don't process that there's a huge race or races every week? That the Kentucky Derby is really the culmination of about 6 months of races. At the end of their 2-year-old season and the beginning of your 3-year-old, it's like the Detroit Lions. You have to win playoff games to get to the Super Bowl. You have to win races to get to the Derby. So I just, it's interesting to me because I got those texts today and I'm like, here we go again. And then I walked into Kenny and again, he essentially was humping an apple pie. Right. Log out, Kenny. I gave you your Churchill Downs stuff. I need you to log out.
Yeah, you know what holds everybody back is the fact that it's a fun event. It's something you really don't need to know anything about to win. And it's not to slander horse racing, Mike. The same goes for the NCAA tournament. How many times do you see your bracket won by someone who's not watched a game all year, but they just picked the favorite colors or the teams, or my kid applied to college there, and that's why I picked it. It's a fun event, and for this week only, you don't need to know a lot about horse racing because it's complicated. I listen to you, the different types of bets you rifle off, and it's just like, okay, I'm not really comfortable with that because I don't understand it, but I do understand win race, or I do understand win place or show, whereas you're like with the trifecta and the exacta and the doubles, and it's like, it's like a person betting, in something that they don't know about. It's almost like the first time I learned how to play craps. The dude was like, just play it safe, bet a couple things, don't do what I do, and you'll be okay, and you'll learn the game.
Yeah, it's always just struck me. So it's weird.
It's because this week you don't need to know anything. Now, you could be the master of horse racing like you are.
Nope.
Or you could just be some idiot like me, and you could make money, and you could do whatever. Well, Kenny is...
I was going to say an idiot like Kenny, but...
Well, he wins, and he's like, well, it's not bad if you win, right?
Yeah, it's not great
Kenny.
that you're doing as much as you're doing. I mean, Kenny,
these are dog races now. Well, I picked the right greyhound.
Do you remember the part about Kenny with the apple pie? Yeah, and I caught him. I walked in and I go, and all I saw on the screen was Laurel Park. I go, what the F are you doing? And then he's like minimizing windows left and right. And I'm like, Kenny.
I bet a harness race today.
Oh my God.
Wait.
I need you to log out.
But let's just tell the whole story, Kenny. Mike, you know how bad it is? What? I bet one of those races where they have the little carriage and the basket on the back of the horse. Mike's like, that's called harness racing, Kenny.
And
that's what I bet.
And I need you to log out.
And they got the little carriage and the little basket on the back of the horses.
And I need you to log out.
But I won, though. I think we're missing that part.
Yeah, I don't think that's the relevant part of the conversation, but okay. No, I wanted to ask the question because, look, I understand. I don't understand. Like all of the crap that's on television, starting with the WNBA, which is absolute garbage. It is a garbage product. You want to tell me that that's popular and horse racing can't be? Ridiculous. Second of all, horse racing is meant to be bet on. It was the NFL before the NFL. The NFL was designed to be bet on because back in the day, I want to keep our streak together.
All right.
It was only played on Sundays. Everybody was home. It was once a week.
Really? Did not know.
I know. It's crazy. Before Monday Night Football.
They actually probably dressed up to go to the races, too.
No way. Oh. So I like the idea that some of this other dreck is popular and horse racing isn't, I don't understand it. And there's a mental block with people because then my life is filled with people like Rico pretending to be sincere while asking highly insulting questions, such as, can I ride the horse? Do they wear Air Jordans? Do they wear snowshoes? Okay. Can I put a diamond necklace like Justin Jefferson on a horse? I mean, really?
No, but
really? Nay bands?
Hold on. But David, who's winning the little horse racing thing we've been doing all week?
Nay bands?
Because I actually ask questions to learn about the horse
I'll
stuff.
say you're 50-50. You always have a little twinkle in your eye when you ask certain ones because you know.
I always have to. Hey, Mike.
Oh, hey, Mike, that horse looks like
funny,
Rick James, doesn't it? No, it doesn't.
I thought they put chains on to run in snow.
Okay, Evan.
Like a Russian sedan.
Okay. Evan convinced me. And Evan looked so convincing in Vegas. He was like, oh, yeah, they do it all the time.
They winterize their horses.
Right, like, yeah, that's a lot of the tracks in New York do that. I'm like, really? Evan sold me. Okay, and that's why I'm like, Mike, how come you never told me about that? Because it's not true.
So,
My bad. Sounded good.
I want to ask the question because you're going to watch the Derby this weekend. Hell, you might tune into the stuff today. What you do realize this is 365. It's a sport with no chill. There are events every bit as big as this, and yet, like tonight, this is on NBC, and the Pistons are on Amazon Prime.
Let me help you with that.
Oh, please.
Do you want the answer now, David? Do we have the time?
We
for the answer
have
now?
time, man. To hell with David
All right.
and to hell with the network. I want the answer.
You just said it. There is no horse racing network. Mike, we have to watch things on a laptop
Sometimes
in order to get information.
That's because
Where-
Churchill Downs is stingy with their rights.
Right.
I know. We're going through a transition.
It's the same with the NHL and their cable access show. It's unless you have it on a main network.
Yeah.
That's when people can say, "Oh," and you can get the casual
The sad thing
fan
is,
in there.
ESPN used to show the Kentucky Derby. I'm serious. Now NBC has the rights. ABC had the rights for a long time. I'm talking about the rest of the time. It's really interesting to me is like, then people disappear for another 11 months. And I'm like, you're missing the best stuff.
Well, no. If the horse wins, then it's what, Belmont is second? Preakness. And then everybody jumps into the Preakness to see if you're going to see a Triple Crown. And then people are interested in all the way to the Belmont. And then maybe they come back later on for the Breeders' Cup. But other than those 4 races.
Yeah, they vape out. It's wild to me.
Because it's not easy to find. So if I can't find it.
Well, hold on. Let's be fair. Fox has made a huge investment in this. So Fox, FS1, and FS2, the trio of networks, it's on every day. They're showing thousands of hours of horse racing every day. Now, do I like that it bounces between FS1 and FS2 in the same given day? No. But I'll give an example. Like Saratoga's my home. That's my place. All summer, every Saturday in summer, Big Fox. Big Magic. You're going to have it on Fox all afternoon.
They don't advertise it.
They do.
You know what? But here's the thing. I can watch a commercial and the WNBA. Here's Caitlin Clark.
Oh, did you see Angel Reese made her debut? Clang. Who watches that junk?
Did Jalen Duren tweet something out?
No. But it's just interesting because anyone I introduce to it, boy, do they like it. Yet, here we are.
It's fun, but I equate it to the NCAA tournament where all of a sudden, Mike, I'll get people, hey, who should I pick in this game and what should I do? And I'm like you said, you haven't heard from them since last March. And
right.
Okay, well, I never trust Gonzaga. Don't pick them. Do that. That's why, because it's one of those things you can play around with and you don't really need to be really smart in order to win.
248-539-9797. I wanted to just ask the question. We're going to have some fun today. Yes, we will do our final day of the Derby Olympics trivia challenge. We'll do our draft. We're going to talk Pistons. But can I be candid with you, the listener? What else is there to really say? Win and avoid being a fraud. Lose, you are a fraud. That's it. Sure, we'll do the patented radio topic at 3. Hey, what are we talking about Monday? Second round or how about Cancun? We've said it all. Honestly. Keys to the game. There is no key to the effing game. Just win. Well, if Dennis Jenkins has 9 points, they're going to... F you. Just win. What else am I supposed to do? I'm not going to sit here and belabor the Tigers bullpen on May 1st. All right? It's been an uneven start. What am I going to do? Panic?
They won last.
They're in the Comedy Central. They'll be fine. So no disrespect if you're tuning in and you're like, I want Pistons. Wah. Dude, we've talked so much about it. And we're the show before all the other ones who said, I think they can come back from 3-1. Here's how and why.
What about Tobias and the ankle?
Oh, bibbity, bobbity, boo. He was never not going to play. All right, you got a gift. The Magic's second best player died. You're probably going to steal the series. What do you want, a cookie? What more can we say about it? That's the part of this job as I hit 25 years in the business. Drives me out of my effing mind.
You want to know what they want, Mike? They want a game like what the Knicks put on last night.
Well, good luck.
They want that because I thought something was wrong with my screen.
Something is wrong. He was like 90-2.
I turned and I was like, what do you mean 82-22? What?
Yeah. All right, read something. We'll talk to the people.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. If you do what I did, Natural Way will come out there and they will come up with a solution for your lawn that you will have the best lawn on the block. Because right now, look, the grass is starting to sprout and it's growing. So are the weeds. So are the dandelions, so is the crabgrass. And if you're looking at any of those things that I just mentioned, it means you have not called 888-GET-GREEN, and you need to call that number right now. Why? Because they have a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn, from fertilization to aeration, weed control, disease control, so much more. Look, the greener grass and the fewer weeds come with Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, but you got to give them that call. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, purchase the full lawn program. You get free grub control, but you got to tell them Rico from 97.1 sent you. Call 888-GET-GREEN.
All right, David, text asking it what has become a bit of an eternal question to me, because anyone I intro to it loves it. We've lost Kenny. I don't take responsibility for what he's doing, but basically he bet in every track.
No.
I don't know what to
That's
do.
on you.
No, it's not. He asks me questions, I answer them. He's into it. Anyone I've taken to the track, they love it. The whole point is, I laugh that this week it's this fake ass media push. If I got to hear Pitbull talk about getting on a horse and riding again, I'm going to launch myself off the Gordie Howe. Like, the idea that the Derby is the only thing that matters is such a lie. and I can't figure it out, is people like it. They go to Derby part. There are Derby parties this weekend, and people know nothing about horse racing, but they will go. And it's like, you're missing the best part. Like, there is no off season. Horse racing has no chill.
Right, but Mike, how is it different for a lot of people who go to the Super Bowl parties? And they really don't know the teams. They just know it's a party, and
they're
I'm be
bleep
there.
holes. If you don't know football, you're an idiot. I mean, who doesn't watch football?
You got to realize not everybody knows the game like we do. And the people who listen to the show, there are some people who just don't follow sports. And it's like, oh, it's an event. I want to be seen. I want to take photos and put it up on my Instagram.
That commercial that was just on, Dale's a loser. Those people are losers. David, what do the texts have to say?
A text says it's because no one actually cares about the sport of horse racing. They care about the spectacle, the mystique of it, the costumes, the betting.
But I would ask you, okay, stop right there. The betting is interwoven with the sport. Second of all, in today's day and age, while horse racing's on the decline, so is people's attention spans. Most people have the attention span of a squirrel. What would fit said attention span? A new adventure every 20 minutes, or in the case of Kenny, every 4 minutes, because he's apparently betting every track with 4 legs and a heartbeat. I'm making a point here, David. The biggest cop-out is saying, well, nobody cares about. Well, why? Analyze the reasons why.
Well, then maybe this one is. I think horse racing is different than most sports because you don't have anyone to really root against.
That's not true at all. Look, we'll get to it later. There's only one horse could win the Derby, and I'd be angry. Only one. There's one owner that I just think is a pus-filled pimple on the ass of the sport. And I hope he loses. And I hope he goes out in horrific fashion. I can't stand him. So, no, there's plenty of people to root against. There are trainers to root against, owners to root against, horses to root against. I don't like the way he looked at me.
I think it's because, Mike, it's owners, like you say, but it's not horses. So you can't have a rivalry like, I will always hate this horse, because the horses, it's almost like every horse is one and done. You'll see them this year, and then they're gone next year, and then you got to learn new horses all over again.
You still love college sports, and so do these hyenas, so don't bring that to my table.
No, I'm answering for that right there, saying it's hard because there's nobody to root against. Like, you grew up and you hated the Cowboys, or you hated,
yes,
there's no, unless you say, I hate this owner, but it's like you don't sit there and say, I hate that number 7 horse.
Oh, I do.
Because he looked at you the wrong way.
Oh, no. It's just sometimes it'll be like, remember the old phrase when people would talk about the Lions? You bet them, they hurt you. You don't bet them, they hurt you. There are horses like that. It's all, the whole premise of this is, I'm not telling you on a Wednesday afternoon. No. But every weekend, there are high-level, incredible races. I just laugh that the Derby is this thing that's highlighted. Everyone cares. And no one ever looks around and goes, geez, there's a lot more of this. Like, it's on all summer on Fox.
And I think the other thing, Mike, is because the Derby may give a false image of this is a sport for really rich people. You got to dress up in the fancy suits and the big hats and all of that. Because if that's your only time seeing horse racing, it's like, well, that's not a sport for me.
Hold on.
That's a sport for some rich folks.
What sport is not for rich folks right now? Can the average fan afford to go to an NFL game? No.
Right, but it's almost like, you're expecting to see nothing but stars and celebrities and singers and
that's what gets
actors.
people. Hold on, no. Whoa, wait a second. Everything now is about that. Look at this crap that we live with in society. Everything is influencers and celebrities and BS. That's what people get off on.
Right, but they're just dressed as regular folks. Whereas I love the fact of how the Derby people dress, but it may be something that intimidates just the average person thinking, well, that's not in my tax bracket. I can't afford
watch
that.
the sport.
Well, let me try this, because a quote that you've made, Mike, is, we talked about the spring game before, and you said, I could probably only name a handful of these guys.
Yeah.
That's every horse race.
Yes.
With these people, where the horse names change, the horse trainers change, and I think people just have no connection to say, I don't know. Everything's changed, and I got to learn it all over again. That's where
fair.
I think some fans
it's
are.
It's fair, David. But dude, we've worked together for so long. Even you can now look at it and you're like, I get this. And even as it's not going to change your life, you're like, I dig it. Who'd we bet on? That's the thing I can't figure out. We can get to the people, but we'll finish the text. We actually have a number of phone calls. I'm down. I just would like to know.
I see your frustration, but as David said, a lot of people, it's if it's a name of something like, hey, that reminds me of something. I'm going to bet that horse with the funny name.
I'm not mad about
my
that.
Favorite number. I'm going to take the number 9 horse.
That's fine because at least they're paying attention. The whole idea that the Derby is the one race a year that you bet because things makes no sense to me. None.
No, but I would simply say, think NCAA tournament March Madness. That's what Kentucky Derby is.
Oh, you mean the latest thing that they've ruined by expanding it?
So we're going to expand the Derby to 24 horses.
No, here's what we'll do. We'll have 50 horses, no gate. It's just going to be an open range, and then we're going to blow a whistle.
What you know? What if we took the Oaks and we put them on at night? Oh
Well,
wait,
yeah, that's
they're
what they're
doing.
I know. I hate it, man. I hate it. The idea of the Kentucky Oaks being in prime time tonight at 8:40.
It's now TV.
What are we doing, man?
Yep.
Go ahead, David.
Eric in TC says the Masters equals Kentucky Derby golf in horse racing. Doesn't exist to me outside of one weekend a year. So they're saying the Masters is like the same.
Fair. That's an interesting comparison.
Yeah.
That's fine. I think the difference is nobody. How do I phrase this? Like, I don't get why horse racing is mocked, yet grown men carrying sticks and hitting a ball isn't. Like, it's. I don't get that.
Because every grown man hitting the ball, the Jeff Rieger, let's just call them the Jeff Riegers of the world, all think that they can play well enough that one day maybe they can be out on the playing in Augusta.
Right. And you're Dominique Wilkins.
Whereas you're never going to be a jockey and you're never going to do any of that stuff. But the average person says, I can go out and play golf. You can't go out and ride a horse.
No, but you can watch it, bet on it, and enjoy it. That's the whole point.
Dude, once again, you tell me, hey, this horse is it's a long shot.
I gave you something nice earlier. I took care of you. I tried. All right, listen, I'll get to the phone calls. I'm genuinely interested. Yeah, go ahead. We'll do the Pistons at 3:00. Can't wait.
We can just stick with this.
No, because look, I understand people don't listen to our show every day. So you got to go back, and I'll bring it up again. Monday, we're going to be talking about playing the winner of Toronto and Cleveland. They're winning the series.
Who's the free agent or the trade that they're going to be making?
Kill me. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico. to the people. Trying to solve the eternal question. We'll go to Nicholas, 97.1. Nick, how you doing, buddy?
Saratoga, I'm doing great.
What's the good word?
Magic. Listen, Black Magic is talking the truth. I'm at Churchill Downs right now with my girl, and we're having a great time. And I'm going to tell you something. Horse racing is amazing. And the problem is a lot of fans that listen to your show don't understand horse racing. It is one of the best spectacles. I mean, when you listen and you see it, it's amazing. And I want the fans out there to understand how great it is. And the Kentucky, I've got tickets. You know, my girl is amazing, and she got me tickets. And I'm gonna be up there with, like, you know, Aaron Rodgers.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't care, but I'm excited because
you should be.
I'm ready for this, Mike. I'm doing full suit and tie, and I'm having a great time. Now, you know what I'm upset with you?
Why?
Why aren't you and your wife going? And you get your.
I went last year. Let me be clear.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Can't do
sorry.
it.
I know.
Can't do it every year. Nick, it's something like once every 5 or 6 years. I'm good, brother. But look, here's the other thing. Let me explain this too. It's a wonderful time. But here's the other problem. The Derby, like Rico pointed this out, the Derby's this spectacle, right? Where it does have a higher threshold and it's gotten out of control. But this idea that, like, A, you don't have to go to races to participate, but B, the idea that you're going to be surrounded by sultans and rich people only, guys, you're just wrong. That's a crutch. My parents applied for welfare the week I was born. I was still in the picnic area for $2, okay? I grew up in the picnic area. I didn't saunter into the track in a suit. Like, I just went to Tampa Bay Downs this winter on a lark. I had business down there, and I decided I had one friend who'd never been to a track. He goes, "Do you want to go?" I go, "Don't ask me twice." Shorts, a shirt, and a hot dog. Like, it's just, I get tired of the BS.
No, but Mike, that's the other races. When you see the Kentucky Derby, you don't see the everyman just dressed as the everyman.
Well, they're in the infield. Right. There's about 80,000 of them.
But all the shots that NBC will show you.
Right, because they're selling you a lifestyle.
As this rich, aristocratic, and look at this.
Yeah, I love that too, though, because that's what all your professional athletes are. And you drink their bathwater. Not you, I'm saying fans. You'll cape up for owners. That doesn't fly with me. Oh, okay, so rich people are bad in horse racing, but they're great in professional sports? The hell are we talking about? These athletes that you cape up for? They wouldn't bleep on you if you were on fire.
This is true.
Like, I mean, that's my whole goal. Cade Cunningham. I'll have somebody blow an aorta. Defending Cade Cunningham, the guy makes $50 million a year. So which is it? Not attacking you. I'm saying that logic is so lame. Well, suits offend you, but if someone's courtside at an NBA game in a Jesus piece worth twice the amount of the average American home, nobody says nothing.
Right, but even at the average NBA game, Mike, you'll see people just dressed in their Pistons T-shirt.
I feel like I'm arguing a different point.
I think you are, because what I'm saying is when you see the video, they don't show the person just in a polo shirt, just looking like a regular person. They show that. When you go to the games, yes, at the NBA games, you'll see a Jaren Jackson with diamond chains on, and you'll see all of this stuff, but you'll also see people in a hoodie, or you'll see people just dressed normally.
Okay, and it's the same thing. The Derby is one day a year. This sport is, you can go anywhere you want. And by the way, you don't have to go to any of it. It's the whole point. The average fan doesn't go to sports games anymore. They can't afford it. It's insane. Go to a Knicks game or a Celtics game. How about if the Pistons win? Is the average fan going to a Pistons game in round 2? No shot. And if you do, the players will be as small as ants. Yeah. That's the whole point of sports.
You start getting phased out each round.
Sports has phased everybody out.
Yes.
So that's where I laughed at all horse racing's an outlier. No, it's just, I don't know. It drives me insane. Go to Doug, 97.1. Doug, how you doing?
Good, Mike. Rico, great show. I've been a horse player for years. I love the fact that you are, Mike. It's one of the biggest thrills I've ever had in my life, playing the horses. And I don't bet a lot, Mike.
You don't have to.
No, but I have to tell you this, since I got, I did have Oxbow and the Preakness, and I did go 100 across the board.
There you go.
And that was one of the biggest thrills of my life, because I don't usually bet that much, Mike. You know what I mean?
No, but you had a feeling, you went with it. But Doug, what do you think it is?
I had a feeling. You're exactly right. And that's what it is. But it's a great sport. It's one of the greatest sports there is. It's a lot of fun. And I've been to Hialeah. I've been to Arlington Park, but I've never been to the Derby or the Preakness or Belmont. I'd like to go sometime. I'm 78, but I'd like to go sometime.
The best thing you could do, there's two ways. You either go to Keeneland on a Thursday. You don't have to fight the crowds. You drive 4.5 hours south. Most beautiful place in the world is Versailles, Kentucky. It's gorgeous. Or you go to Saratoga and you sit in the picnic area for $5. You bring a sandwich, ice cold Diet Coke, and you relax.
I've always wanted to go to Saratoga, Mike, and maybe I will someday, but I'm with you on that. That sounds like a great trip.
It's the best. And you can, and despite what people think, Doug, as long as you have pants on, they're going to let you in. You're going to be okay. And by pants, I mean shorts.
Exactly. Most of the people at the Derby are not all dressed up and everything.
No, but the TV, to Rico's point, the TV paints a certain picture. And I understand why they do it. I'm just saying, it's like this game is so much more. And I laugh because ultimately, Doug, so many people are into so many nonsense things now. We have so much nonsense sports out there. And yet, horse racing gets one day a year, and I can't figure out why. It's really bizarre to me. It's wonderful. David, hold on. You're staring at the TV. What are you doing currently?
They were showing some Kentucky Derby food. That's all.
I've lost these two.
Do you think? See, you know what? I'm gonna talk to David.
Go ahead.
I already know what you're gonna say.
It's
You're gonna
fine.
make fun of me, guys. Do you think it also is because you don't know the personality? The horses can't talk, and you don't know the jockeys. So there's no connection with the people where you could see your favorite athlete getting interviewed before or after a game, or you see them doing certain things. You don't get that connection with horse racing.
Yeah, that actually has come across the text a few times about the personalities that you don't get to really see with this sport.
Right, because all he heard was, "Oh, the horses don't talk. They're Mr. Ed."
Well, the rare opportunity you got was, I believe it was the Netflix thing that you brought up before, like a year or so ago. That was the rare thing where you got behind the scenes on some of the trainers, some of the owners, some of the jockeys. You don't get that enough.
Well, can I just offer you something?
Sure.
Have you taken a listen to some of these player interviews pre and post game?
Not saying they're great.
The horses might be smarter.
They may be true, but
I mean,
get
seriously.
more personality in those sports.
Well, we got to score points. Things. Like
no one said it was great. What we're hearing,
not exactly illuminating. Let's go to Matt, 97.1.
I got to go really fast.
Matt, how you doing?
What's up, Mike?
What's going on, buddy?
I started watching horse racing when you got me to watch that Race to the Crown.
Okay.
And I'll be watching this weekend because I put money on, I think the horse's name is Renegade.
Yep.
I know he's favored to win. I probably put too much down, but
well, he drew to rail. He drew to rail, so that didn't help you. That's for sure.
I put 100 down on him, so I'm hoping he wins. If not, I don't really care. It's only money. I'll make more.
Look, you're in the mix. You're ready to roll.
Yeah.
You're in the game, and you got skin in it, and you're going to cheer your ass off. And look, I mean, is he the best horse? Yeah, he's nasty. But drawing the rail, that didn't do him any damn favors, my brother. That is a tough ask.
I used to go to many years ago to the Northville, Downs horse races, and I would watch there. I don't know if they still do it. I haven't been in a long time.
No, but I mean, look, Matt. So, Matt, let me ask you a question. You watched that show and you were entertained by it, right? And
I was. The only one I didn't like was, and sorry for this slanderous term, the Guido guy with the. I think his name was Mike.
No. Listen. His name's Mike Ivorone, and that is as close to a cartoon as you will get.
Yeah, I didn't really care for that guy.
I do not claim him as Italian. Oh, no. I mean, Matt, listen, here's the other thing, too. It's reality TV. They got to pick certain people to get people to watch, if we're honest about it, right? The more eccentric you are, the easier it is to sell that to TV. No question.
Hey, look,
Or actually, were you talking Mike Rapoli? Which one?
I don't know. I just know. I remember his wife. I remember that.
Okay, yeah, you were probably you were talking Ivorone. Okay, good talk.
Yeah,
I got you, Matt.
She looked amazing.
But I mean, Matt, listen. Here's my question, and then we got to run. So, what stops you from checking in on it more, from trying to be involved a little more?
Partially my schedule, because I travel the country for my job.
Got it.
And I work. I don't take days off, so I work every day of the week. But I follow sometimes on my phone.
Okay, no, Matt. I just we were trying to have a little fun to start the show. I appreciate it, man. I mean, it sucks what happened to Renegade. I hate the owner, but Renegade's nasty. The rail man.
Oh, that's the bad owner.
Yeah, it's Rapoli. He's a plague. He's awful.
I thought it was the other the horse that I bet last year that I felt so bad about.
Oh no, you bet on a guy who kidnapped his daughters 20 years apart.
I did not know that.
Yeah, keep supporting that.
I did not.
There
know.
you go. Blood's on your hands.
You know what? Maybe if I saw more, pieces on the news, maybe they should have got Rossini out there.
Leaving that alone. 248-539-9797. All right. Spring is not here, and the weather is not turning. I refuse to read. This is ridiculous. Our weather blows. But bottom line, look, if you need a truck, go see Moran Buick GMC. Right now, 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab starting at $199 a month, 24 months, or the 26 Buick Envista starting at $249 a month. Both leases $999 down, and if your current vehicle needs attention, just go to Moran. Honestly, it's MoranExpress.com. Certified service, you get the loaner. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them online, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, amidst our Derby weekend fun and playoff hoops, there's still time for 7 minutes of football. We'll do that right now. David, go ahead.
Gentlemen, let's play a little game. It's now time for the teams to realize, what are you going to do with that fifth-year option? Do you keep your player, or are you going to trade your player, or are you just going to let that player go? So we'll just say, we'll play this game, fifth-year option and keep, or fifth-year option and trade. We're going to go through a list of the players from that draft. We'll start off with Philly, just exercise Nolan Smith Jr. Is this somebody that's going to be part of the long-term plan for Philly, or should they pay him the fifth year and then try to let him go?
Pay him the fifth year. I just don't think they're in a position not to. I mean, if he's healthy and he's right, he can be a really impactful player. They just traded for Grenard. I'm giving him the fifth year.
At this point, because you always need edges, go ahead and just, pay the fifth year, keep him, and see what happens.
Worst case, you keep him. He has a good year. You don't want to commit to him. You still get the comp pick.
Correct.
That's what all these teams do, man. This
Philly's
comp
very
pick
smart at
thing,
that, too.
they play that game.
Okay. Let's go with Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Buffalo Bills.
Oh, absolutely. Now, again, health, availability, it has been a factor. But when Kincaid is right, that offense is different. He's outstanding. Yeah, no, I'm picking it up for sure.
Yeah, for a team that really hasn't invested in their wide receivers, then that means you have to do the fifth year for Dalton Kincaid. You just have to.
Mike, I'm going to lean on you for this. Deonte Banks, Giants.
Nope. Guy should be bagging groceries at POS. Okay. Absolutely, bar none, one of the worst first-round picks of the New York Giants in modern history. An absolute waste of skin. Horrible in every way. The team would be better playing 10 on 11 than having him on the field. Horrific.
Yeah, another example of why unless you're really high on the cornerback, like high pick top 10, no.
David, he's so bad.
It's Artie Burns. All I'll say is Artie Burns.
He makes Artie Burns look like Rod Woodson. I'm serious, man. You don't understand suffering until you've watched Deonte Banks on Sundays.
This is probably more run than he's gotten all season.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Addison, Minnesota Viking wide receiver.
Oh, boy. I got to keep him. I got to pick it up. Because the problem for them is that they don't, even if I believe Kyler Murray can, quote, fix the quarterback problem, he still needs to be highly insulated. Making Jefferson better, they already lost Naylor. Yeah, and Hawkinson looks done. I'll pick up the fifth year.
So I would pick up the fifth year, see what happens as the season goes. My question for you guys is, would they be able to get a second-round pick before the deadline for him? Just off the top of your head, do you think so?
A what pick?
Second round.
I don't think you get a second.
I think third's the best you're going to do.
Okay, well
I was
then
going to say a fourth.
Then I would keep him all year because you get the comp anyway for the third. So that's why I was asking. Because if you think and your season's going haywire, and maybe you can get a second, but if you can't, then just keep them.
Stick with the wide receivers. Baltimore's picked up the option of Zay Flowers. He long-term solution?
Yes. You pick up the option and get a deal done before it's done. He's a stud. I love him. It's too bad his quarterback's ass. Sorry, David. You know it. You watch him all year. Zay Flowers is incredible.
He's amazing, yeah. So is Lamar.
How about Quentin Johnson? The Chargers have picked up the fifth-year option on Quentin Johnson. Is he long-term solution for the Chargers?
No, he had a hot start and then faded. That's a pass to me. Plus, they've got to focus their energy on that offensive line. That offensive line's a shipwreck. Yeah. I'm going to say no to that one.
Yeah, them picking it up is them saying, well, let's just see. Let's just see, and if it happens to work out, then cool, we got you for another year.
Were the first 5 weeks of the season real or not?
I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, JSN is a no-brainer. He's already a rich man.
And they already got paid.
Yeah.
Stud.
We're going to go with Jack Campbell, Detroit Lions.
No, and it's simple. If you pick up the fifth year, he makes $23 million a year. You just get the deal done prior, and you probably sign him for 17 or 18. And why is it that high? Because off-ball linebackers are also kind of hybrid from a compensatory to edge rushers. So the edge number brings it up. They've kind of put the two positions together. I don't want to pay him $23 million. So it puts pressure on me to get the deal done so I can just pay him 17. So no, even though you want him. Does that make sense?
Yes.
See, I'm glad you explained that to people, because on surface, people are like, well, oh my gosh, we need to keep him. You do need to keep him, but not at that number. This is the smartest thing the Lions have done all off season, is to not pick that option up.
Okay. David, this one's for you. Broderick Jones.
No, but there's a reason to it. I don't think he's good, but then now he has the back and neck issues. So you definitely don't pick up that option, because we don't know if that's going to be good, recover, how he'll be. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Okay.
And David, he's not good.
No, he isn't.
You know what? Let's skip to the good part. The Atlanta Falcons, Bijan Robinson.
I mean, you're going to pay him, but
long term, is he part of your solution, or is he more valuable in a trade down the line?
I don't know. The trade thing, I don't think anyone's given up a whole lot for a back. I think you either believe you pay him or you don't. For me, I'm different. I'm not paying a running back $20+ million a year. I pick up the 5th-year option. I give him another 600 touches, and then I throw him in the garbage. And I go get another one.
I'm actually with you on that, because even the franchise tag is only like 14, 15 for a back.
Right.
So do that.
Let's go with Bryce Young.
Oh boy. Yeah. It's the same as CJ Stroud.
I was going to say, I got Bryce Young, CJ Stroud.
I say yes,
time for one.
yes to both, because they both have to prove it. They have to prove before you're going to lace them with a $200+ million deal. Yeah, you have to. You don't have, it sucks, but you have to. I would.
And it gives you that extra year to decide.
Yeah,
That's
don't do what the
does.
Giants did, where you don't give
there we
Daniel
go.
Jones the 5th year. Then he proves it. Now you're effed and you owe the guy $40 a year. Versus, I'll just pick up the 5th year and I've got options.
Right. Okay. That's your 5th-year option, Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Pistons are hoping that veteran Tobias Harris can give it a go tonight against the Magic. He's questionable with an ankle sprain, but was a full participant in shoot-around this morning. Per Hunter Patterson of The Athletic, Kevin Huerter also still receiving treatment. He's questionable as well. It's a 7 o'clock tip-off over on WWJ News Radio 950. Magic coach Jamal Mosley said that Franz Wagner did not participate at all in shoot-arounds today. He was also asked about the impact it has without him defensively. The Tigers are back at home after 6 games on the road. The Texas Rangers in town. They've lost 4 of their last 6 and sent Mackenzie Gore to the mound. Tigers have traded for their former player Zach Short. Short played 3 seasons for Detroit and has bounced around to 4 other MLB organizations since. He's not on the 40-man. Here's the lineup tonight. Torres, McGonigal, Jones at the top, Dingler, Green, and Vierling in the middle, Torkelson, Perez, and Lee at the bottom. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. After reviewing video and interviewing various parties, including the Lions fan himself, there will be no charges for DK Metcalf after swiping at a fan at Ford Field last year. Other games in the NBA, Cavaliers at Raptors. That's at 7:30. The Lakers at the Rockets as well. That'll start at 9:30 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. So we got a couple of things in the mix. Kentucky Derby, kind of why the hell is this a one-day-a-year thing when the sport is year-round, and what stops you from actually, getting involved? But we can bring up the Pistons. And I mean this, I'm not being flippant. We've said it all. I mean, we've sat here the last 2 days. I thought down 3-1, they had a way better shot to win this series than what the Matt said. Franz Wagner out was a material change to the series. You win Game 5. You're going to win tonight. You're going to win Sunday with Rico there courtside. They're winning the series. I just, that's what I believe. I don't know what else I can say. You guys can tell me your confidence level, but I don't have keys to the game. It's simple. The key to the game is Orlando's second best player and the primary defender on Cade Cunningham in second halves is dead. There's your key to the game. Whatever blood oath you have with the basketball gods, the sun has shined on your cheeks and the second best player for the other team died. It's over. Orlando does not have the bench. They do not have other players. They're a top-heavy team. So you either take advantage of this and salvage a level of dignity by getting to the second round, or you're one of the biggest frauds in the history of the league. There's no in between. I believe it'll be the former. They're going to win the series. They will survive the scare, and they'll get through. So I lean on Rico, Kenny, and David. What else can we say? Can we say that as later? This is a new game we're playing called What Else Can I Say? Go ahead.
You can guarantee that they're going to win the game, Mike. That's
what I believe. I don't. What do you want me to tell you?
Nah, I understand. For me, I look at this. Tonight is the night that this is going to be Orlando's night to close this thing out. This is Orlando playing in front of their home crowd, whether it's Rockets or not. It's still their gym, their home crowd. And what you can't do is get beat by Jamal Cain. You can't get beat by a tryhard coming off the bench and lighting you up. You can't let that happen. If Banchero beats you, he's good. He's supposed to. But you can't let Bane come out there and hit 7-8 threes. You have to, that's what you have to guard against. And for the Pistons, you're going to need guys to step up and do some things that they do here at the LCA. You're going to need to see Asur Thompson go out there and play the way that he did, getting the 16 rebounds and playing the defense that he did. Hey, I know we keep bringing it up all the time, but Jalen Duren kind of needs you to step up. If you were ever going to do it, we kind of need it right now. This is the game where I'm not even saying go out and give me 20. Can you get me to 16? Can you do that? Can you spread the wealth and not score it all in the first 5 minutes? Let's take a little bit of the heat off of Tobias coming off of that ankle. Don't know how bad it is, and I don't know how long he'll be able to play consistently, but you need somebody else to really step up. And yeah, Duren, This is your time, man. You go out there and you win this series, nobody's going to question whether or not the Pistons should pay you or not.
Wrong.
Well, I'm just saying.
Wrong.
Fans will say, well, look, he carried them.
Well,
and he helped, and he was the second.
Okay, guess what? Fans are idiots. Let's be
Okay.
better, okay? Stop.
Mike,
He's had a horrible series, dude. Stop.
No. And I'm saying, if you step up in the next 2 games, who
cares?
You can now make an argument of, hey, guys, I am that guy.
Okay, make the argument. You'll lose in court. You want to pay him $5 at 200? You be at the front of that
I didn't
line.
say you pay him, Mike, but I'm saying if he steps up in the next 2 games, you could at least make an argument because you could say, okay,
Go ahead.
crunch time, money time, game 6, game 7, you showed up.
Money time. I'm sorry, but they shouldn't even be in this position if he's a max player.
No,
He's been embarrassing.
They shouldn't, but right now, nobody's going to say he's earned that money.
I guarantee in the fanosphere, they already are. You can't, if fans ran organizations, they'd go 0-82. You know this. Brother, if I said to you right now, are you going to pay him? You know you're not. No way.
No, but I said you can make an argument. I didn't say you do, but I'm saying at that point, nobody's going to laugh and be like, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and play that Orlando series.
You look primed to speak, plus text and then callers. So go ahead. Well, Kenny, I know, is just going to give us a basketball swish.
I understand what you're saying about Duren. I think tonight, though, is on Cade. He has to control this game tonight. He cannot turn his ball over. He has to control the tempo and the pace for the Detroit Pistons. Everything goes through him. I don't care about Dennis. I don't care about Duren. Whatever they want to do, show up, fine. Harris, fine, will continue to do what he's doing because I'm not worried about the ankle injury with him. I think he's going to play. I think he's going to continue to do what he has done all series. Cade has to control things. So if Duren wants to be a part of it, well, then Cade can make him a part of it, whatever. But it's all on Cade tonight. He wins and loses this game for the Pistons, period.
See, David, I guess I've already baked in Cade around 40 points. That's a given. I need somebody else because he's going to do exactly what you're saying. Ball's going to go through him. He's going to score all the points. He's going to have to carry this team. But can somebody help him? Can somebody pick up a bag or two and help him carry the luggage? Does he have to carry everything?
I just haven't seen that all series, though. I haven't seen it all series with anybody else other than Tobias Harris. He has provided a little bit. And so they win or lose based on the turnovers that Cade has. If he and he doesn't waste possessions with turnovers, they'll be just fine. But if he continues to turn that ball over the way he had in those losses, then yeah, it's over tonight.
Text, and then we'll get to the callers. We got callers about the Derby. We got callers about the Pistons. And again, what else needs to be said that hasn't been said? And if you don't believe they're going to do it, say it. I don't think it's some crime if you don't believe they're going to win. I'm telling you, Wagner being out, dude, this is not football. This is not where one injury, I'm not going to allow an excuse. It's basketball. It's their second best guy. Why did Orlando suck all year? Franz missed 47 of the last 51 games. They can't replace him. They're dead. If you lose to this version, it only makes your fraudulence worse. Go ahead, David.
The Pistons can focus on stopping Wendell Carter and Paolo. I don't think Desmond Bane can shoot the lights out every game. They'll be just fine. The Magic are done without Wagner. Orlando is doing a blackout tonight, so they seem like it's going to be the Pistons' funeral, but I think that's going to go the other way. Pistons in 7. Someone else says the key to the Pistons winning tonight is scoring more points than the Magic. Insert Kenny's ha right there.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just waiting for the sideline reporter interviews. Hey, what'd you think of the first quarter? We sucked. That's where I loved Popovich because he just didn't placate to this nonsense.
Hey, coach, you're down by 5. What do you need to do in the second half? Score at least 6
Score
more.
things. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, gentlemen, for me, and you can make fun of me if you want, but it's Duncan Robinson. He needs to hit those shots coming off the screen to draw more attention to him.
Yeah.
So that opens things up for
I'm not going to
others.
make fun of that. He's your only true shooter. Yeah, you're on the road. Yeah, 3 or 4 triples from Duncan on 7, 8, 9 attempts. It definitely matters in a series that largely points have been at a premium. I'm never going to laugh at that. If he's not shooting, he can't play. He'll be a minus 20.
We know he can't play defense.
Uh-oh. But that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I would never laugh at that. Yes, it would be massive.
Oh, yes, it would be.
Duncan, that's why we flew you down here. Go shoot ball.
That right there. That's coaching. Shoot ball.
Pistons should not pay JD. I agree with Mike. Trash performance in the postseason. I don't see anything from him tonight. That is Dave in Detroit. Someone else says, Jim from Sterling Heights actually says, can LeVert make a layup at all? He averages about 4 to 5 missed layups a game. That counts for 8 to 10 points. We need him to stop missing those.
I need LeVert to not be here with this team. That's what I need. Why did we give him $15 million for next year?
I have no clue. What a mistake that was.
I mean, listen, ultimately, this is where I try to defend JB Bickerstaff. The only thing I've really come down on him for was the lineup to start the fourth quarter of Game 3. Other than that, think about this. How sweet would Steve Kerr look if his answer to his problems was Javonte Green and Karis LeVert? You know what I'm saying? Like, all these coaches, people want to hero worship. Give me a break. Tell you one thing, JB might have had more answers than Joe Mazzulla last night, who looked like he was in a coma. I know nobody cares. I keep trying to tell you the Celtics are soft. I got a different word for them, but I can't say it.
But at least they didn't look as
blank cat.
At least they didn't
blank
look as
cats.
Yeah, but the Hawks said, "Wait, watch this."
That was unreal.
At home.
That was truly unbelievable. Is the only word I can offer you for what that was last
40
night.
to 15 after the first quarter.
It was 70 to 25.
David, I think I saw a coach reading the Bible in the huddle. Like, we need prayer. We need something.
We needed the power outage from the Super Bowl, Niners and Ravens.
Where's
Somebody
Beyonce?
just please.
Where's Beyonce when you need her?
Anything. 248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get to the people coming up next. Take care of some business. A little bit of Derby, a little bit of Pistons. We do have Who Said It. Yes, we have our trivia. We're going to do a Derby draft. Lots of good stuff. All right, if you're in an accident, feel like you're on your own, the insurance company, they are decidedly not your buddy. The paperwork, that's a nightmare. So how about you call David Femininio? Only Femininio Law has the accident response team because you need action and you need it now. Crisis counselors keep life going. Medical experts will lock down that case. It's smart, it's fast, and it is built to win. Get David, get paid isn't just a tagline, albeit it's a good one. It is your playbook. 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to the website anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. And game 6 and 7 because, well, we're not on the air before the series concludes. I think they're winning the series. I think Wagner ended it. So you tell me where you're at. And then the other angle, yeah, we were rapping about it is you're watching the NBA the last few nights. Anybody else care to see another Kentucky Derby commercial? I laugh. They promote this one thing. The sport is year-round, no off-season, tons of huge races, tons of things to follow. What makes you interested in this but not in that? And I know we'll get calls where people's dad got them into it or the older generation. I swear to God, I don't know what it is with younger people. They don't love it. But if you intro them to it, then they end up like Kenny, who currently is betting 4 different tracks at the same time, and I'm worried about you.
You know what the funny thing is, Mike? This is actually a sport for the younger generation because the races are quick. You don't have to spend 2.5 hours of your life.
Attention span.
Right. The race is over. Okay, that's it. Let's do it again. That's Kenny. Look at Kenny.
Kenny's evidence, a thrill every 4 minutes.
Right. So you would think that younger people would embrace this sport because it's over in about, 2.5 minutes and we're done.
Personal growth. I was going to go to the drop board and have a good time. I didn't do it. No, Enrico doesn't deserve that. So we'll just keep it moving. Let's just keep personal growth. Let's go to the people. Tim's in Rochester, 97.1. Tim, what's good, buddy?
Gentlemen, happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Timmy.
Hey, I've got one thing on the racing, and then a quick NBA take.
Sure, absolutely.
So I am the once-a-year spectator.
Okay.
I have been to a track down in Hollywood, Florida, and I can attest I loved it. It was a blast.
Where'd you go to Gulfstream Park?
I can't recall which one, but who knows?
That's okay.
It was a good time. Anyways, so much so I was telling Kenny, I couldn't watch it year round because I would have to be inclined to wager, of course. I feel like that's probably the norm.
Yeah, probably.
Otherwise, I'm going to be the guy in the parking lot before the race is drinking out of a paper bag. And
well, at Keeneland, they tailgate. So you'd be perfect in the parking lot down there on the hill. They have beer pong and all kinds of things.
Hey, as an Irish guy, I'd fit in anywhere with I'm sure.
Perfect. What do you got on the NBA?
NBA, I've loved watching this postseason. I really have, especially Game 5. If we can get anything close to 2 more of those just from an entertainment perspective, I'd be thrilled. Unfortunately, the fact that I guess I already pay for something to only be able to watch the postseason games, I'm getting to the point it's getting ridiculous. I don't even watch the Pistons anymore outside of this past week, and it's really sad because I just used to love it, and it's I don't know.
Well, what do you? I'm missing something. What do you mean you already paid for? What? They were on Amazon Prime.
Okay, so right. I have YouTube TV. I have
okay.
Prime. Yeah, Prime. I have Prime, and I pay for that. But I would have to pay for whatever Bally's or whatever to watch regular season.
Yeah. No,
so
and Tim.
Pay for that, then I got to pay for Prime to watch postseason.
Tim. This is where sports is losing. They are. They're taking money today and hurting tomorrow. And look, and this isn't I'm not ambushing Rico. You had an issue the other night where you go, Pistons are on Peacock, Tigers are on their network.
Right.
You're not able to flip back and forth, even though, and it's not that long ago, whether it's Tim, you, me, you'd watch both of these would be available on cable, and you would be able to go back and forth for 2 local teams and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, you hit the little back button and boom, you're there. That night, I
proud
officially said, I understand your first world problems of it's annoying. It didn't take that long, but it's just annoying that I have to leave. So then I'm picking my poison you know what? I'm just going to watch this for now, and I'm going to follow this one on the laptop. Or I'm going to – so maybe and then I turned over, and there's a 2-run bomb.
I feel like a proud papa.
But yes, that day, that night, I was like, this is
annoying.
Okay,
but
I get it now.
What Tim is saying though, that's the issue I have with sports right now. It's all just focused on hand to mouth. Mm-hmm. They're not focused on the long term and on let me ask you. I'm going to get laughed at for this. Okay, I'm not a fan of this product, but I'm a fan of the person who runs it and how they run their business. Okay, the Savannah Bananas. Okay, I think it's horse bleep. But it's fun, it's affordable, it's fan forward. And if you've ever heard him talk, he's done a number of interviews about why they pay all the taxes, why the tickets are what they are, why they're not doing YouTube exclusives and taking all of this money and how they have a 4 million fan waiting list to see their product. I'm not one of them. But
bro, I applied for the lottery and got denied.
Okay, so but you get my point. Is he's doing something where I know I could make more. I'm doing just fine, but I know long term this is what will sustain my business. Pro sports are doing exactly the opposite. Literally rob tomorrow because you won't even be around for it to get what you want today. It's a failing model. We're chasing away the very people we need to keep sports going.
No, you're right. It's like the GM who signs all the bad deals, and then he's fired in a few years, and then the team is stuck with all of these players that they didn't really want.
We call it the Dombrowski. You just got Dombrowski'd. All right, we'll go to Ken, 97.1. Kenny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good, Mike. Rico, how are you guys this afternoon?
Excellent, my man. What's on your mind?
All right. Just wanted to comment on the Derby.
Sure.
I'm a pretty good, I've been watching horse racing for quite a while. I'm getting into it a lot more now because of, like you said, the Fox and the coverage that's happening.
Sure.
I bet a little bit, but I'm on a different perspective. I get into it a little bit more for the horses, the amazing animals, and as far as they can't talk, but boy, each one of them has a different personality, and they get put in different situations, and the way they run just fascinates me.
No, but Ken, you're nailing it. And listen, I mean, obviously the sport is driven by betting, no question. But as background noise, as it's much like the Masters, you can turn it on and just chill out. Like it's perfectly normal, and there's a beauty to it, and there's a pageantry to it, there's a history to it. Now, I understand the average person, they're going to watch the Derby and then vanish for 11 months. That's the part I don't get. But you've gotten into it to a little more, and you go, oh, I didn't realize this was what this is. That's good, though. That means Fox is spending money, and it's mattering, that it's on.
It's helping me. Like I said, I'm kind of fascinated by it, between the fantastic, the animals and their muscularity and their personalities. If you get to watch them in different situations, like I said, it's amazing to me.
I love what you said, though, too, is like Rico and we always talk about football, styles make fights. You get a dominating front versus a team that wants to air raid and throw it all over the yard. That's fascinating of who's going to win that. It's the same thing in horse racing. Yes, they're all about to go very fast, but Kenny, you know it. Certain horses need the lead or they get pissed. Other horses want to make one giant run from the back. Other horses are tactical. They stalk. That's what sets up the race, and then you watch it unfold. And sometimes it's fugazi, and you go, what the hell just happened?
But see, this is the thing. For horse racing, Mike, and I think this is why you get the casual fan for the Kentucky Derby, is because there really is no strategy to the novice. It's just bet horse and cheer like heck for 2 minutes that horse goes and wins.
You've just described the cut.
I just lost a double at Laurel Park.
Oh, my God, Kenny.
Okay, but
Rico, please talk.
I think that horse racing has a problem because rather
1-800 gambler, 1-800 gambler.
Well,
Kenny,
my 100 my reset. But I would say this, Mike, maybe during Derby week you start hyping up the other horse races, that you let people know, hey, since you're here for the Derby, we also have these races every Saturday on Fox.
Yeah, and
it's
it's funny
kind of horse racing not really advertising itself.
No, you're not wrong in the least. And that part of the issue I have is like people think these horses just descend from a UFO and run in the Derby. No, this is the Super Bowl, and you had to win your way there. The entire Derby trail is filled with mini Kentucky Derbies. Win and you're in. The drama of it all, like. That's following that to get to this point is the fun for me. The Derby is whatever. Like I like the preamble. Because the Derby's the most unnatural horse race there is. They'll never face 20 horses again. Not unless they race as older horses and end up running over in Dubai or some of these the Saudi Cup, different things. Yeah. It's a demolition derby. It's not a natural race. So I don't love it.
No, it's funny because, we'll sit there and watch a race. I'm like, there's only 4 horses out there.
No, I don't love that either.
Is that really a race?
Not really. I hate short fields. Like the middle ground, 8, 10, 12 horses. Perfect. That's a race. Strategy, trips, how it all works. You put 20 horses out there, I'm sorry. You'll watch. Somebody's going to lose their race in the first 4 strides. They'll break from the gate, the race is over. But again, it's just the way it is.
You know what's
20
funny
horses.
is we were betting on horses the other day, and Mike goes, as long as he breaks clean, and we're dead immediately.
Okay,
yeah,
that's
always funny when he does that. Yeah, and we're dead.
So Kenny was betting a maiden special weight, and it was a sprint. It's a 6 furlong sprint for babies, 2-year-olds. Rico, you can't blow to break. You're not going to win the race. I go, look, you got to break clean, and we're dead. The horse broke like he was on Quaaludes. I just was honest with Kenny. You are, in fact, dead.
It happened within a span of 7 seconds.
Get off the phone. The horse looked like it was on the phone. I go, well, Kenny, you're dead. But that's part of the the build up to it. But yeah, you need to talk to him.
Well, that's on you.
It's not on me.
What's the expression you used about winning and not losing enough money? Or
that was just to anger Shabath because he was judging you, doing his little.
Oh, look at me!
Yeah, his whole arrogant opinion.
That was.
I'm Brendan Shabath, and you're not.
Are you rich yet?
No, Kenny, you didn't retire yet? Shocking. And I'm like, yeah, you must be fun at parties if you get invited to them.
It's like, yeah, that was a really weird flex. If it was a flex.
Well, he's above it all. Oh, why would I participate? And then I just said, well, Brendan, the oldest rule in this game is the less you bet, the more you lose when you win. It took that kid, Johnny Big Brain, it took him 3 minutes to unwind what I said to him. He's like, oh, I get it now. Yeah, okay, get out.
Somebody in his family line at one point said, mercy.
Yeah, his uncle is Burgess Meredith. 248-539-9790.
Go back to Birmingham, you bum.
David, as we cruise along on a pre-Derby Friday, yes, we have Who Said It. Yes, we have the penultimate finale of our Derby week trivia. We'll have our Derby draft, and we'll continue. We'll talk Pistons, and then, look, just ask the question, if the Derby is so fun to you, and it's so popular, and 20 million people are going to watch it, why don't you pay attention the rest of the year? What's the disconnect? There are huge races every weekend, huge events. It's interesting to me. I don't get it. And yes, as someone who loves horse racing, it just has never made sense to me. But cool. For a week, everyone cares. Nice. Except when people I don't really talk to text me asking for picks. Yep, you're going to get left on unread. David, go ahead.
Someone is asking, this is Jesse actually asking, he says, I have wanted to get into horse racing and betting and was wondering what Mike's advice is for a newcomer.
All right. First thing, don't bet at the start. Learn what the hell you're watching. Okay? Watch races. Listen to the preview. Watch the race unfold. Is what was said before the race happening? Understand what you're watching. Learn. It's like craps. You don't dive to the middle of the table. Right. Possibly just play the back line or number. You don't just roll out there and go across.
Right. Play the field. Play one thing.
Then the next thing you would have to do is you'd have to find a form that you like, whether it's racing form, Brisnet. You wouldn't go to the Ragazines or Thoroughgraphs. That's not going to happen. My point is, take it slow. Watch it. Learn what the hell you're watching. Figure it out. Look, that's the funniest part with the whole sports betting craze. Because the reality is, like sports betting, you're forced to take minus 110. And look, 99% of people are going to lose regardless. You may as well have a chance at making something. With horse racing, look at earlier. Rico didn't want to play a win bet, but I gave him a horse I liked earlier today at 8-1. I gave him about 5 reasons. I think he only listened to 3 of them. The point is, he went place and show. The point is, Rico
win and show.
Okay, so you ended up just fine. My point is, listen, the whole idea, Kenny a few weeks back, this is what really kickstarted Kenny. I gave him a double that paid $93 for every 2 you wagered. And Kenny happened to juice it up a little bit because I really liked the long shot horse. And again, I gave reasons why. Well, all of a sudden, Kenny turned $10 into $500, and now Kenny's just like, woo! What is it? What movie is it? The Hangover, and they get tased. Woo! Vegas! That's you. You're the cop. You're Rob Riggle right now. Wow, we're in Vegas. You need to slow down. I'm just saying. Jesus.
I thought you were going to make me Fat Jesus in that one. Isn't that what he said?
No. You really do need to slow down. You're out of control. David, go ahead, buddy.
Mike, I'm from Michigan, but living in Kentucky now. I didn't know anything about horse racing before moving here, but people are sleeping on Keeneland. It's like Derby 6 weekends out of the year, 11 races a day, and tailgating. Yep. Jeff from Lexington.
October and April. It's awesome. Saturdays are tough. You got to get your tickets in advance, but they don't have to be expensive. You can just get general admission and walk in, wear whatever you like. But yeah, Keeneland's got the strictest dress code of any track in America. If you're sitting in like the clubhouse or the fancier rooms, yeah, like they won't even let you take your jacket off. You go to take your jacket off, they go and take a wee-wee. Somebody's coming over and going, sir, you gotta put that back on.
Really?
Yeah, they don't play. But you don't have to, that's the whole point. You don't have to sit there.
Okay. So general admission, you can just kind of find wherever
roll
you
around, do whatever the hell you want.
Okay.
It's great. Keeneland's awesome. It's beautiful.
Where's the best place to watch the race? Is it like at the finish line? Is it in the middle?
That's different. For me, I watch it on TV because I'm watching the race in a different way.
But when you're there,
go to the rail, experience it. Okay. When the ground shakes and they're coming by at 40 miles an hour, 1,000 pounds, 10, 12 horses. Yeah, you're going to feel it, hear it, see it. It's great. I did like my niece and nephew had never been to Saratoga. Because, look, as much as my family's New Yorkers, like, we're out here. So I got to take them back there this year and, like, take them to the rail. And the look on their face was like, oh, my God. Now every day it's like, Uncle Mike, can we go back? Oh, you're damn right. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's nothing more gratifying than making illegal bets for your niece and nephew.
Really?
Real, it's lovely.
I thought it was
the American way.
So you mean getting Kenny hooked on something is not up there?
I didn't do that.
Okay.
He's like, here's a taste of the crack, and then all of a sudden Kenny's a crackhead. He's like, how could this have possibly happened?
Mike playing the role of Nino Brown. This ain't just me. I didn't bring the guns here. I didn't bring the dope here.
Next thing you know, I didn't wipe my feet on your couch. Yeah, I wiped my feet on your couch.
David, go ahead and I'll knock down some calls. Sorry.
Kenny playing roller pookie.
Went to a horse race in England this past summer. It was great. The one horse, though, my cousin bet on, sadly ended up breaking his leg and put to sleep. That was rough to see.
That's brutal. Yeah, and look, the game's never been safer. And look, there's cries of overreach, too, because now it's getting to the point where they're scratching horses that probably shouldn't be scratched. But look, I've been at the track for one instance of that. You don't unsee it. It's horrible. That was it.
It still just blows my mind that you can't fix that. Like, you can't, like, put the horse.
Non-weight bearing. There's specific injuries. They can fix a lot.
Right.
And if a horse cracks something or breaks something, they can absolutely fix it. But if it is a particular set of injuries that are deemed catastrophic and they're non-weight bearing, there's nothing you can do.
So I just figured, like, you could put the horse not to sleep, but, like, put him in an induced coma.
Yeah, they tried that with Barbaro. You could take a read on that one.
Okay.
Same thing with Ruffian. They tried it with her.
Okay.
248-539-97. Ruffian was your prime, like 1976, like greatest filly ever. If you look at her race chart and it's in the Racing Hall of Fame, it's unbelievable. She never trailed at any point of any race at all in her career, except for the moment she broke down. Because they did something stupid in the 70s. Again, greed. They did what was called a match race. Took the greatest filly, put her against a high level colt. It was a match race, 2 horses. So stupid. But yeah,
I know. I remember seeing those.
Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to sidetrack. We'll go to Kate, 97.1. Kate, what's going on?
Hey, Mike, Rico, David, Kenny. Love the show, guys.
Thanks, you, Kate. What's going on?
Well, like you, I'm a Sparty at Saratoga. My husband and I have a cottage about a little over an hour from Saratoga, and we get over there every summer.
Beautiful.
And for lots of reasons, we love it. And I agree with a lot of what people have said. One, you got to get there. And the best place to watch it, Rico, is to get right down on the fence. So I'm all about just putting my program on a bench and, putting my face out there to get as close to them as I can at the start and finish.
Yep. Okay.
Because I love Saratoga.
The other thing is, Kate, and I know we're nerding out for 30 seconds here, and then we'll welcome everybody else to the conversation. Kate, the best way to get up close to the horses, too, is you go to, where the paddock bar is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You can basically, not recommended, you can almost reach out and touch them. You'll get that close to them as they enter the track. Really cool for little kids to be there.
We've done the breakfast in the warm up too.
Oh yeah, that's great. Sure.
And that's a fun thing to do and take a tour, of the back paddock. It's just a wonderful experience.
Yep. No, it's magic.
Those animals are amazing.
Yep. So why do you think it's not popular year round? Is it that people don't go to tracks? Is it what is it? What keeps the sport from getting the attention that it should?
Well, look around here in Detroit, right? We used to have a couple of tracks back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And those have gone away. And so if you don't have access to a decent track, and again, Saratoga is incredibly special. I'm really bummed I'm not going to be able to go see the big race on the 6th, 2 years in a row, right? I'm going to miss it. But I don't think there's that many tracks. But I think somebody said it. If you get them there, it's a different feeling. I mean, like you said with your niece and nephew, if you get right down in front, it's like going to a NASCAR race.
Yes.
Something blows by you that fast. It's so impressive.
Yeah, no, it is. You've described it well. And I mean, look, ultimately there are a lot of cool tracks, but even watching it, you get enough of the flavor. It's special, man. It's just, I'm telling you, people got to get with it. I don't get it. It's all right. Kenny got with it. Look at how life turned around for him.
He rifling bets every 5 minutes.
Oh, Kenneth. Rico's got me feeling so guilty, man. Just so guilty.
When he comes knocking at your door. Mike.
No.
With a hot dog roller under his arm.
No. Just a hot dog roller and a bandana on a stick, right?
I was wondering when this would turn into
sorry,
this. All right,
Kenny, I'm
thank you.
sorry. That took a turn and it wasn't necessary.
What to hell with your dumb sport.
All right, that's it. Horses are terrible. Kentucky Derby on FanDuel. You can bet all your other favorite sports, but right now all customers get a Derby bet reset. It means you get a racing bonus bet. If your bet doesn't win, the app, it's easy to use. And again, you don't have to be an expert to play. Best 2 minutes in sports. It's on FanDuel, the Derby, and Oaks Day today. Churchill Downs Incorporated. 21 and up, present Michigan. Verified FanDuel Racing account required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable racing site credit that expires 9 days after receipt. Max refund $10 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Racing.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Thank you for Tom Durkin's embarrassing call. I appreciate that. All right.
Wait, what was the R?
That was a horse named Arg.
Oh.
So Tom Durkin embellished it. There was also a race called My Wife Doesn't Know and Don't Tell My Wife. And we're both in the same race, which is like infinitesimal odds of that taking place, but there it was.
I remember hearing the end to that race.
Correct. Or like The Wife Doesn't Know or whatever it was called. It was ridiculous. To the people, we'll go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
How are you?
Good. I got in a Kentucky Derby thing at work. They picked the horses for everyone, and I got Albus. Do I have any chance to win, or am I just making a donation at this point?
Not optimal. Not optimal, my brother.
No.
Listen. I loved the Wood Memorial because there was a pace meltdown and old Albus came flying down the center of the track. It was great. But the Wood Memorial has not been a leading race. Like the horses that win the Wood Memorial don't win the Derby. And I think this year the best horses came out of the Florida Derby and the Fountain of Youth. Plus he drew inside. Matty, I don't love your chances.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, thanks anyway. I appreciate it.
No, Matt, listen.
You just killed the spirit.
No, I didn't want to make Matt sad on a Friday. I just know Albus isn't like this Derby. Here, let me build Matt up. Matt, this is one of the more wide open derbies in recent memory.
There you go.
Okay, it is.
Okay.
I think there's probably 7 horses I think have a real shot to win this thing.
Just not yours, Matt.
I just don't believe Albus is one of them. Personally.
Dude, all right, no problem, man.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I have failed everyone.
It still plays well the next day.
It does. The Kenny drop. We'll go to Idris 97.1. Idris, how you doing?
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Talk about the Pistons, man.
Sure.
This is the thing with me, man. All year the bench been giving us things when it's just either we close or we up. The bench keeps it going and gets us ahead. The guy JB just won't play Paul Reed and Holland and Sasser. Holland and Asar, their trap causes major havoc, which produces fast break points. And then Jenkins is shooting 2 of 17 from 3. I've never seen Mark Sasser go 2 of 17 shooting the ball. He's going to hit more threes than Jenkins. Man, we have to go to it's just making it so difficult. We could be probably over with in this series already if he just played Paul Reed. When Paul Reed goes to the free throw line, he can put the ball on the ground and finish at the rack in a way that Duran can't, meaning finesse. He can dribble more than 2 times, get through the leg, spin, and do all the little things he do around the Reed. When Reed gets in the game, he scores. He put him in for 4 minutes the other day, 5 minutes, 4 points, 5 rebounds. That's like half of what Duran did the whole game. So if you put Paul Reed in, give him more time than Karis LeVert, put Sasser or Jenkins in, give them split time at the very least with Jenkins, because Jenkins does control the ball a little bit. I understand that. We will win this game. If he just plays Paul Reed only, we'll win this game because he's going to score some points.
Well, the problem is he's also going to give them up on the other end. You're not wrong with a lot of what you said, but Idris, you're cashing in your chips that, okay, let's say Paul Reed gives you this burst of energy, which he's good at. He's going to give it right back on the defensive end versus.
Not necessarily, because Paul Reed has had games when he's had. See, this is the thing. They're big men. See, this is why this is the biggest matchup for the Pistons, I believe, in the entire Eastern playoffs, because this is the only team the big man doesn't fall back to the three-point line. He's down there with us. So what Paul Reed would be able to bring to the table is, on defense, he can hang right there with those guys. They're not giving it to the big man down low. They're just not. That's not their go-to.
No, but again,
threes, and we're sagging in, and giving up the 3.
I try.
No need to sag in.
Okay. Now I'll try again, except you won't be a part of it. Beef Stew is an elite rim protector. Okay. What is Orlando trying to do 9 out of 10 possessions? They are trying to drive the basketball because they can't shoot worth bleep. Now, yes, they're going to take YOLO shots. Yes, they're going to do some stupid stuff. But the reality is, I'm not trading limited Paul Reed offense for no defense when I have Beef Stew, who has outplayed Duran. Now, if you want to tell me less Duran, more Beef Stew, I'm there. If you want to play Paul Reed for a spurt, I'm not mad, Idris. But we can't overrate a third-string center. Okay? Because basically at that point, you're calling your coach a moron. Like somehow he doesn't understand that he has Bill Russell and he won't play him. Like, I just don't think that's fair to JB Bickerstaff. Yeah. And he also said, play Sasser. We're taking guys out of mothballs.
Well, no, Mike. They play a guy, and they're going to take him to the 3-point line. That's what's going to happen with Paul.
David.
We've hit the point of desperation. And yeah, at this, the Paul Reeds, the Dennis Jenkins, the Sassers, those fans just believe that that's the difference maker. We're only losing because those guys aren't getting playing time. It's like maybe those guys aren't getting playing time because they're not good enough to be playing in the playoffs right now. Just a thought.
David, a couple of texts, will you please? I know we're up against it, and then we got a lot to
Lanier.
Do. Okay, yeah, I can't take any more of this.
Text says, these fans don't know ball. Signed St. Brown.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, that was me.
I did it in real time.
See? Someone texts in and says, not only can Kenny be fake hockey elite, he is trending towards fake horse racing elite.
Uh-oh.
I'm not trying to be horse racing elite. I know I'm hockey elite. Let me ask that guy a question. When's his radio show? Mine's tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Oh, Jesus, Kenny. What on earth?
Oh, right. Text here says,
what is happening?
Whoa.
This show is off the rails, people.
Hey, Mike Rico, wanted to do a road trip this year for horse racing. Do I do Saratoga or Keeneland?
Well, considering Keeneland's meet just ended, I'd say Saratoga. Unless you want to wait till October. Go to Saratoga.
Keeneland comes back, so it's just
October.
twice a year.
Yeah, but again, there'll be one less race weekend there because Breeders' Cup is down there, and you're not getting in that weekend.
So what do they do during the year when it's not racing?
Keeneland Sales Company. They host some of the biggest yearling sales in the country. The Keeneland Select September sale. I mean, they're a sales company that has a track. Okay. It's not a track that has a sales company.
Oh, okay.
So,
no, I mean, I wasn't trying to be funny. It's like, what do you do? It's like,
it's the same thing as Saratoga. The difference is Saratoga, it's owned by New York State Racing Association. So it's a different thing. All right. Yes, David, I know. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Pistons will look to force a Game 6 with a win tonight against the Orlando Magic. They'll be without one of their best players, Franz Wagner. Detroit's Tobias Harris is questionable, but was a full participant in shoot-around this morning. You can hear the 7 o'clock tip over on WWJ News Radio 950. Orlando Magic coach Jamal Mosley weighed in on their approach. Mosley was also asked if Wagner was able to do anything on the court today. He gave a quick no. The Cavs and Raptors have Game 6 in Cleveland as well. That's 3-2 in favor of the Cavaliers. It's a 7:30 tip. Lakers at the Rockets as well. That's also 3-2 in favor of Los Angeles. That's a 9:30 start. The Wayne County prosecutor says no charges will be filed against Pittsburgh Steelers wide receiver DK Metcalf, who grabbed a fan's shirt at Ford Field and appeared to swipe at him during a game in December. The fan's attorney, John Marco, told me that the decision is a nothing burger, end quote, when it comes to a $100 million civil case they filed against Metcalf and others. The Tigers start a series with the Texas Rangers tonight at Comerica Park. First pitch at 6:40 right here on 97.1. Jack Flaherty starts for Detroit against Mackenzie Gore. Kevin McGonigal back in the lineup hitting second and playing short. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 4 o'clock, and this is the penultimate edition. We've had a little fun all week, our Derby Trivia Olympics. We need the scoreboard, David, before we begin today's proceedings. The 2-day cumulative, the aggregate.
Rico is in the lead with 16 points.
Okay.
I'm in second with 12.
Okay.
Evan has 5. Kenny has 3.
Okay. Gentlemen, we will have a hybrid today. Day 1, we did Jeopardy style. Day 2 was Price is Right. This is going to be both. And bonus questions will be offered because that's the way Rico wanted it set up, where people can get extra points for things and stuff. So, David, with that, is everyone ready?
Born ready.
Let's go. Gentlemen, how many highly aerodynamic runners have won the Derby, a.k.a. geldings?
Like bald?
As in they lost their balls.
Oh, I thought
aerodynamic.
I thought they didn't have any hair.
No, light the ultimate equipment change, as it's called. How many geldings have won the Derby? This is Price is Right style. Closest wins.
They don't say neutered, huh?
No.
Huh. Okay.
I'll go 5.
I'm going to go 6.
I'm going to go 4.
I'm going to go 3.
Jeez. Who had 6? Evan Jenkins wins.
Yes.
The answer is 9.
Yes.
The most recent was Mind That Bird in 09 at like 55-1. Aerodynamic.
Do they like keep them when they get rid of them? Like showcase them?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh
Just
my
wondering.
God.
Horse racing's a weird world.
I hate everything.
You open this door.
Okay.
You open this door, counselor.
Thrilling finishes in the Kentucky Derby. Now, there have been long stretches where it hasn't been thrilling and horses have just gone on and it was not much to decide in the last 16th. But I want to go back to 2024. Arguably the greatest finish of a Kentucky Derby ever. A 3-horse blanket finish. Mystic Dan winning it. What amount decided this? This is Jeopardy style. Everyone ready? You can't raise your hand before I give the choices.
It was Jeopardy style.
A nose, a neck, a head.
Nose.
Evan. Correct.
Yes. Dude, I am
He outlasted Sierra Leone and Forever Young. Forever Young should have won the race, but they continued to batter each other instead of running straight. All right. How many trainers are tied with 6 Kentucky Derbies? How many trainers?
3.
Trainers, not owners.
Is Baffert a trainer?
This Price is Right style? Okay. I'm going to go last this time since I went first.
Okay. I went first.
Kenny.
I said 3.
I will say 5.
All right. David.
I will say 7.
I'll say
8. Kenny Cott, because David went over. It's 6 Derbies. Art Sherman, Ben Jones and Bob Baffert both have 6. Kenny, nice work. All right. The oldest winning trainer. Okay? How old for the oldest winning Derby trainer? Price is Right style.
Oldest winning.
I'm going to guess 87, that guy that was on the show. I like him.
Okay, 87.
He passed away, though.
Dwayne Lucas?
Yes.
He's dead. Go ahead.
But when he won.
The age, I'm going to go 78.
Rico says 78. Kenny?
I'll go 72.
David?
What was your number, Evan?
I said 87.
Then I'll go 81.
Kenny caught because of the Price is Right rules. You can't go over.
I went over again.
77. It was Art Sherman who
All right.
won with the audio we played in 2014.
No, I said 78, so yeah.
You went over.
I know.
I did it right?
Yeah,
Oh.
you're right.
I'm just like,
Now,
so close.
Can you tell me who Art Sherman trained? Hint, we've played the audio today.
R.
Kenny caught for 3 points.
It was R.
horse. You're a complete jackass. California Chrome.
Oh.
All right. How
That wasn't even the Derby, Kenny.
I don't care.
it's pointless, David. How old was the youngest winning jockey? How old? Alonzo Clayton in 1892 aboard Azra. How old was Alonzo when he won the Derby? Again, Price is Right style.
14.
Okay.
12.
15.
There was like no labor laws back then.
That's true.
I'm glad that's what you've taken out of this question.
16.
Oh, come
Kenny Cott is awarded 2 points for getting it exactly right.
How old was he?
15. Okay.
How many points?
2. When did the first female jockey ride in the Derby?
Ooh.
What year?
What year is it now? 26? 25.
I wasn't even allowed to give the multiple choice. This is a complete disaster.
Well, that's his answer.
This is
Lock him in.
This is Jeopardy style. 1960, 1970, 1980, or 1990.
There's no way they waited till 90. There's no way. I'm going to go. Oh,
Kenny raised his hand first.
I forgot we had to ring in.
Give me 80.
Kenny says 80. Wrong. -1 for Kenny.
Hey.
Evan.
I'm going to guess the 60s. I'm going to guess they were progressive.
Wrong. -1.
They were not.
80s.
Wrong. -1.
Can I guess again?
David, there's only one answer left.
I don't even know.
Say Texas with a $sign and I'm going to hit you.
I wasn't even paying attention. I'm laughing at Kenny.
72.
72.
It was 1970. Oh, my God.
That was
Unbelievable.
close.
I go 2025.
Okay. Everyone participates in the next one. We have a true or false. True or false, the Kentucky Derby is the oldest major sporting event in America.
No.
You're saying what?
No.
Evan says false.
False.
That's neither true or false. That's
This
no.
is
Take a
unbelievable.
point away from Evan.
I'll also go false.
David says false. Kenny?
I'll say, just to be different, I'll say true. I need to make up some points.
Yeah, I'm going to say true.
I'd like to award a point to Rico and Kenny.
All
It is
right.
the oldest American sporting event. Can you name the one time in history the Kentucky Derby was not run on the first Saturday in May?
Yes.
Yes.
2020.
Okay.
All right. Calm it down.
I'd like to award David 1 point for getting it right and 1 point for straight bullying both of you.
I'm sorry. I
tremendous.
just had a conversation with Kenny about this, that it was like September or something.
We just relived Kane's dunk on Duran in trivia format.
Right.
Oh, my God.
My fault,
Jeez.
fellas.
All right. Now, here we go. Price is Right style. How many people flood the infield?
Ugh. So we said 100. Okay.
Go ahead, do some math. We got nowhere to be.
I'm going to say 128,000 people.
Okay.
This is on average, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll say 75,000 people.
Okay. David?
Yeah, I'm going to go with 80,000 because Mike kind of threw that number out earlier. I'm just going to go with
Okay.
it.
Rico?
We go with 55.
Didn't you say the biggest crowd ever was 170,000?
Right, but this is just for the infield.
Yeah, I know.
I'd like to award David 3 points for getting it correct on the button.
What did he say?
80,000.
There's 80,000 seats in the stands there?
there's like 120,000 seats. This is the infield.
Okay.
Where people go and
Yeah, I thought there'd be more in the infield than the seats.
David, 3 points for you. You got it exactly right.
This guy's cheating.
How much? Oh my God. How much is the purse for the Kentucky Derby for the winner? How much do you win if you win this race? Price is Right style.
3 barrels of hay.
Okay. I
4 barrels of
I
hay.
refuse to sit here and do this.
10 apples.
Okay. You know what?
I'm going to go with $1.5 million.
David says 1.5.
Okay.
Kenny?
Give me $1 million.
Okay.
Thank you.
1.6.
1.2.
Evan's right, even though all of you are woefully short. It's $5 million. So Evan at 1.6 wins.
That's right.
Wow.
I'm going to the showcase.
Do you think
showdown.
this is the NHL? You think this is some poverty league?
Kind of.
Good God.
That's like a third line winger there.
Right. You win Andrew Kopp. You've won the Derby. Here's Andrew Kopp in a box. All right, here we go. What year was the catchphrase coined by sports writer Bill Corum, terming the Kentucky Derby the run for the roses? Was it 1905, 1925, 1935, or 1955? Kenny got you.
1905.
-1 for Kenneth.
How do you lose points in this?
I'm going B.
1925?
Yes.
Evan's right. Point for Evan.
-1 point for Mike.
Good
for
thing
taking
you
a point
clicked
away
in
from me.
first. I was going 1905.
Evan, for 10 points.
Yes.
For 10 points.
Yes.
Can you tell me the year that the red rose became the official flower of the Kentucky Derby?
1900.
He is.
Rico was allowed to do it 2 days ago.
No, he answered it first and got it wrong, and then I stole
We
it.
were so well behaved all week, and today this has turned into an episode of Ren and Stimpy. What is going on in here?
Happy, joy.
What is this?
But
Was he right? Was he right? Because I should get the points if he was.
No, he
Okay.
wasn't
lose a
right.
point.
I'm going to guess
Okay, focus.
1917.
You're wrong. Forget the whole thing. We move forward.
Well, that's a hard question. What was the answer?
I offered 10 points. It was 1904.
I wasn't that far off.
I was close. Price is Right style. I deserve at least
Biggest
5.
margin of victory in the Kentucky Derby in lengths. Evan first.
17.
Wrong. -1. Rico.
20.
Wrong. -1.
10.
Wrong. -1.
No.
David.
If this guy nails it, I swear.
So I'm good. I'm not. No, I'm.
You don't want to lose one?
I don't want to lose one.
Well, we don't award cowardice. Kenny, you're -1. Kenny gets a point. He was closest. The largest winning margin was 8 lengths.
All right. This game is getting better now.
I thought Secretariat smoked everybody.
Yeah, but
That was the Belmont when he was moving like a tremendous machine.
How do you measure that in amount of apples?
probably like 250.
David, the scorecard, who is our Derby Week trivia champion?
Which is the reason why I was trying to keep my point. Rico wins at 16. I have 15 because I lost the point. I would have tied with you.
Oh, we don't award cowardice.
Evan, you have 8. Kenny, you have 6.
So I just had to play the North Carolina four corner.
Outlast them all.
I saw David coming up on the rail.
And that concludes Derby Trivia Olympics Week.
Where's my roses?
We don't provide those. 97.1.
I am the Kentucky Derby horse racing trivia champion. David, nice try. Then I found out that Kenny and Evan were trying to box me in on the rails, but I ended up winning the whole thing.
We had the devious plan of Evan was going to guess one higher than you all the time, and I was going to guess one lower than you all the time. So unless you got it exactly right, you couldn't win, and it didn't work out.
But, I figured that out first time, like, wait. Nope.
We did it too quickly. I think that's what happened there is we answered too quickly.
All right. Before we're going to do a little Who Said It, we also got a Kentucky Derby draft coming up in this show. David, a couple texts, please.
Couple texts here says, the real question is, did Mike bet his favorite horse, Sister Jean, yesterday? Yeah, that was a Sister Jean racing in one of the races yesterday.
I believe there was either an exacta or a double that he played with Sister Jean.
Wait, so Sister Jean, the horse, was there?
Yes.
Well, it couldn't have been Sister Jean.
No, not
she couldn't have been there.
No, but I'm saying it was a horse named Sister Jean.
Yeah, and they're wondering if he bet it. I think he did bet it yesterday.
I have no allegiances other than to trying to help Kenny.
Okay.
I don't care about Sister Jean.
Hey, quick question.
What?
Do you also like NASCAR or things like that? Because they go around in a circle.
No, because they just keep going.
Okay.
I mean, it takes forever and a day. One of my buddy's dads loves NASCAR. I don't get it. It's his thing. That's fine.
Yeah, because Kenny switched it on and it was pickup truck racing. And
Oh,
it was
dear
just like, huh.
Not for me.
Okay.
David, the text communications, please, after your cowardice cost you a championship.
I was just trying, man.
You're playing not to lose.
I was playing not to lose. Don't need Cade for 40 tonight. Definitely need 25, but need an 18 from Tobias, another 15 from Duncan. Somewhere else we need something, but Cade doesn't have to get 40.
Look, I think part of this is going to come down to team defense as well. Look, you can't allow Orlando to have 17 3-pointers again. You cannot allow Boncaro to have a 40-point night. Look, the Pistons did what they needed to do, and they won the game. And the offset to the 17 threes was a ton of missed free throws, and it normalizes out. But tonight, you have to bring a defensive intensity that makes it difficult on Orlando from go. And we've seen this, and Rico's brought this up, and he's right. They go through these stretches where they'll take 4 or 5 horrific shots in a row. That's a 6-0, 8-0 run for you. Like, that's how it has to be. You can't let Orlando get comfortable. They're almost... It's hard because they're not a rhythm team because they don't run anything. But they do go through stretches where they look good. It's just their half-court offense. It happens by talent. It doesn't happen by design. It drives me crazy.
Well, it's the game 2, third quarter where all of a sudden they went YOLO shots, missed, or turned the ball over, and Pistons scored on every opportunity. And before you know it, the game was out of reach.
Yes.
You can't match them YOLO for YOLO. That's what you can't do. You can't have them brick a 3 and then have Cade turn the ball over and give them the ball right back. So it was like a series in the last game where I think the Pistons turned it over. They got it. They turned it back over to the Pistons, who turned it back over to them, and then they turned it back over to the Pistons.
Back over to you.
Right.
It's ratty basketball. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but it's awful. This is an awful series, but hey, whatever. Pistons won again.
This text coming across the stream text, it says, Hatch has been lionized. He was playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Someone else on the ticket text says, 250 apples. LMAO, I'm dead, fellas. Someone else says, 3 barrels of hay.
Okay.
What's wrong with you guys?
We're good.
Mike laughing in the truck, he says.
My God, help me. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Will, 97.1. Will, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, good. I've been aware of the Derby for a while. Last year I wanted Toby Keith's horse to win it. He didn't win it. For the horse sport I'm into, it's more of rodeo, all of the rodeo events that I'm into, but I'm going to watch the Kentucky Derby tomorrow.
Is it your first time? So what, second time watching it?
I didn't even watch it last year. I just vaguely cared about it.
Got it.
Because I wanted Toby Keith's horse to win.
Yep, that was a big story. No question.
Yeah. And I'm a country music fan, so. But anyway,
all right.
That's all I wanted to say. I'll take it off the air.
All right, you got it. Listen, he's a big Toby Keith guy. I don't know what to say.
He's into the rodeo.
Also, I don't know anything about it, but quite popular in certain parts of this country.
Head out to Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that Doug's thing? Isn't Doug, he's a Montana guy, right? Isn't that his bit?
Yeah, he's got that Montana on his hat. Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go.
I think that's where he's going to retire to.
Really?
I think so.
Are you being smart?
No, I'm serious.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, once the last kid is gone, I think.
I always forget because Doug's not, I don't view Doug as old, but Doug is older. I always forget he's got like kids that are like 30. Like I just never process it.
I know you always laugh at me. He was my college roommate.
Right, but you're old. There's a different, like
freshman year.
But
you're right. If you do the math, since you're old, he's old.
Right.
You're right.
Freshman year, he comes walking in straight from the Outback.
Okay, I'll leave that one alone. We'll go. Okay. Yes, Earl Morrill was the quarterback at State. We'll go to Jim, 97.1. Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How you doing?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
I love this this show that you put on every year talking about the Derby. And all the lead up to the Derby is wonderful. But I think that, the younger people, at least in our area, southeastern Michigan, they didn't get indoctrinated to it like we did back in the day, like in the 70s and 80s. You could go to the DRC, Hazel Park,
yeah,
see some races. As a teenager, that's what we did. There wasn't a lot of stuff to do. You go to a Tiger game, maybe go to Pine Knot, and you'd go out and see, some horse races, and you'd learn from some of the older people who would hand down their thoughts and their strategies on horses to you. So, you got kind of indoctrinated to that and understood it. And, back in the 80s, I had a girl I asked out, and I made an event out of it by going to see the simulcast of the Derby at Northfield Downs.
Yeah, I mean, Jim,
I remember they used to do that.
Yeah, look, and Jim, look, and I'm not acting like it hasn't eroded, whether it's back home for me or down in Kentucky. Like it used to be in the newspaper. You'd look at the sports section. Did the Yankees win last night? Like hockey playoffs, did the Rangers win? And then there was an entire page of yesterday's race results and picks for the next day. Like that was every day in the New York Daily News, the New York Post, Newsday, the whole thing. And slowly but surely, even that eroded. It's always been bizarre to me, Jim, because we're in this time and age where people will watch like log rolling. People will watch two people slap each other in the face as a sporting event, but yet horse racing gets put to the side. It's bizarre.
Yeah, people watch other people playing video games.
The news and the Free Press did the same thing. They put it in the news because it's probably a slow news week, and they put who the horses were and what the odds were and who owned it and who the jockey was.
Yep, all of it.
And, that's what made me, think of making an event out of it. And just to let you know, next month, my wife and I, that girl I took on a date, will celebrate our 34th.
That's fantastic.
Congratulations.
Jim, you know what? I tell you, he's a smooth operator. He's
is.
got to have some game. He took a lady to a simulcast and he ended up marrying her. Jim, no. Jim, please ignore that, and I'd like to apologize for Kenny.
I ignore Kenny all the time.
That's excellent. We do the same. Tremendous, Jim. My goodness. Guy brings up a very nice moment, and Kenny just had to ruin it.
You know what? You created this.
I did nothing of the sort.
His show is coming on tomorrow morning.
I don't know when the next time I'm going to be putting this headset on anymore.
It may not be happening at 9 a.m.
I
tomorrow.
consider myself a man of faith. All right, Who Said It is coming up next. 97.1. Okay, we turn our attention to more of a tradition, which is our fellow coworkers saying things and we guess it. It's Friday. We do it every week. It's Who Said It. All right, now Evan's not joining for this. He is? He's not. Okay. David, who's eligible? We'll start there.
Huh. Let me see.
Oh, good.
Eligibility. Let's go 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Okay. The first question I got to ask is, did Wojo work this week? Oh, dear.
Stoney did. But Wojo, yeah, I believe he came in one day.
Okay.
For like 10 minutes.
Number 1.
For 10 minutes. Go ahead.
I wouldn't have done that trade in a heartbeat. No way. MPJ would not have gotten the Detroit Pistons to the finals after what we've seen here.
Okay.
He would not have done that trade.
I am going to give my initial guess here, okay? That feels like Gator. I know the middays has been kind of anti-trade.
Did Kang work this week?
Yes, I think.
Define work.
Okay, Kenny. Good
Sorry, I'm
God.
kidding. It's a joke, people. Relax.
Rico, you got to get him in line.
Kenny show is on at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Jeez. Carry on. I'm going to say Gator.
I'm sorry, David, one more time.
Man.
I wouldn't have done that trade in a heartbeat. No way. MPJ would not have gotten the Detroit Pistons to the finals after what we've seen here.
You know what? I'm going to go Jansen on this one. Kind of going opposite of Cookies.
I thought Jansen too, and I actually heard it in Jansen voice, which sometimes happens with Wojo. In this instance, it was Jansen. So I'll side with Rico here.
Okay. David, who said it?
And I wouldn't have done that trade in a heartbeat.
Damn
no
it.
way. MPJ would not have gotten.
Okay. Oh, really? I mean, he said that with so much conviction. Oh, okay.
He wouldn't have done it.
Guy shooting 40% from 3 and who's an obvious number 2. And you know what? Damn it, Gov. Move it on. I mean, he said it with such conviction. Meanwhile, we're sitting here going, Jesus, if he got us DeSomu, we probably aren't in this spot.
Right.
We just have completely different viewpoints.
We do.
Go ahead, David.
Number 2. This is a guy who was an all-star. This is a guy who was going to could make NBA All-3 third team, All-Second, whatever, and he's a complete non-factor on the offensive end in this series.
I got Kang out of that.
Why? Elaborate. Come on.
It seemed like a lot of words to describe
A lot of
something.
words?
Oh, maybe too many words. To describe something that's very easy. He likes to do that sometimes.
It's back-to-back Kang slander by Kenny.
I'm not slandering the guy. He just says a lot of words.
Kinda felt like it. Go ahead.
Stoney was in today.
Ooh, that's a good guess, too.
The whatever. That's a Stoney word that he likes to use often.
You've convinced me, and I
But I don't know if David did the quick turnaround.
David, read it one more time. I'm sorry, dude.
Nope, I can do that. This is a guy who was an all-star. This is a guy who's going to could make NBA All-Third Team, All-Second Team, whatever, and he is a complete non-factor on the offensive end in this series.
Nope, I changed it. And I probably shouldn't do this. I'm going to go Rieger.
I don't think that's a bad guess.
The reason I would change it is that was too much of a lucid thought. Stoney normally will drift into something. There was nothing offensive in there.
Right.
Kenny, how confident are you on the Kang?
I'd say like a 6.5 out of 10.
I'm going to trust you. I'm going to go with Kenny Cutt. David, who said it?
This is a guy who was an all-star. This is a guy who's going to could make NBA All.
I never can associate anything remotely negative with Doug. I rule him out, and it's a weakness of mine.
Yeah, you're right. He got eliminated right off the rip.
Be respectful. All right, David, next.
Number 3. I don't know that he's here next year. And if he's not here next year, I don't know that he's not irresponsible. Like a lot of guys could do what Jalen Duren's doing in the postseason.
Don't know if he's here next year. We've talked about not paying him.
I was going to say, could that have been one of you two?
It's possible. Let me hear it one more time.
I don't know that he's here next year. And if he's not here next year, I don't know that he's not irreplaceable. Like a lot of guys could do what Jalen Duren's doing in the postseason.
I'm going to guess Rico.
See, I'm going to go back to my previous answer. I'm going to go Rieger. I don't know. That's a Rieger thing. Trust me, I've had enough conversations with him.
I have no lean here at all. I know we've talked about not paying him, but we don't say he maybe he's not back. We talk about, would you make a trade or like I don't think it's you.
I don't think it's me either.
God, if it's me, I'll be surprised. I don't remember phrasing it that way. I'll go Rieger. I can hear it in his voice.
Yeah, I can hear Rieger. Yeah, being trolly.
By the way, we did a great job last week. David is making it. This is really difficult.
This is what happens.
This is tough.
This is what happens.
David, who said it?
I don't know that he's here next year. And if he's not here next year, I don't know that
that's a Riegerism. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm just happy we're off to Schneider. This is tough. All right, we're back in the
happy
saddle.
for the one.
I know.
That's all
now
we're
he's
getting today.
Ready? Here's David. Who said it? Ready? Sports.
You and I are about to share a sandwich. That's it.
David?
Next one says, I need a couple horses. Say, no, I'm sorry. Sorry.
What did you just say?
I need a couple horses. I was going to say that was Kenny, but I did say that, actually. That's what I said.
Kind of made it sound that way.
Let's go to the next one here.
Jansen said that this morning. He cut off the end part of horse. It's a drop. It's a drop.
Okay. Next one here says, of course you got to give him time. He's 22. He could get better, and we're not going to throw him away. He's a max player.
That gives me Gator vibes.
Sure feels like it, because I don't know. It's not cookies. I don't think John said it.
I'm either got Gator or I got
Doug just criticized him earlier in the segment, so I don't think it's him.
One more time, David.
Of course, you got to give him time. He's 22. He could get better, and we're not going to just throw him away. He's a max player.
Is that Kang, Kenny? I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to guess Gator. I'm not sure. I lean Gator, though.
I'm going Gator. I have to.
I'm going to go Kang.
David, who said it?
Of course, you got to give him time. He's 22.
Oh, my God.
He could get better. And
I know what David did. Stop. No. He set you up. You were talking about what fans say,
right,
not what you actually believe.
Yes.
So therefore, you, and I hate to say this about a pastor, you're a scumbag.
Yep.
That's an unbelievable thing you just did to Rico, us, and the listener.
There should be a rule against what David just did.
That was terrible.
The Jenkins rule?
Guys. Next week, we'll have fun.
No, but
next week,
Rico is talking about fans and what they say. And he did it as if he said it, and technically he said it, but he wasn't speaking for himself. That's terrible.
Oh, you ready for the next one, guys?
No, because I don't know. I'm going to guess the opposite of whatever I think.
That's dirty.
Next one here says, dude, fall down. Pull your inner SGA out of yourself and just flop. Get the calls.
Talking about Cade, clearly. But who would say that?
Is that Kang?
No, because Kang cried like nonstop about
he's saying
Brunson unethical scorer.
All right.
No, Hey, don't let me change your mind. Remember, he was moaning for a month last year about Brunson.
You know what? I'm going to go Jansen.
I'm going to go Cookies. That seems like a definitive, this is what you need to do statement.
Okay,
That's very Cookies.
And Cookies hasn't been used during this segment.
Right.
Plausible. I like it. David, who said it?
Dude, fall down.
Oh my God!
Pull your inner SGA
You know
out
what?
of yourself.
He's the biggest hypocrite on the station.
You changed his mind. You should have stuck with Kang because you were right.
I also bought him lunch, so he can't cry. The point I'm making is Kang bitched about Brunson nonstop. Now he's sitting here and he wants K to act like Brunson.
He was complaining, saying that yes, if they're going to do this to you, then get the calls. Do SGA.
Oh, really?
Do
He didn't say it about Brunson. He acted like Brunson ruined the sport. You know what? I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, I'm sorry.
Hey, David's just mad because
I'm not mad at
horse
all.
racing thing.
I love this game.
We'll have a better week next week. David will be
I am
in a better mood.
I'm absolutely speechless.
That's okay.
Just hit the button. I've had it. All right, Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row, you could lease the 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8 starting at $249 a month. They also have the 26 Equinox starting at $235 a month. Both leases are for 24 months, only $999 down. And if your current vehicle needs attention, take it to Moran Certified Service. Unlike anyone else, you get the free loaner. You get the best pricing always. It's MoranExpress.com. Or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township, because it's Moran Chevrolet, and you know you're getting that best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, amidst our Derby weekend fun and playoff hoops, there's still time for 7 minutes of football. We'll do that right now. David, go ahead.
Gentlemen, let's play a little game. It's now time for the teams to realize, what are you going to do with that fifth-year option? Do you keep your player, or are you going to trade your player, or are you just going to let that player go? So we'll just say, we'll play this game, fifth-year option and keep, or fifth-year option and trade. We're going to go through a list of the players from that draft. We'll start off with Philly, just exercise Nolan Smith Jr. Is this somebody that's going to be part of the long-term plan for Philly, or should they pay him the fifth year and then try to let him go?
Pay him the fifth year. I just don't think they're in a position not to. I mean, if he's healthy and he's right, he can be a really impactful player. They just traded for Grenard. I'm giving him the fifth year.
At this point, because you always need edges, go ahead and just, pay the fifth year, keep him, and see what happens.
Worst case, you keep him. He has a good year. You don't want to commit to him. You still get the comp pick.
Correct.
That's what all these teams do, man. This comp
very
pick
smart
thing,
at that, too.
they play that game.
Okay. Let's go with Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Buffalo Bills.
Oh, absolutely. Now, again, health, availability, it has been a factor. But when Kincaid is right, that offense is different. He's outstanding. Yeah, no, I'm picking it up for sure.
Yeah, for a team that really hasn't invested in their wide receivers, then that means you have to do the fifth year for Dalton Kincaid. You just have to.
Mike, I'm going to lean on you for this. Deonte Banks, Giants.
Nope. Guy should be bagging groceries at POS. Okay. Absolutely, bar none, one of the worst first-round picks of the New York Giants in modern history. An absolute waste of skin. Horrible in every way. The team would be better playing 10 on 11 than having him on the field. Horrific.
Yeah, another example of why you, unless you're really high on the cornerback, like high pick top 10, no.
David, he's so bad.
It's Artie Burns. All I'll say is Artie Burns.
He makes Artie Burns look like Rod Woodson. I'm serious, man. You don't understand suffering until you've watched Deonte Banks on Sundays.
This is probably more run than he's gotten all season.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Addison, Minnesota Viking wide receiver.
Oh, boy. I got to keep him. I got to pick it up. Because the problem for them is that they don't, even if I believe Kyler Murray can, quote, fix the quarterback problem, he still needs to be highly insulated. Making Jefferson better, they already lost Naylor. Yeah, and Hawkinson looks done. I'll pick up the fifth year.
So I will pick up the fifth year, see what happens as the season goes. My question for you guys is, would they be able to get a second round pick before the deadline for him? Just off the top of your head, do you think so?
A what pick?
Second round.
I don't think you get a second.
I think third's the best you're going to do.
Okay, well
I was
then
going to say a fourth.
Then I would keep him all year because you get the comp anyway for the third. So that's why I was asking. Because if you think and your season's going haywire, and maybe you can get a second, but if you can't, then just keep them.
Stick with the wide receivers. Baltimore's picked up the option of Zay Flowers. He long-term solution?
Yes. You pick up the option and get a deal done before it's done. He's a stud. I love him. It's too bad his quarterback's ass. Sorry, David. You know it. You watch him all year. Zay Flowers is incredible.
He's amazing, yeah. So is Lamar.
How about Quentin Johnson? The Chargers have picked up the fifth-year option on Quentin Johnson. Is he long-term solution for the Chargers?
No, he had a hot start and then faded. That's a pass to me. Plus, they've got to focus their energy on that offensive line. That offensive line's a shipwreck. Yeah. I'm going to say no to that one.
Yeah, them picking you up is them saying, well, let's just see. Let's just see, and if it happens to work out, then cool, we got you for another
like were
year.
the first 5 weeks of the season real or not?
I don't think it is.
I don't think so either.
I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, JSN is a no-brainer. He's already a rich
and they already got
man.
paid.
Yeah.
Stud.
We're going to go with Jack Campbell, Detroit Lions.
No, and it's simple. If you pick up the fifth year, he makes $23 million a year. You just get the deal done prior, and you probably sign him for 17 or 18. And why is it that high? Because off-ball linebackers are also kind of hybrid from a compensatory to edge rushers. So the edge number brings it up. They've kind of put the two positions together. I don't want to pay him $23 million. So it puts pressure on me to get the deal done so I can just pay him 17. So no, even though you want him. Does that make sense?
Yes.
See, I'm glad you explained that to people, because on surface, people are like, well, oh my gosh, we need to keep him. You do need to keep him, but not at that number. This is the smartest thing the Lions have done all off season, is to not pick that option up.
Okay. David, this one's for you. Broderick Jones.
No, but there's a reason to it. I don't think he's good, but then now he has the back and neck issues. So you definitely don't pick up that option, because we don't know if that's going to be good, recover, how he'll be. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Okay. And David, he's not good.
No, he isn't.
Let's skip to the good part. Atlanta Falcons, Bijan Robinson.
I mean, you're going to pay him, but
long term, is he part of your solution, or is he more valuable in a trade down the line?
I don't know. The trade thing, I don't think anyone's given up a whole lot for a back. I think you either believe you pay him or you don't. For me, I'm different. I'm not paying a running back $20+ million a year. I pick up the 5th-year option. I give him another 600 touches, and then I throw him in the garbage. And I go get another one.
I'm actually with you on that, because even the franchise tag is only like 14, 15 for a back.
Right.
So do that.
Let's go with Bryce Young.
Oh boy. Yeah. It's the same as CJ Stroud.
I was going to say, I got Bryce Young, CJ Stroud.
I say yes to both, because they both have to prove it. They have to prove before you're going to lace them with a $200+ million deal. Yeah, you have to. You don't have, it sucks, but you have to. I would.
And it gives you that extra year to decide.
Yeah,
That's
don't
it
do what the
does.
Giants did, where you don't give
there we
Daniel
go.
Jones the 5th year. Then he proves it. Now you're effed and you owe the guy 40 a year. Versus, I'll just pick up the 5th year and I've got options.
Right. Okay. That's your 5th-year option, Blitz 97-1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Some reinforcements may be coming for the Tigers. Pitcher Troy Melton will start a rehab with Low A Lakeland Sunday. Utility player Zach McKinstry almost ready to head to AAA tomorrow. Justin Verlander also set to throw another bullpen this weekend. A.J. Hinch also mentioned that reliever Will Vest is not 100% but didn't add any further context. The Tigers back at home after 6 games on the road. The Texas Rangers in town. They've lost 4 of their last 6 and send Mackenzie Gore to the mound. Hear the 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1. The Pistons hoping that veteran Tobias Harris can give it a go tonight against the Magic. He's questionable with an ankle sprain. Was a full participant in shoot-around this morning. For Hunter Patterson of the Athletic, Kevin Herter was still receiving treatment.
We almost had a spillage over here.
Oh, right. He's also questionable. It's a 7 o'clock tip over on WWJ. Magic coach Jamal Mosley said that Franz Wagner did not participate in shoot-around. He was asked about the impact it'll have on the team defensively. After reviewing video and interviewing various parties, including the Lions fan himself, there'll be no charges for DK Metcalf after swiping at a fan at Ford Field. How does that impact the civil defamation lawsuit that's still filed? That's his attorney, John Marco. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
And Rico just made an off-color joke about Jeremy Otto's fertility. It's 5 o'clock.
I have 3 kids. I don't have 8. 3.
Right. But you also said you had a lot more time, and Rico said with knowing you, you could have made another kid.
Wow.
So, all right, let's do it. Rico's on one. Kenny's betting on 7 different tracks. It is Derby 152 weekend. We are talking Pistons, too. It's simple. As we get to we're going to do our Derby draft. Understand with the Pistons, there's nothing we're going to say that's new. Meaning, guys, I think they're winning the series. Rico's not quite there yet. I think Franz Wagner being out puts you in the pole position. It turns the series on its head. There's not a lot we can say. We've given you the reasons why we're confident or not. And ultimately, okay, if they win, you escape, you move forward. I don't think anyone's going to feel great about it, but you'd much rather be playing than be in Cancun. If you lose, you're Bernie Madoff. There's nothing else to say. We just got to watch the damn game tonight. And Tobias is playing, period. So it's there if you want it. But what people have been calling in is some of our fun and the Derby stuff. And look, we do this every year. Now, here's the rules. I need to know how David's going to cheat the system with the draft order. But remember, you finish first, you get 20 points. You finish second, you get 19. Third, 18, etc. You pick a horse that finishes dead last, you get 1. Whoever wins the aggregate, you're buying lunch for the show. That's the deal.
So the winner buys lunch.
No. The winner gets free lunch from everybody else.
Gotcha.
That's all. Or we could do it where, like fantasy football shame, whoever comes in dead last buys the other 3 lunch. That works too. Whatever you want. Okay. David, what is the draft order for Derby 152?
The draft order is Rico, Kenny, Mike, and then myself.
Okay, I'm just jotting this down. Sorry, David. Okay. David, I'm ready if you are. Oh, boy. We begin with that's right, noted horseman Rico Beard with the first pick in the Derby 152 entry draft. Rico Beard selects
Michael with the first pick.
Oh, my God.
I will take
You're kidding me.
I thought this was gone.
the Puma.
Okay. Horse who just got edged out in the Florida Derby. Gutsy. Going to make one big run. They got to carve a trip out for him. Solid. Kenny Cott, noted horseman who right now is betting 5 different tracks at the same time.
That would be 7, and that's correct. So, in honor of Pharrell and this dumb song, 6-1. So happy.
This is kind of an it horse. People are falling in love with the story. He's a cheap horse who made good. There's some emotional stuff there. I get it. I'm going to go with my top pick. I think he's more than just a Keeneland specialist. I think there's more there. I'm going to take Further Ado. I really, really like him quite a bit.
What number is he?
Further Ado, I think, is 18.
I see it.
David Hull for the double dip This is a big power move for you, David.
So this is amazing because I had this horse on my list. Wasn't sure what the order was going to be. When the order came out, I said, there's no way I'm getting this. But this is divine. It's divine order here.
Okay.
I'm taking the number 6 horse, Commandment.
Okay.
It only makes sense.
It does. Horse is tough as nails. The only thing I would tell you, he edged out the Puma in the Florida Derby.
Okay.
He has had back-to-back incredibly taxing, gutsy, big pendulous balls races. Does he have anything left in the gas tank?
I understand.
Okay, carry on.
Just because of the name for my next one, I get the odds on this one, but I have to. Robusta. Just because of the name.
You just drafted a kicker in the first round.
I understand.
Okay. Well, you've handed me what might be my second choice. I'm going with it.
Renegade?
No. Listen, he finished behind Commandment in the Puma in the Florida Derby. I've been enamored with this horse since he debuted. I think there's more there. Tons of talent. 3 races in. This will be 4. I'm going to take Chief Wallaby.
Yeah, okay. That's a good one. Good selection there.
I was going to take Chief Wallaby because of Wallaby is a funny word, but
it's actually a brand of shoes. That's what the horse is named after.
Oh, really?
The guy, it's either the owner or the trainer. He always wears Wallaby shoes, so they named the horse Chief Wallaby. I know, I'm an idiot. Keep moving. Why do I know these things?
I guess I'll
take. Kenny, please go ahead.
I'll take Renegade.
Yes, supporting one of the worst people in horse racing, Mike Rapoli. Congratulations, Kenny. Outside of Rico rooting for blood money, you've really topped the charts there. Look, Renegade, if he didn't draw the rail, he would have risen to the top. Maybe I'm overstating it. Maybe the horse carves a trip out. A horse on the rail hasn't won since 1986 with Ferdinand. It's just a really tough draw. Luckily, they've changed the gate. It used to be 2 separate gates, and if you broke on the rail, you broke and you would have to break into the field or you'd run into the rail. They've amended that, thank God. But I just can't do it. Rico, the double dip.
I'm going to go with the number 15 horse.
No.
Emerging Market.
Oh, God. All right. So I just talked about this with Renegade. No horse I think it's 1883. No horse has gone into the Derby having only run 2 races and won it. That's what Emerging Market is trying to do. Now, here's why you should feel good about the pick. Not just because you angered me. Chad Brown and Seth Klarman, the connections here, the trainer and the owner, they have had great horses and they've forcibly skipped the Derby to go win the Preakness. Klarman's originally from Baltimore, grew up in the shadow of Pimlico. They feel so good about this horse. They think he might be so special. They didn't do that, and they know the history. So I like it. And if you didn't take him here, that was my next pick.
Okay. I'm going to go with, I guess I got to go with the better odds. You know what? Give me Dannon Bourbon.
Wow.
Rico.
You're really angering me. So Dannon Bourbon, Kentucky born, Kentucky bred, Kentucky bought, Japanese horse. 3 for 3. He's dusted everybody. I absolutely believe the Japanese are going to win a Kentucky Derby, and they should have won it 2 years ago. Forever Young was getting tackled by Sierra Leone down the lane. Here's your problem. This horse, he ain't Forever Young. Forever Young is arguably the greatest horse on the planet.
So hold on. You said Kentucky bred?
Yeah.
Japanese owned. Their horse they had last was not Kentucky bred, right? They brought it from home.
Right. This is
okay. So
they came
decided
here,
to go ahead and
bought him, put him on the plane.
Interesting.
David, the horse went into the portal.
Better NIL in Japan. Carry on.
Should have been called Kentokyo. So my
I quit.
Listen to Kenny tomorrow at 9.
Worst show promo of all time. Mike, do bad people, because I guess I have to ask this now before every horse, do bad people own Wonder Dean?
I don't know the people who own Wonder Dean. I'll just tell you he won the, what is it? Not the Saudi Cup, whatever it was. It was during Florida Derby weekend.
UAE out there.
Yeah. And he had a wonderful performance.
Wonderful performance. He put the 1 in Wonder Dean. 9 o'clock tomorrow, everybody. I'll take Wonder Dean.
Wow. Just stellar stuff. All right. Here we go. I'm going to go with my first bomb of the selection, and I'm actually rooting for the trainer. It's Bill Mott's kid, Riley Mott. He's got 2 in the race. I think this horse got a chance to really outrun his odds. Give me Incredible Probably won't win.
Oh, Mike, I was going to take that coming back.
Oh, baloney.
I was.
That's ridiculous. Well, you want to trade? I'll trade you Emerging Market for Incredible.
I was just saying, it reminded me of the Incredible.
And cash consideration.
The Incredible movie. So,
Unbelievable. All right, David, the double dip, please.
All right, so since I decided to go name, I now have no good horse left, so I'm going to go with Great White.
Okay, he's named that, by the way, not just because he's gray and, kind of white, but he is the largest horse in the field. He's almost 18 hands. He's titanically large.
That's exactly why I went with him.
Oh, I see what you did there.
And let's go with Six Speed. At the number 17 horse. I'm sorry.
Well, this horse is another Japanese candidate. This is a horse that is going to go to the front, and this horse absolutely is, which means you're probably not going to be there at the end.
Well, and you're also the 17, which
is not you've never won it.
You're right.
All right, I'm going to go bomb hunting again. This is about breeding for this horse. I know it probably won't win. Probably not fast enough, but I think this horse can make a huge run late. Pass horse is getting tired, and I'm looking for points. Give me Golden Tempo at 30-1. Kenneth Cott.
Mike, is Ocelli Italian?
Ocelli, carry on.
Never mind that.
This is so bad. You want him, he's yours.
I'll take litmus test.
Okay, now here's what's interesting with litmus test. This was supposed to be Baffert's best horse. This was a horse at 2 years old. Everybody had circled. That's going to be Baffert's shot at the Derby. The problem for litmus test has been he hasn't developed. And he's not a bad horse, but he hasn't developed to be Derby good. Rico, your final pick. No, you have a double dip here. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Double dip, I'm going to take Pavlovian.
This is another speed horse, also named after Pavel Datsuk by Redham Racing, who's named horses after a lot of Red Wings. He will be a part of the pace. Not sure he's going to be there at the end. Your last pick.
I will go with, what is this, Intrepido?
Yes.
Yeah.
Intrepido, actually. Say it right.
Horse.
I quit. You know what?
It's time for you to go home,
Yeah,
Kenny.
we've lost Kenny. All right, go ahead. David, please.
It's actually Kenny's turn.
Oh,
Go ahead,
my
Kenny.
God. We got to hear Kenny talk more. Okay, go ahead.
Give me the Potente.
All right. I think you may have said that to your lady once or twice. We'll keep it moving. So many. I don't care. I had a caller call in earlier, and I made him feel bad, and damn it, I like this horse. Give me old Albus to come rolling down the lane, huh? Kenny wants a little of that Potente, huh?
That means I now have Ocello.
That's correct. Huh?
I'm sorry, what was yours, Mike?
His was Albus.
Albus. Okay. Good old Albus.
I do have a question for you,
Sure.
though. The draft is now done.
Yeah.
When they scratch a horse, do they just replace him and put him in that line?
Yeah, they move it down. You're
They
not
move 'em
breaking
down.
from post 24. You're going to have 20 horses.
That's what I wondered. Okay,
Yep.
cool.
People, that was tremendous. That is our Derby draft. We'll have the results on Monday with a receipt segment. Kenny, enjoy that Potente. 97-1.
Whew. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price that didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes issues even before you notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids will grow up and you won't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same internet price, lock in the reliability, fiber-powered Geeks Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney Plus, Hulu Bundle, and Peacock Premium included on us. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium includes for 3 years Programming subject to change and with availability. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premise by coaxial cable.
Okay, that's enough. All right, David, a couple of the texts. We'll turn our attention to the Pistons briefly. Because, again, if you think we've missed something, you can go ahead. I think they're winning the series. I set it down 3-1. I thought they had way better odds than what the math said. I gave you the reasons. And then watching it unfold without Wagner, I'm convinced. I will actually be quite surprised if we're not talking about a second-round playoff series Monday. And that doesn't mean they deserve it. That doesn't mean I absolve them. But the bottom line is, like, my job is just tell you what I think. Yeah, you got a super break that this team lost their number 2 player, and honestly, a guy that helped hold Cade in check. And, oh, by the way, in limited minutes can give you 17, 18, 20 points a night. So, yeah, that's kind of a big deal. That'd be like tomorrow, like Tobias dies. Who's your second option? Right. You're really in trouble then. So it's the same principle. David, go ahead, buddy.
Someone says, Mike, Rico, David, and Kenny, I just spit my Red Bull all over my truck.
I'm sorry.
Potente!
No, I apologize.
Laughed all throughout the break over that one.
Rico was just sitting here, and it was quiet, and I was looking something up, and all of a sudden I hear Rico bust out laughing. I go, you okay? Like, I didn't know if he was watching a funny clip or something. He goes, no, man, just, you're an idiot. And then it was the whole Potente.
Regarding the Pistons, someone sends this in. When they double Cade, somebody else has to find a way to score. That's why Holland is not playing, because he can't score, can't shoot outside. LeVert has 4 points in 49 minutes the last 2 games. That has to change. Someone must score when Cade is double teamed. Someone says, let me guess, Kenny's show tomorrow will be talking NASCAR.
Oh, how come everybody assumes that I like NASCAR? I actually can't stand NASCAR.
Blind rank of possum stews?
All right, here we go. Which roadkill do you want to make into a stew? We're going to power rank the top
Which
10.
roadkill makes the most succulent stew?
Oh, wait. Kenny gives Stoney the blind rankings.
Right after I get the Potente.
Someone says,
come on, guys.
That draft was amazing. I enjoyed every bit of it, entertaining and informative.
Tremendous. I'm glad I could provide a shred of value to the proceedings.
Someone else, regarding horse racing, Rick from Shelby says, I finally agree with Mike. Horse racing is the best. July and August, Saratoga on TV. Thank you, Fox Sports. It's amazing.
Look, it's a bummer because I do imagine in my lifetime the sport will go away. I mean, I'm 45. If I make it to 75, do I know that horse racing will exist at 75? No, I don't.
I think it still will exist, Mike.
No, remember, we can get into some reasons, but like the foal crop is down 33%. They're breeding less horses. You got less people playing. And look, what's going on right now, too, look, I'm not going to nerd out about this. They're running people out. Like days like today and tomorrow, you can still play safely. But I showed you that article in the New York Times, and it's about the CAW wagering, computer-assisted wagering. It's all algorithmic nerds, huge syndicates, and they fire these massive bets as the horses are entering the gate. So you bet a horse that's 8-1, and then they're halfway down the backstretch, and you see the odds click down to 7-2, and you're going, what the hell? That's what that is. So what it's doing is it's chasing away the average bettor. And by average, there are still people who play at a high level who are not a part of some massive syndicate. You're taking away a reason to play. The idea that those odds could be more than halved after the race has started, and the only state that's serious about fixing it is New York State, where they're banning CAWs. Basically, you're not going to be allowed to do that under 2 minutes to post. Then it will give all bettors a chance to see what the board looks like and make a decision if they want to continue. But like Keeneland, it happened to me in the fall. You like the way it works, Rico, is like you don't do what Kenny does, or even what I'll do tomorrow, where I'm just going to enjoy the day. I have my entertainment budget, and I'm going to rifle bets and enjoy my day. Mm-hmm. When you go, and if you're going to seriously play, you're going to circle a couple of horses for the day and center things around them, or you're going to pick a sequence and play pick 5. And you may have an A ticket and a B ticket. Okay. The point is, favorite horse of the day, and I had my dad with me. It was the horse I wanted the most. Horse was 8-1 on the morning line. It went off at 7-1. Middle of the race, drops down to 5-2. And we hit the bet, and you can't even be excited about it. Now, again, we hit, and it was nice, but instead of it being the odds that you circled and you wanted, and it went off at.
Right. Like when I was with the 45-1 horse.
Correct. So it just, the sport is killing itself. Okay. That's the reality. It's killing itself. And that's before I get into the
But you don't think it'll be a self-correction where, I don't know, it may never be the same, but maybe it becomes like boxing where it didn't go all the way away and it kind of came back?
Okay, I'll agree with you there. I just feel like boxing is dead. Like, can you name a heavyweight?
I cannot.
That tells you where we're at.
Klitschko, is that still a thing?
No, I don't believe so.
No, I think they're past the age of boxing.
Yeah, maybe there's a junior. I don't think senior's still boxing.
Okay.
Either brother. Carry on. Sorry.
Paul in Nashville sends this in and says, I've gotten into the history of horse racing thanks to you, Mike. About 10 years ago, we've toured Keeneland, Lexington, and Churchill Downs and enjoy learning more each year.
It's fantastic. And again, I know it's a big ask. Shout out Lomas. If you ever go to Saratoga and you go to the racing hall of the Racing Museum and Hall of Fame across the street on Union Avenue, they do it's a presentation. It's like a 15-minute movie. It's incredible. You'll learn so much about the history of it right there in 15 minutes. It's free, but not expensive. I know everybody thinks horse racing, you've got to wear like Justin Jefferson chains. No, it's free and it's fun. But the history of the sport it's beautiful. It's every bit of what baseball is. Every bit. Okay, good talk. I don't care anymore. I'm so done. Kenny, enjoy betting Belterra Park tonight. You sick bleep.
Kenny, I'm surprised you didn't take the Red Wing horse.
Pavlovian?
Yeah.
I didn't know that was based on Pavel Datsuk. I didn't know that was the guy that was doing it. Was that the Nyquist guy too?
Yeah, and Pavel and Mrazek and Zetterberg, and he's done a bunch of them. Nyquist obviously has been the best one.
Well, you can't win with wings, so.
Yeah, notice he hasn't named one Larkin.
Yeah, right.
Or Raymond.
Yeah, that's not happening anytime soon.
I mean, but Kenny knows there are tons of hockey-affiliated horses. Shesterkin is one. Bobrovsky's one. Nabokov is one. There's a bunch.
Okay.
Carry on. I know no one cares. Let's move. Hey, guess what? Nobody cares about Game 6 either. I think people are nervous. I think people are just nervous.
They are nervous because these are the same people, Mike, who used to say, well, you guys don't talk enough Pistons every day.
Yeah, because we like ratings.
Right.
That's why.
And they won. And how come you're not talking about it?
Because we told you it was fake.
And now you're on the ropes, and those same people are scared. Because if this falls apart, they have to hear, well, we tried to tell you the playoffs were a different
animal. Yeah, but at that point, who cares? Because no one's happy.
No.
See, that's the difference is this whole gotcha society we live in. People are going to act like what? Like anyone's happy this happened? No, this sucks.
Right.
We have a business to run. The Pistons continuing a playoff run helps us. That doesn't hurt us in any way. Why would I want the Pistons to lose? The only time I'll root for the Pistons to lose is if I see in the Eastern Conference Finals and the Celtics happen to stop gagging and get there. Other than that, no, I shoot you straight.
Are you going to be Philly?
No.
I'm worried about you.
No, they got to build a catio for Tatum and Brown.
Because when I looked out there and said, wow, Luka Garza's on the court. Okay.
Oh, Luka Garza's least of my worries. Celtics defense has been morbid. And again, they're going to go out. You're going to play Missoula ball. You know what happened last night? Not only did they not make a lot of threes, they didn't take a lot of threes. And Philadelphia right now is gutting them on that high screen. They're playing off the Celtics drop cover. Why am I talking about it? No one cares.
It looked like it was the white flag offense. No pun intended.
That's how the Celtics look from time to time. And I'll say it, I've said it all for years now. They have a soft underbelly. And that softness comes from Tatum and Brown. They're lucky they got that title against Luka and the Mavs because they are soft. They've always been soft. And here you are. You're up 3-1 in a series. You're up 13 at the half, at home in Game 5, closeout game. That was the result? Then you go to Philly and you don't even show up. I don't even care. I don't even care. Whatever happens, happens. F them. Dude, I'm sorry. I don't put up with it. I can't take it.
It's just funny because it seemed like OKC played a long time ago.
Yeah, they did. Because that's what a championship team does. They're a monolith, and they're about their business.
Right.
And they lock in and go.
Even the Wolves won with pretty much nobody.
The Celtics. Oh, my God, I can't. Whatever. We will get to the callers next, okay? Sorry, I know we went a little overboard there, David. 97.1.